Chapter 395. One more update. If you take me as your master, I'll teach you. Everyone knew that Pan Ming, the hideout of this year's calculation list, was Han Wenguang's favorite disciple. How could he choose another master? Whether it was true or not, Yushu was disrespecting Han Wenguang. Strictly speaking, she was looking down on Han Wenguang. The group of people who came to provoke them pulled long faces. They couldn't hold back their anger and shouted, "Nonsense!" Everyone in the building was dumbfounded by Yushu's words. Shuerue, who was watching in the dark, supported his forehead with one hand. He was not happy that she won a round, but she was already having a headache because of her unforgiving temper. Pan Ming reached out to restrain the indignant junior brother and junior sister. With a straight face he said to Yushu, "Miss, please don't joke around. It's fine if you don't want to tell me the solution. You win this match." "Hee, I don't like to force others. It's fine if you don't want to." Yushu put on a look of pity and extended her teacup to the side. Lin Fu respectfully picked up the teapot and refilled it. He smiled and said respectfully, "Miss, you're really capable. I didn't even understand the problem, but you solved it in a short time." Yushu smiled without saying anything. Jean's woofing returned to his fellow disciples with an embarrassed expression and apologized in a low voice. "It's my fault. I've failed my master's trust." Pan Ming wanted to comfort him, but had nothing to say. He patted his shoulder and said stiffly, "There's still one more round. Just win." Jean's woofing smiled bitterly. He did not dare to underestimate Yushu anymore. He turned to the other three disciples and lowered his voice so that no one could hear him. "This girl knows some crooked ways. Be careful. If she chooses you, you can't be careless. You can't lose again." Lu Ting angrily said, "She was just lucky just now. I don't believe that she can solve the second of Master's 3 difficult questions after solving the first one." Jean's woofing was still worried. He reminded them in a low voice, "She's going to set a problem. It's fine if you know how to solve it. Don't be anxious if you can't solve it. Whoever loses first, the winner is the loser." The 3 of them nodded in agreement. The 2 male accountants did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would not be able to answer Yushu's question. One of them hesitantly asked, "Senior brother Rushi, if we lose, do we really have to give her the seal of the fortune teller?" Jean Zuiyan glared at him and snapped, "What do you mean? As long as you don't make any mistakes, it will be a draw at most." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Pan Ming. Both of them were well aware that their teacher's 3rd question was only hidden from these youngsters. It was a precautionary measure. Even he himself had spent half a month trying to solve it, let alone a young and inexperienced girl. Yushu sipped her tea. Seeing that the people in front of him were still discussing in whispers, he couldn't help but find it funny, so he interrupted. "What are you guys talking about? Now it's 1 loss and 1 win. It's a draw. There's still 1 more round. If I remember correctly, I'll pick someone to compete with." Many of the onlookers in the restaurant watched the 2 of them exchange blows with great interest. In the beginning, when Yushu lost a round, some people felt disappointed. But just now, when she turned the tables and showed them how powerful she was, they became excited again. No one wanted to leave early. At the counter, Feng Zhaomiao was still waiting for his seat with a pen in his hand. Xian Lu and Qin Yuero avoided him and whispered together, "Yes, there's still 1 more round. My junior brothers and sisters are all great fortune tellers. Their arithmetic skills are not a problem. Female fortune teller, please choose 1 person." Pan Ming replied to Yushu. Yushu glanced at the faces of the remaining 2 men and 1 woman. She could see that although they were a little nervous, they were not perturbed. It seemed that they were not afraid of making a fool of themselves if they could not answer her question. She didn't know where their confidence came from. After thinking for a moment, Yushu pointed at one of them and said, "You." The person who was chosen stood up with a displeased expression and said, "What you? You? My name is Ho Luding." It was that talkative female fortune teller. Yushu looked at the other's age. At most, she was older than her by a year. She guessed that she was also a great fortune teller on this year's list, which was rare. Thinking about this, she understood more and more why Han Wenguang wanted to establish his own sect. First, he wanted to have soldiers under him. Then he wanted to be the commander. If he succeeded, then she would undoubtedly become a sinner. Her future would be ruined, and it would be no different from a fool's dream to become a celestial commissioner. A general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Hateful, hateful. How could she be willing to be a pile of bones under someone else's feet? So it's looting. Yushu looked calm on the surface, but everyone could see that there was a fire burning in her heart. Female fortune teller, please choose the question. Looting raised her chin and put her hands behind her back, pretending to be a general. However, because she was young, she was not as imposing as her two senior apprentice brothers. Yushu touched her chin and looked at the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a moment, she had an idea. Her eyes flashed and she said briskly, "If that's the case, I won't be polite. My question isn't difficult, it's also about calculation. However, it's not about brains, it's about calculation skills. Do you dare to compete with me?" She did not like to be led by the nose. She had let them choose the first two questions. This time, it was time for her to make the first move. Looting obviously could not stand the provocation and said without hesitation, "It's up to you to choose the question." Yushu crossed her arms and shouted across the table, "Let's compete in catching dragons. The counterpoint is a crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers have 6 feet. The next sentence is 2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers have 12 feet. So on and so forth. I'll take one sentence and you take another. Whoever takes the wrong sentence first loses. What do you think?" Looting did not expect Yushu to do this. She frowned and turned to look at Jin Zhuofeng and Pan Ming. "Senior martial brother?" Jin Zhuofeng forced a smile and said to Yushu, "With Miss Yu's method of competing, doesn't that mean we don't have to choose the question? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yushu narrowed her eyes and sneered. "You guys came prepared with a difficult question, but you want me to improvise. Is this called fair?" She had guessed that they were very confident in the third question, so they didn't want them to choose. Jin Zhuofeng still wanted to argue, but Yushu turned her head first and asked the guests present, "I'll be so bold as to ask everyone to be reasonable." Everyone saw with their own eyes the previous 2 rounds. They were the ones who proposed the rules and came up with the first question. Now that it's my turn to come up with the first question, they're using all sorts of excuses. Is this fair? The people here were all guests that Yushu had invited. They ate the food and wine of her family and basked in her glory, so naturally, they were more partial to her. Thus someone said, "That's right, how is this fair? I think the female mathematician's question is feasible." Very quickly someone else agreed, "I think so too. Let's compete like this. Don't be so long-winded, hurry up and compete." The rising and falling voices of agreement made Jin Zhuofeng, Pan Ming and the others lose face, but they couldn't play the hero and agree. The question that Yushu came up with was not difficult, it was just a simple calculation. However, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a mistake if they were to lose like this. Yushu looked at the various expressions on the opposite side, her hand knocking on the lid of the teacup. She felt that it was about time, and if she didn't say anything, it would arouse the public's anger. She then cleared her throat and said, "How about this? If you think it's unfair, I'll change it. This calculation must be done, but I'm not afraid of your difficult question. I'll let you guys come up with the same question. Miss Ho will compete with me on the crab and the dragon first. If she wins, then I don't need to look at your third question. If she loses, then it'll be a draw. I'll solve the third question, then it'll be my win. Is that okay?" Yushu put on a magnanimous appearance of "I'll let you guys go this time," suppressing the criticism of the guests. This made the 5 people's teeth itch, but they couldn't challenge her. Shui Rui, who was standing in the dark, didn't understand Yushu's intention. He looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't know why, but he felt that she wouldn't lose. Jin Zhuofeng's face was pale as he turned to discuss with Pan Ming. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. According to their previous plan, they should have won Yushu in 2 rounds. Now that it has been dragged to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue to compete. No matter what, they must win. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Jin Zhuofeng made the decision. Looting was very unwilling. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Jean's woofing's eyes. She pulled a long face and said to Yushu, "You came up with the question, you go first." Yushu looked at her with a smile and said like a children's song, "A crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers and 6 feet. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." She didn't want to waste her brain to deal with this kind of rookie. Ho Luding didn't know that Yushu didn't like her at all. She even felt that she was using her talent to crack a nut. She said with a confused face, "2 crabs have 16 legs for pincers and 12 feet. The 2 of them continued like this. The onlookers found it interesting, but they didn't know the difficulty. Yushu's speed was good at first, but when she counted to 20 crabs, she suddenly sped up. Ho Luding was caught off guard and stuttered before continuing. She hurriedly moved the abacus in front of her and fiddled with it to avoid carelessness. On the other hand, Yushu calmly put her hands in her sleeves and half closed her eyes. Not to mention fiddling with the abacus, she didn't even stutter. She received 51 crabs in one breath, and still had time to drink tea to moisten her throat. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but admire her. Someone said in a low voice, "No wonder she can become a superior person at this age. This is true talent." While many people were sighing in admiration, Ho Luding suffered a lot. She kept talking until her mouth was dry and her eyes hurt from staring at the abacus. She carelessly dialed 2 beads and her mind went blank. She stood there in a daze. 72 crabs. Jean's woofing and the others were anxious, but they didn't dare to remind her openly. How could Yushu wait for her? She closed the teacup and said with a smile, "Why don't Miss Ho take it? I am waiting." Chapter 396. Part 2. If you can't connect it, then you can't connect it. Why are you crying? Yushu had forced her into a corner, but she was still merciless and mocked. Is that all you can do? You can't even count accurately and you can only cry. You still want to learn from others and compete with them. You don't know what you are talking about. In order to learn actuarial calculation, she counted the 8 crab legs in the morning and night for 3 years. She counted 500 crab legs in one breath easily. It's not that she looked down on others and wanted to gain something from it. If this little girl surnamed Ho had worked hard on calculation, she wouldn't have failed to count 100 crabs. Ho Luding was too ashamed to show her face after being ridiculed by Yushu. Her face was full of shame, and she couldn't muster the slightest bit of stubbornness. She covered her face and turned around, not daring to look at her senior brothers. Jean's Weyin had just lost a round, so he could not blame his junior sister. However, he was not in the mood to comfort her. Pan Ming sighed and patted her back. He stared deeply at Yushu and said in a deep voice, "My junior sister is not as good as female mathematician. As previously said, it is still a draw." Yushu nodded. Seeing that the other side would not give a question for a while, she sat on the chair and waited quietly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ho Luding finally calmed down. Her eyes were red as she turned around and said to Yushu, "Female mathematician, it is my turn to give a question." Yushu raised her eyelids and did not get up. "Go ahead." She respected respectable people and valued friendship. This was her temperament and also her pride. She did not feel that there was anything to be proud of when she was ahead of these ancient people in academics for hundreds of years. However, she had a clear conscience. What she could rely on today was exchanged with her sweat and tears. Ho Luding glanced at Jean Zuyen, who nodded at her. She bit her lips and said in a nasal voice, There are 20 soldiers lined up. Each row can only stand 4 soldiers. If you are asked to line up, how many rows can you line up?" Her voice faded. Yushu's hands trembled, and she almost dropped the teacup. She managed to hold back her surprise and lowered her head to take notes. In his heart, he was both surprised and delighted. This problem of 20 soldiers was clearly the same as a very famous 20 trees problem she had seen in modern times, except that the trees were turned into soldiers. This was not a calculation problem, and it had nothing to do with permutations and combinations. Instead of saying it was a math problem, it was more like a drawing problem. It was a problem that many famous mathematicians in history sought to solve. However, its final answer was, it was a question mark. Such a similar topic should not have been raised in this dynasty, but Yushu encountered it. Was this just a coincidence? Yushu's eyes flickered. She turned around and ordered Xiaodai to fetch a wooden ruler and her charcoal pencil from her study. With the tools in hand, she first drew a few random strokes on the paper, looking for the complicated and blurry diagram in her memory. At the same time, she was very curious about the old mathematician whom she had never met before. Of course, she was not stupid enough to think that this real problem was really thought up by these people in front of her, that they could be so confident. It must be Han Wenguang's hand. Yushu sat on the chair for a full half an hour. There was a stack of used paper beside her, but she was still drawing. Some of the customers could not sit still. They went to the toilet and hurried back, afraid to miss the scene of her solving the problem. In this half an hour, the other group of people was obviously more relaxed. Some stood, some sat. They quietly waited for Yushu to solve the problem. It was rare that no one urged her. This was the respect Yushu had earned with her actions. It could be seen that whether it was an enemy or a friend, strength was the best countermeasure to shut people up. Xian Lu and the others' legs were sore from standing. They had already found a chair to sit on. In the light and in the dark, only Shui Rui accompanied her. He stood there for as long as Yushu sat. At this time, the guard next to Lu Tin quietly approached Shui Rui and passed a note to him. Shui Rui opened it and saw a row of small words. A draw is enough. If I want to interfere, I will not let him do as he wishes. In his heart, Shui Rui thought that Lu Tan still couldn't restrain himself in the end. He knew very well why Lu Tan was so impatient. In fact, Han Wenguang had only one son, and his wife was the young lady of the Yin clan, which was the #1 prominent clan in the capital. She was also an aunt of Prince Ning Lu Hao. How could he just sit and watch Han Wenguang succeed? A draw is good, but Shui Rui tilted his head. His gaze passed over the colorful bouquet and stared at Yushu's back. He could not make a choice. After a while, he pinched Lu Tan's note in his hand and ordered the guard seriously. Go and report that I said it. If I can't win, I will bear all the consequences. After he sent the guards away, Shui Rui put away the crushed note into his sleeve so that it wouldn't be seen by Pei Jing and He Fangji who were sitting nearby. His gaze once again descended onto Yushu, and a strand of helplessness leaked out from the corners of his eyes. Habit is really a terrifying word. He didn't know if his decision was correct, but there was already a voice in his heart that told him, help her. Soon the sun set, and the afternoon passed in a hurry. The sunlight shining on the table fell like a curtain. When the last corner of the table had disappeared, Yushu finally put down her pen, let out a long sigh, and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Phew! Outside Wangji Tower, many passers-by had gathered. They whispered and guessed if she had solved it. Pan Ming looked at Yushu and felt a little nervous. This time he did not wait for Jin Zuofeng to ask. He stepped forward and said, Do you have the solution, lady mathematician? Yushu turned the last piece of paper over and covered the table. She looked up and said, I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Pan Ming nodded. He could not wait to know the result. The third question, did your master, Senior Han Wenguang, solve it? Pan Ming felt that there was nothing to hide. These 3 questions could deceive laymen, and say that they came up with it. He believed that Yushu had already guessed that it was his master's idea. So he ignored Jin Zuofeng's look and said frankly, My master solved it. Yushu smiled with relief. She opened the paper on the table and held it in front of him to let him see the picture on it. She said in a clear voice, As you can see, I made 20 lines. I don't know how many lines Mr. Han Wenguang can make. Pan Ming and Jin Zuofeng clearly saw the picture that Yushu made with a charcoal pencil and ruler. They were stunned. Hearing her question, no one answered for a while. There was only horror in their hearts. 20 lines. 20 lines. Someone exclaimed on the spot. For more than an hour, many people were curious and tried to make it. Most of them could only make 4 or 5 lines. How could they not be shocked that she could make 20 lines? Some people did not believe it. They left their seats and came forward to watch. They counted the picture in Yushu's hand with fine lines one by one. Then they were all dumbfounded. Yushu did not hold her hand for too long. When the people near saw it clearly, she put it down. She closed her sore eyes and asked again. Master Pan, Master Jean, May I ask how many lines your master can solve? Pan Ming did not say anything. He stared at the picture that Yushu put on the table. Jean Zhuofeng was also speechless. How could he answer this question? If he said that his master could solve 20 lines, it would mean that she had solved it correctly and won the game. However, if he said that she had solved 1 line less, she would make it difficult for them to show how their master solved 21 lines. How could they lie? What made them most frightened was that their master had solved only 18 lines. Yushu looked at their submissive expression coldly. She only stood up lazily after forcing them to this point. She moved her shoulders and said, "Tell me, why can't you tell me? Are you saying that Mr. Han can't solve as many as me, a junior?" As soon as she said this, there was silence inside and outside the building. Many pairs of doubtful and disbelieving eyes looked at the 5 of them. Jean Zhuofeng saw that the situation was getting worse and worse. He bit the bullet and said ruthlessly, "Don't talk nonsense. How can my master not solve as many as you? He solved, ha ha." At this moment, a series of hoarse laughter came from outside the door and interrupted Jean Zhuofeng's answer. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at the door and saw that the crowd in front of the door was separated. 2 guards opened up a path, and an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair walked out. He was short and thin, wearing a dark green cardigan. A pair of long eyebrows drooped down to the corner of his eyes, revealing a pair of long and narrow eyes. "Master! Master!" Pan Ming and the others shouted in unison. They bowed and introduced the identity of the old man. It was the famous Mr. Han. Yushu and the old man's eyes met. She stared at the invisible pressure. She did not lower her head, retreat, bow, or greet. Han Wenguang waved his hand to let his disciples stand up. He lifted his robe and walked towards Yushu. He looked at her and said in a hoarse voice, "You are the female oracle this year, Yushu of Yang?" "That's me." Han Wenguang looked at her from top to bottom. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Do you know that because of you, I lost an oracle disciple? You can only blame your disciple's lack of skill. What does it have to do with me?" Yushu said coldly. Pan Ming and the others were so angry that their veins popped. Unexpectedly, the corner of Han Wenguang's mouth curled up, and he actually laughed. He nodded and said, "This child, very good, very good." Normally, if someone was personally praised by Han Wenguang, they would be grinning from ear to ear. However, Yushu only held a grudge against this old man, and did not have a good impression of him. She only felt that he was putting on an act, so she did not appreciate it and directly asked, "Just now, your disciple gave me a question. I heard that Mr. Han also solved it. How much did you solve?" Han Wenguang waved his hand and said modestly, "Sigh, I am old and my brain is not as good as the young people. I only solved 18 lines. Please excuse me." Yushu raised her eyebrows. She thought that this old man was sensible. If he dared to argue with her, she would make him lose his reputation. Chapter 397. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Yushu thought it was a pity and said, "Since that's the case, then consider the 3rd round my victory. According to what I said earlier, your disciple challenged me to a duel. Now that he has lost, he should bow to me, serve me tea, and hand me the official seal." Yushu didn't care when Han Wenguang came. She clearly stated the previous agreement, and waited for them to fulfill it. Han Wenguang turned his head and glanced at his disciples who looked ashamed. His eyes sharpened, and when he turned to Yushu he disappeared again and said to her with a kind look, "It's all my fault. It's all because of this old man's stubbornness, forcing them to come to you for advice. You can't blame them for this. You're the first of the top 3, so it's only right that they lost to you. This old man will apologize to you. For this old man's sake, please be magnanimous." When Yushu heard this, she really wanted to laugh. She was almost treated as a pile of bones and her future was almost ruined. This old man just said a few words and treated it as nothing happened. Did he treat her like a child? Ridiculous. If she didn't know his intention, Yushu might not become enemies with him for the sake of his reputation and age. But she knew that he was a wolf or a tiger. How could she throw away the knife just because he temporarily kept his sharp claws? If that's the case, old oracle, then I've already given you face and let them have their way twice. Everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. Forgive me for being rude. Yushu cupped her hands at him, turned around and pointed at the table in front of her, asking people to carry it away. She lifted the hem of her clothes and sat on her mahogany chair. She pointed at the people behind Han Wenguang and said in a cold tone, "You're not the only one. If you admit defeat, come up and bow to me. If you want to deny it, then get out." There was silence in and out of the building again. This time, even Han Wenguang couldn't keep his face. Looking at Yushu with a gloomy face, his disciples were ashamed and angry, but they had no words to refute. Ho Luding was still young, and she was the first to lose her cool. Maybe because she had someone to back her up, she became more confident. She stepped forward and pointed at Yushu angrily. You're so rude. You're full of nonsense. What do you mean by give it to us? When have you ever given it to us? It's true that you've won 2 rounds, but didn't you lose the first round to my senior brother Pan? You got first place in the exam in vain. How can you not compare to my senior brother, who got second place? Yushu crossed her legs and glanced at her. Why didn't I go easy on you? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. You clearly lost to me in crab counting, but I still answered your third question. Isn't this called going easy? If this isn't called, then... She looked down and saw a spot. She curled up the corner of her mouth and pointed there. Hey there. Pick it up and show it to your senior brother Pan. Ask him if I went easy on you. Many people in the room followed Yushu's finger and looked at the ground. They saw a pile of waste paper lying alone on the red carpet. Many people vaguely remembered that Yushu threw it on the ground when she was solving the first question. Ho Luding was not convinced. Picking up the piece of paper from the ground, she opened it and saw a line of numbers. Puzzled, she handed it to Pan Ming, but Pan Ming was stunned. He snatched the piece of paper from her hand and read it several times. His fingers trembled slightly. This made the rest of the people confused. Xian Lu and Feng Xiaomiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, also gathered around. Xian Lu asked, "Lotus Room, what's written on it?" Yushu leaned one arm on the armrest, tilted her head and held her chin. Without looking back, she said, "What else can it be? Of course, it's the answer to my first question." More than 100 people were stunned. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses. The first to respond was Feng Xiaomiao. Then you are. Yushu sneered. She looked at the old Oracle Han whom she had never met before, but had schemed to ruin her future. Her eyes flashed with coldness and calmly said, "I was afraid that the old Oracle would lose face, so I purposely lost the first round. Otherwise, do you really think that the Celestial Commissioner chose a female oracle like me to make up the numbers? If old Diviner doesn't accept it, then I'll draw a line here. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose to you, then your disciples don't need to bow and apologize to me. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times. How about it?" At this moment, Yushu had put away her shrewd and unreasonable appearance. She was arrogant and proud. She pressed forward with an indomitable will. She was so fierce that it made people's hearts palpitate. Shuirue stood behind the flowery shelf and stared at that person's silver robe, and he could only feel his heart thumping fiercely. The threads of love that were coiled before his chest suddenly tightened, and it was as if a hand was grabbing onto his heart. He had an impulse to clamor, and it was almost impossible for him to restrain himself. Han Wenguang was not confident that he could win. Even if he was confident, he would have to think twice when he saw Yushu's amazing aura. Heh, 20 years of calculation turned into a dream. Pan Ming laughed and cried at the same time. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the crumpled calculation paper tightly and walked up to Yushu, ignoring everyone's gazes. He pulled out a brocade pouch from his waist and bowed to Yushu. "I lost the bet." Yushu pointed at the brocade bag he offered and took out a red jade turtle-nose seal. After confirming it, she raised her head and looked at Han Wenguang, whose face was as calm as still water. She deliberately said, "Great Oracle Pan, what I said before still counts. Whenever you want to know the solution to the second question, you can find me at any time. The condition is still the same. You have to be my disciple." Pan Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and knelt down in front of Han Wenguang. He kowtowed to him 3 times and said, "I'm sorry." Then he stood up and madly combed his hair as he left. Yushu watched him leave and felt sorry. What she said just now was not a lie. With Pan Ming's temperament, if he was willing, she would teach him without hesitation. After Pan Ming left, the scene became chaotic. People were talking about Yushu's way of doing things. Some thought that she was tough and some thought that she was too domineering. But one thing was for sure. After the 3 matches today, no one would doubt the title of Great Oracle Woman Yushu. After today, Yushu will become the hottest topic in Enling City when the news of this battle spreads out. Yushu didn't care about this. She pointed at the remaining people and said, "If you didn't hear what I said just now, I will repeat it. You either admit defeat or get out of here." Jin Zwoofing and Ho Luding were so ashamed and angry. They looked at Han Wenguang and waited for him to make the decision. Han Wenguang sighed. He was angry and sad, but he couldn't show it because of his face. He could only smile bitterly. "Go. Your senior brother is right. You lost the bet." They couldn't disobey their master's order. Jin Zwoofing and Ho Luding had no choice but to take the seal and give it to Yushu. They bowed to her and said, Jin Zwoofing admitted defeat. Ho Luding admitted defeat. Yushu took the seal from them. It was an agate seal. He put the white tiger medallion into the brocade pouch that Pan Ming had given him earlier. In front of everyone, he put it into his bosom. Then he stood up and shook his sleeves. There was a faint smile on his face and a hint of flattery on his face. He bowed to Han Wenguang. "Old Mr. Han. Sorry for offending you. If people bully me, I will be strong. If people bully me, I will be low. I will fight for the top." Han Wenguang's old face was a little green. He stared at her for a moment, then swung his sleeves and walked away with the few guards he brought with him. The few incompetent disciples were like roosters that had lost a fight. They lowered their heads and followed behind him. The group of people quickly disappeared from the Wangji Tower. Yushu looked at the gate that was blocked by the onlookers again. She was angry. She raised her eyebrows and adjusted her outer cover. She turned around and glanced at the guests in the tower. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She bowed and said, "Thank you for attending today's banquet. Please stay and continue drinking." After saying that, she put her hands into her sleeves and strolled to the back of the screen. Xian Lu and Feng Zhamiao hurried to catch up. Lin Fu smiled and directed the waiters to clean the door. He then asked the onlookers to leave. Yushu walked past the flower stand. She thought she would see Shuirui first. But he was gone. She wondered if he left after seeing her win the 3rd round. Feeling a little disappointed, Yushu curled her lips and smiled at Pei Jing, and he Fengji who had moved chairs to sit in the aisle. She said, "I let Godfather and Uncle worry. It's all right now. You can go upstairs and rest. I will ask someone to send some good wine." Pei Jing had a strange expression on his face. He had not recovered from the shock of seeing her challenge Han Wenguang. He glanced at her and knew that it was not a good time to get to the bottom of it. He pulled Fengji upstairs first. Yushu was a little slow. Xian Lu and Feng Zhamiao caught up with her. They surrounded her and sighed. Some were envious of her excellent arithmetic skills, and some were worried that she had offended Han Wenguang. Yushu was too lazy to deal with these people. She said a few perfunctory words, and sent a maid to send them back to their room to drink. When she turned around, she found that Yu Xiaoxiu and Hu Tian'er had disappeared. She asked Yun Do and learned that when someone came to cause trouble, the 2 boys had slipped out from the back door to play. With Gue Ba following them, there was no need to worry about them running around. After sending these people away, Yushu went to the 2nd floor with a sore back and shoulders. She was going to wash her face before going to see Lu Tan. She absent-mindedly opened the door and closed it. When she turned around, she was shocked by Shuirui who was sitting on the opposite tea chair. He patted his chest and rebuked. "Why are you here?" After the sun, the sky was dim. She could not see Shuirui's expression clearly. She only felt that his dark eyes were too bright. He stared at her so much that her neck was covered with goosebumps. She subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with him. "Big brother?" Shuirui took a deep breath and lowered his head to rub his burning forehead. It took a lot of self-control not to choose this inappropriate time to express his feelings to her. I'm fine. You go in to wash and have a rest. I have something to say to you later. Do I need to go to the ninth prince to talk to him first? No need. He has already left. Shuirui stood up. When he walked to Yushu's side, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her softened brows. Recalling her ferocity outside the building just now, he smiled deeply and raised his hand. Using his height, he gently pressed his palm on the top of her head and rubbed her feverish head. Good win. This praise made Yushu couldn't help but curve her eyes. She felt excited in her heart. She didn't know why, but it seemed that she had finally heard a suitable praise. That's right. She didn't need someone to worry about whether she had offended someone important or not. She also didn't want someone to ask curiously how she won. At this time, she just needed a word of approval. Shuirui didn't say anything more. He let go of her and pushed the door to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed one step longer, he would go too far. Chapter 398. When I woke up, I saw the pink tickets, tips, and subscription recommendations. I'm so happy. I have to hurry up and write another chapter to express my gratitude. The 3 battles had consumed too much of Yushu's energy. After Shuirui left, she returned to her bedroom and rested on the couch. It was just a light sleep. After lying down for an hour, she called a maid to serve tea. Yushu put on her clothes and sat in front of the dressing mirror to let Yundo comb her hair again. She held a bowl of lotus root soup in her hand and looked at the night sky outside the rolling screen window. She asked lazily, "How many guests are there outside?" Xiaodai, who was making the bed, turned around and replied, "I just saw when I came up. Most of the tables downstairs are full. The kitchen has been serving wine and food without a break. I heard from the shopkeeper that they are probably waiting for you to show up again." The banquet lasted from noon to night, but there were only a few guests who came to the banquet. This was rare. Also, young master just left not long ago. He said he had something to do. He asked me to remind you not to forget to send off the lords upstairs. When she woke up, she heard that Shuirui had left. Yushu was not surprised. Han Wenguang's ambition had been exposed. As an insider, Shuirui was bound to be involved. After tidying herself up, Yushu put on her outer cover and left the room with her 2 maidservants. She planned to walk around the private rooms on the 2nd floor to see the honored guests that she had ignored for the entire afternoon. As soon as she walked to the door of the next room, she heard someone talking vividly inside. Yushu went to the door and listened. It was Feng Xiaomiao. At that time, your sister sat on the chair and didn't even look at the old fortune-teller's face. She said to the defeated people, "Either you admit defeat to me or get out of here." Hearing Feng Xiaomiao mimicking her in a high-pitched voice, Yushu's mouth twitched. She pushed the door and entered. "Is that what I said?" Everyone in the room turned their heads and saw Yushu in person. Feng Xiaomiao, who was excitedly performing with one foot on the chair, paused there with one hand on his waist. One of his hands was even pointing at the nose of Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sitting on the bench and listening to the story attentively. Yushu crossed her arms and looked at him. "Continue. Your grandaunt is watching." Feng Xiaomiao retracted her hand awkwardly. He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Pooh. Xi and Lu covered his mouth, and Qin Yuero couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly jumped up from his chair and ran to Yushu's side. He pulled her back and raised his head to look at her. His eyes were sparkling with admiration. "Sis, I heard it from Brother Feng." Yushu flicked his forehead and asked him where he had gone to play. Yu Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned gloomy. "Hu Tian took me to the street to watch a shadow puppet show. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone." Yushu looked around the room and didn't see Hu Tian. She asked him and found out that young master who had been picked up by his family. Looking at the siblings talking, Yi Zichen thought. Xi and Lu and Qin Yuero looked at each other. Xi and Lu found an opportunity to interrupt. "Lotus Room. School starts tomorrow at the study garden. Yuero has just entered the Taisher study garden this year. Why don't the 3 of us go together tomorrow? We can take care of each other." Yushu looked at them, and could see that they were expressing goodwill. She thought about how she had offended Han Wenguang today. If she wanted to establish a foothold in the Taisher study garden in the future, she would need a few companions. She nodded and agreed. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet at the front gate of the study garden. Girls from aristocratic families like Xian Lu and Qin Yuero. Which one of them didn't have a mind of their own? This afternoon, they were watching Yushu's excitement from the wall. They were afraid that she would think too much about them. Now that they saw that Yushu was willing to accept their good intentions, they immediately beamed with joy. It was getting late. They had already seen Yushu's attitude, so they felt reassured and left. Feng Zhaomiao and another young master had come on horseback, so they escorted the two girls away. Yu Xiaoxiu had morning classes the next day. Yushu looked for He Fengji and Pei Jing, who were accompanying their friends. Coincidentally, they wanted to send their friends off, so she let Yu Xiaoxiu follow them home first. Yushu then went to meet some of the court officials who had come today. They talked a little with tea instead of wine. She heard a lot of praises and sent them off one by one. Finally, she went to the front hall and toasted all the guests with a cup of wine. At this point, both the guests and the hosts were happy. The guests seemed to not want to offend both sides. After all, with Han Wenguang's status, they could not casually criticize him. Moreover, Yushu, the female fortune teller, had a strong momentum. So during this period, no one mentioned the competition in the afternoon. Yushu was happy to see this. After sending off the last guest, Yushu stood in the hall and called Lin Fu over to ask him a few questions. Did Daozi send anyone here? When asking this question, Yushu did not know what she was feeling. She had been waiting for Jing Chen all day, but he did not show up until the end of the banquet. In fact, when she sent the invitation to the Princess Fu a few days ago, she vaguely guessed that he might be hiding from her. Lin Fu shook his head. No one came. Then he clapped his hands and hurriedly took out a letter from his sleeve and gave it to her. Look at this lowly one's brain. This is sent by Miss Xiaojiang. In addition to Jing Chen, Xia Mingming also could not be present today. These two people had accompanied Yushu in the capital at the beginning. They had deep feelings for each other. Today, when she ascended to a high position and changed her appearance, she was absent from the two. Yushu's heart was empty. She took the thin letter and looked around the empty restaurant. She saw a few waiters cleaning up the leftovers, and the atmosphere was desolate after the hustle and bustle. It was funny that she was still standing in the position of killing in the daytime, but the audience was empty. She brushed her eyebrows and smiled. Suddenly, she felt very bored. She casually put away the letter and said in a lazy voice, "Ask Lu Zhong to prepare the carriage and send me back." Lin Fu saw that her expression was not right, so he carefully agreed and turned to find the carriage driver. Then, according to Shui Rui's instructions, he put the soup that had been prepared in the kitchen into a food box and gave it to Yushu's maid, Yin Do. He quietly told her to go back and heat up the supper for her master. Today Yushu did not eat anything. Yushu sat in the carriage at the front door. Lin Fu and the two maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, stood at the door and watched the carriage disappear in the bustling lights of Baima Street. No one noticed a figure riding a horse out of the alley on the side of the road, and quietly followed the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Yushu was thinking for a while. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yin Do was secretly looking at her. So she changed her sitting position and asked her, "Were you scared today?" She was used to being alone, and rarely brought a maid when she went out. It was rare for her to come out, but she encountered such a messy scene today. Yin Do shook her head and moved a soft pillow for Yushu to lean on. She said shyly, "I have not seen much of the world. I'm afraid that my clumsiness will make you lose face." Yushu was a treacherous person, but she liked these simple and honest people. She smiled and said to her, "You are not stupid. It doesn't matter if you have little knowledge. Learn more in the future. I still need you in many places. As long as you are not stupid, follow me honestly." Yin Do was originally a maid of Zhao Hui. She was arranged to serve Yushu. She always felt that Yushu did not like her, so she was careful and dutiful in doing things. She was not trembling with fear, but she was always afraid that Yushu would abandon her one day. Today, she rarely heard good words from her. Her eyes immediately turned red. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Yushu wanted to say something more, but the carriage suddenly stopped. She leaned forward. Yindo hurriedly stretched out her hand to protect her. Yushu helped her sit up straight. She frowned and looked at the door. Yindo turned her head and said, "What's going on outside? Why did the carriage stop all of a sudden?" Lu Zhong's voice came from outside. "You startled the girl. Someone stopped the carriage." Yushu was displeased and said, "Who is it?" Lu Zhong did not answer, but changed to another voice. "Xiuyu, it's me. It's Yi, Celestial Commissioner, Taishi Tower." Rin Qiming lifted the corner of his robe and hurriedly walked across the quiet Bamboo Creek Bridge. His footsteps were heavy, which caused the school of Golden Kirin under the bridge to swim away. He entered the tower unimpeded. On the second floor, Ren Qiming saw a crane-like figure sitting by the window, wiping a jade flute. He took a few steps forward and reported in a low voice, "Grand Secretary, Han Wenguang finally made a move. As you predicted yesterday, he ordered a group of personal disciples to find Xian Swansea for a duel. He wanted to take the opportunity to point out that I, the Celestial Commissioner, am incompetent and corrupt, so that he can build his heavenly teller mansion that has yet to be completed." Titian did not stop moving his hands. He looked back at him with a cloudy face and a faint smile. I guess he didn't get what he wanted. A strange look flashed in Ren Qiming's eyes. He nodded and said, "That's right. Xian Swansea fought 1 against 3 and defeated them." Titian put down the jade flute in his hand and said with interest, "Oh? Tell me about it." Ren Qiming then told him about the duel that took place in the Wangji Tower in the afternoon. He was so detailed that it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Haha, what a good female Swansea. After listening to this part, Titian laughed happily. His side profile reflected the moonlight. Ren Qiming could clearly see that he was in a good mood at the moment. He pondered and said, Han Wenguang made a mistake. Today he hit a wall and was humiliated in front of everyone. He should be calm for a period of time and saved us a lot of trouble. However, this Xian Swansea doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended Han Wenguang and ruined his plans. In the future, he will definitely be suppressed by that group of people. Titian waved his sleeves and said lightly, "Then I will make him not dare to act rashly." Ren Qiming lowered his head and asked, "What does Grand Secretary mean? Isn't the Kunling Bureau still lacking one person?" Ren Qiming looked hesitant, but this person was supposed to be reserved for. Titian raised his hand to interrupt his concerns. He picked up the jade flute on the windowsill and stroked the flute holes. His expression became cold. "I have been the Celestial Commissioner for more than 200 years. Since ancient times, all official positions, big or small, have been occupied by those who are capable. Even the Emperor cannot interfere. After the Saint Ancestor Sacrificial Day, you can go and make arrangements." Ren Qiming saw that he had made up his mind. He did not say anything more and bowed to leave. However, he was stopped by Titian. "I haven't played the flute for people in a long time." Titian brought the flute to his lips and gently tested a few notes. His eyelashes lowered to cover his deep eyes. His eyebrows were lonely. He murmured under the moon, "Once Mufeng is gone, there will be no more bosom friends." Ren Qiming's figure stopped. He stood on the spot with his hands by his side and sighed silently. Qiming is lucky. Chapter 399. Xiaoyu, it's me. Yushu was startled. She hurriedly reached over the maid and pushed the door open. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the dimly lit carriage. She saw a horse parked a few steps in front of the horse's head. It was Jing Chen's figure on the horse. Even if she couldn't see his face clearly, she wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Yushu was delighted. Just as she thought about it, she held it back. She deliberately put on a straight face and said angrily, "So it's Daozi. Why are you blocking the road in the middle of the night? I have something to say to you. Get off the carriage." Jing Chen didn't answer Yushu's words. He turned over and dismounted from the horse. He led the horse to make way for Yushu. Seeing this, Yushu vaguely felt that something was wrong. She didn't want to tease him anymore. She guessed that he had something to say that couldn't be heard by outsiders. So she bent down and jumped off the carriage. She turned to Lu Zhong and Yin Do and said, "You go back first. This place isn't far from home. I'll walk back later." Yin Do hurriedly said, "No, how can Miss walk?" Before Yushu said anything, Jing Chen said first, "I'll see her off." Yushu turned her head to look at Jing Chen and waved her hand to signal them to leave. Lu Zhong had to drive away with the reluctant Yin Do. This area was already in the south of the city. There weren't many pedestrians at night. There were 3 or 4 shops on the main road with their lights on. The street was empty and quite quiet. Jing Chen led the horse and Yushu walked beside him. The two walked for a dozen steps. Yushu was the first one who couldn't stand the silent atmosphere. She said in a muffled voice, "Why didn't you come today? Didn't I send you an invitation?" Before Jing Chen came, he had already thought about how to speak to Yushu. However, at this time, she was by his side and he didn't know where to start. Yushu wasn't slow. Jing Chen's silence made her realize that what he wanted to say to her tonight wasn't what she wanted to hear. Sure enough, as soon as Jing Chen opened his mouth, she pulled a long face. "I already know what Shui Yin did to you. It was all because of me that she did something wrong. We are from the same sect, and our relationship is like that of brother and sister. She is in the wrong. Since it's my fault, if you have any complaints, you can take it out on me." Yushu gritted her teeth. Her breath stuck in her chest. He had been hiding from her all these days, and today he was here to take the blame for his junior sister. Yushu was so angry that her head hurt. She wanted to scold him to vent her anger, but she felt that this was exactly what the mastermind wanted. After taking a few deep breaths, Yushu turned to stare at Jing Chen and said to him as calmly as possible, "Since you already know, then I don't need to hide it from you anymore. Your junior sister is not a good person. She is sanctimonious, but she is hypocritical. Her heart is cruel and poisonous. I have no grievances with her, but she can shamelessly involve me in a fatal disaster. In order to cross that annoying death tribulation, she disregarded other people's lives. She and you are from the same sect. It's ridiculous that she has cultivated morality in vain. I advise you to send her back to the sect as soon as possible, so that she won't stay in the capital and continue to harm others." Yushu herself was a cruel person. Not to mention her evil heart in her previous life. At least in this year of her rebirth, she had never deliberately harmed an innocent person, unless there was a grudge against her. Jing Chen listened to Yushu's words. But it was different from what Shui Yin had confessed to him that day. In the blink of an eye, he realized that Yushu had been deceived by her. He smiled bitterly and said bitterly, "No, she might be facing the death tribulation, but she deliberately harmed you. It's for me." Yushu stopped in her tracks and said stiffly, "You're saying she's trying to harm me?" Jing Chen had no intention to deceive her. He nodded slowly and turned to look at her surprised and doubtful look. He felt more and more guilty and remorseful in his heart. Why? Why did she want to harm me? Yushu was confused by Jing Chen's words. Why did Shui Yin drag her to face the death tribulation? Wasn't it just to save her life? Jing Chen lowered his head and clenched the coarse reins tightly. His palms ached from the friction. His eyes couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice was calm and lonely. "I remember telling you before that my life was saved by the combined efforts of several elders in the sect. Otherwise, with the baleful aura of my fate in Kata Star, I would have died a long time ago. They blocked the destiny for me and shouldered the death tribulation. If I couldn't find someone to break the fate tribulation within 3 years after I went down the mountain this time, a great disaster would befall them. They would definitely die because of me, or my Dao heart would be lost. It would also attract evil spirits in advance and endanger their lives. Among those elders there was my master Immortal Huai Xian, and martial uncle Huai Chun, who is also Shui Yun's father." Yushu had mixed feelings when she heard this. She couldn't close her mouth, and her thoughts were in a mess, making her restless. She seemed to see a clue, but she couldn't grasp it. Shui Yun's father was one of the experts who saved Jing Chen's life. Before Jing Chen found the person who broke the fate tribulation, he couldn't lose his Dao heart. Otherwise, it would endanger the elders' lives. Therefore, Shui Yin wanted her to die because, little you, I'm afraid that if I fall in love with you, I will lose my Dao heart. You will be heartless, and I will be unjust. Why don't we end our fate here? Yushu's breath caught in her throat, and she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Right at the end of the street bridge, she turned around to look at Jing Chen's face. The half-moon above his head revealed his clear eyes. They were no longer as calm as water, but flashed with helplessness, unwillingness, forbearance, and pain. All sorts of negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were exposed at this moment, causing her to tremble in fear. At the same time, she clearly understood that he was not joking, but had made a decision. Looking at Jing Chen, who was so sad, Yushu suddenly felt that when she found him in the forest outside the city, knowing that he had regained his memory and knew that he had his difficulties, she still insisted on maintaining their friendship. Did she put him in such a difficult situation from then on? Thinking of this, even though she had already let go of the relationship between a man and a woman, she couldn't help but feel heartache at this moment. Do you know what you're talking about? I do. Can't. You and I are friends of life and death. Can't we keep the relationship between us? Jing Chen looked down and stared at Yushu's hand that was grabbing his sleeve tightly. He closed his eyes for a long time, and when he opened them again, he was the person with a pure heart and a strong Tao heart. I owe you. If I can get rid of this evil creature, I will repay it. As he spoke, his right hand moved to the side of his waist. He pushed the sheath with his fingertips and pulled out his sword. A silver light flashed. Hiss. Yushu grabbed the corner of the sleeve that was cut open. Her fingers were trembling, her face was pale, and her heart was cold. Scenes flashed in her mind. She knew him in the ruins, looking for him in the peach blossom forest, passing by the gambling house, saying goodbye in the alley, killing on the merchant ship, the floating river, the cave, the road to the capital, giving him the ancient sword, getting his pearl, and he dared to block the sword for her with his bare hands. She was willing to find him lost in the snow. Some feelings could not be forgotten, but gradually turned into ice. Once it was hot, it would melt into water, and not a single drop would be left. The two stood under the bridge, close to each other. Yushu choked with laughter, as if she had woken up from a dream. I understand. Yushu held the corner of the sleeve in her hand, took 2 steps to the side, and turned to walk on the bridge. Jing Chen led the horse behind her without saying a word. There was a distance between them, one in front and the other behind. In the quiet night, the sound of the horse's hooves and footsteps were clear, but also vague. Yushu didn't stop until she saw the door to her house. She heard a silence behind her. She stood with her back facing the door for a moment before she turned her head to look at the person's silhouette. She said expressionlessly, "After we part ways today, we are like strangers." Under the hazy moonlight, the man in white nodded slightly and jumped onto the horse's back. With a twist of his arm, he turned the horse around, took a few steps, and suddenly leaped out, galloping away. Until he disappeared, Yushu let go of the determination on her face. She took a deep breath and grabbed her collar. She felt her legs go weak, and almost couldn't stand. Just as she was about to collapse and fall to the ground, an arm wrapped around her from behind and held her firmly. Was it Daozi who just left? Shui Rui wrapped his arms around Yushu's lightly trembling shoulders and helped her to stand steadily. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he stared ahead. When he sensed her weakness and helplessness at this moment, an indescribable flame arose in his heart. At this time, Yushu was weak. She leaned on Shui Rui's arms and didn't want to talk. She stared at the night ahead and nodded slowly. She was not in the mood to think about why Shui Rui appeared at the door of her house. Shui Rui lowered his head to look at her pale countenance, and when he came into contact with her dazed eyes, his heartstrings tightened. When he thought about how the woman he loved would rather grieve for another person, yet was unwilling to clearly see his earnest hope, it was difficult for him to conceal the emotions that had been fermenting for a long time. His warm eyes darkened. He clasped her shoulders tightly with one hand and lifted her soft chin with the other, forcing his figure to be reflected in her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Yushu didn't react in time. She was stunned for a moment, and then came to her senses. She saw Shui Rui's serious face clearly. She murmured, "What did you say, brother?" Shui Rui repeated patiently, "What's wrong with me?" Yushu said blankly, "You are quite good." Shui Rui calmed down and stared at her expression. Although he restrained himself, he was not prepared at all. It came so suddenly, so his low and hoarse voice revealed a trace of awkwardness. Since I'm not bad, are you willing to be with me? Yushu blinked her eyes blankly. She was still sad a moment ago, but now she felt that her brain was not enough. Once Shui Rui opened his mouth, he felt at ease. He let go of her chin and pressed both his hands on her shoulders. He gently pushed her away and helped her to stand properly so that they could see each other clearly. Only then did he purse his lips. With a serious expression, he said softly and gently, "Ashu, I admire you." Yushu widened her eyes. No matter how slow she was, she could understand what he meant. Her heart suddenly became chaotic. She pushed his hands away in a panic. She blushed and stammered, I. When Shui Rui saw her at a loss of what to do, he knew that he'd been rash. But since some words had been spoken, they couldn't be taken back. Not to mention that he didn't regret choosing this time to let her know of his thoughts. Even if it put her in a difficult position, it was still better than making her wholeheartedly feel sorry for others. Chapter 400. If you want to reject me this time, you'd better think of a smart reason. Yushu was caught off guard by Shui Rui's sudden display of his feelings, and she only felt flustered. She'd just opened her mouth when she was blocked by a single sentence from Shui Rui, and her arm was held tightly by Shui Rui, causing her to be unable to move away. When she met his pitch-black eyes, she turned her head away in embarrassment, and she had a complicated feeling in her heart that she couldn't tell if it was bitter or salty. I only regard you as my brother. I have no other feelings. Shui Rui's finger pressed against the throbbing pulse on her wrist, and he laughed slowly as his slanted brows eased up, and he said indifferently, "Don't worry, I can wait for you to have other thoughts." Last time, he failed to express his feelings and was mercilessly rejected by her. At that time, he was timid, so he couldn't blame her. This time he knew himself and his enemy, so he wouldn't be fooled by her again. Yushu turned around and glared at Shui Rui with her almond-shaped eyes. With the help of the nearby lights, she saw the faint smile on Shui Rui's face, and for some unknown reason, she became slightly agitated. She exerted all her strength to struggle free from his grip on her wrist that was burning hot, and she said angrily, "You waited here so late just to say this to me?" Fortunately, Shui Rui was used to Yushu's temper. Otherwise, hearing her tone, he would definitely be poured with a basin of cold water. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. He was not angry or annoyed. Instead, he was calm and generously admitted, "I wanted to say something else, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I think it's important to say this first." He'd restrained himself for these past few days, and he originally couldn't endure it for much longer. Yet she just happened to be unaware of it, and he saw with his own eyes that she was still grieving for another man. So how could he continue waiting? Yushu was speechless, and her heart was truly in turmoil. For a moment, she recalled the pained expression in his eyes when he broke off his relationship with Jing Chen under the bridge, and for a moment, her mind was thrown into disorder by Shui Rui's serious confession, causing her brows to knit together even more tightly. "Alright, you don't have to think too much about it for now." Shui Rui couldn't bear to see her frown and sighed. He let go of her arm, fiddled with the stray hair on her forehead, and said pleasantly, "Go back and take a nap. Wait until you've rested. Let's talk about us again." In any case, she was right here. He was not afraid that she would run away. At most, she would take a step back, and he would take 2 steps forward. He would always be able to catch her, Shui Rui thought to himself. In the face of Shui Rui's thoughtful suggestion, Yushu couldn't deliberately keep a straight face to him, but she didn't know what to say to him in this situation. She didn't dare to look at his earnest eyes for fear that she wouldn't have enough confidence, so she lowered her head and said, "Then I'll go back." Then, without waiting for Shui Rui's reply, he turned around and quickened his pace towards the door. He did not stop for a moment, nor did he look back, as if there was a tiger chasing after him. Shui Rui looked at her panicked back. He raised his hand, twirled the remaining warmth on his fingertips, and slowly clenched his fists. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the half-moon in the sky, and seemed to be recalling something. His expression was unfathomable. After a while, He sighed with a smile and softly said to himself, "Don't wait, beauty fades." When Yushu returned home, it was late, but Zhao Hui and her husband were still awake. When the maid reported that she was back, she called her over to talk to her. Yushu had a lot of things on her mind. She sat with Zhao Hui for a while, then said that she was tired and went back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Yushu went straight to the bed, took off the outer cover, and threw it away. She picked up the half of the sleeve on the floor, twisted it into a ball, and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Without taking off her shoes, she lay on her back. She was so tired that her whole body felt weak. When she closed her eyes, there were two figures swaying around, so she had to open her eyes. Yindo went up to help her take off her shoes, and covered her with a thin quilt. Seeing that she was in a daze with her eyes open, she was afraid that she was thinking about something important, so she did not dare to disturb her, and went out to make tea and hot water. Unexpectedly, when she came back with tea, there was a light snoring sound in the room. Yindo went to the bed and saw that her daughter had fallen asleep with her eyebrows furrowed. This sleep lasted until the next morning. When Yushu woke up, she was still grumpy, but she felt uncomfortable all over. She turned over and touched the quilt with her hand. When she took it out and looked in front of her eyes, she was stunned when she saw red. It was not until Yindo exclaimed that she came back to her senses. "Ah, young miss, this servant will go find madam." Yindo was already 13 or 14 years old. Seeing Yushu's situation, she could guess what was going on. In fact, she also felt it was strange before. After serving Yushu for so many days, she had never seen her having a small period. Now that she reacted, she put down the basin of water in her hands and impatiently ran out. "Come back." Yushu quickly stopped her and said with a straight face, "Don't go and startle my mother, just quietly call Shinma over." Yindo felt that she had acted rashly and hurriedly went out, leaving Yushu sitting on the bed with a tangled expression, not daring to move. Speaking of which, it had been a year since she replaced the original owner as a ghost. Early on, she discovered that there was something wrong with her body. It was fine that she could eat and sleep, but she missed the few days that a girl should be worried about. Throughout the year, she did not see red even once. Even she herself had almost forgotten that she was a woman. Yushu did not tell anyone, so no one noticed. Later, when Zhao Hui came to the capital and lived together with her, she did ask about her once. Yushu did not want her to worry, so she vaguely concealed it. However, she did not know that Zhao Hui had already privately told Yindo to pay more attention to her daily routine. When she found out about this secret of hers, she thought that she was too shy to talk about it, so she did not expose her. Instead, she secretly told He Fangji to add some blood-enriching things to her medicine to help her recuperate. After a while, Yindo brought Mother Shin, who had been promoted by Zhao Hui to be the housekeeper. She was holding a bundle in her hand. As soon as Mother Shin entered the room, she smiled and coaxed Yushu. "Young lady, don't be afraid. This is a good thing. Young lady has grown up. This servant is here to congratulate you." Mother Shin only thought that Yushu was a girl who had not left home and did not understand human affairs. She nagged for a while before instructing Yindo to change Yushu's clothes and fold the quilt. She untied the bundle and took out the scattered cotton and cloth bags. After packing them, she gave them to Yushu and taught her how to use them. Yushu didn't say a word as she changed her clothes and tidied herself up. She asked Yindo to take out a small handful of silver beans from the dresser drawer and give it to Mother Shin. Mother Shin took it and said a few good words before leaving. After all this, the sun had risen. Yushu did not forget that she had arranged to meet Xian Lu and Qin Yuero in front of Taisher Shiyuan yesterday. Now she could only miss the appointment. Perhaps it was the first time her body had drunk kuei water. It was really inconvenient for her to go out. "Young lady, Madam asked the kitchen to boil red bean soup. You should drink a bowl while it's hot." Yindo walked into the room with a plate. How could the movements of Yushu be hidden from Zhao Hui? It was just that it was not good for a pregnant woman who was about to give birth to see red. So she did not come to see her pregnant. Yushu leaned on the bed listlessly and drank a bowl of sweet red bean soup. It had only been one morning, but she missed the relaxed days. However, she also knew that it was a good thing. By the way, young lady, Yindo served tea to Yushu to rinse her mouth. She remembered something. Last night Mr. Shui came. He heard that you did not come back, so he went out to pick you up. Didn't you meet him on the road? It would have been better if Yindo did not mention it. Once she mentioned it, Yushu remembered the two annoying things last night. She felt a headache when she thought about it. She rubbed the blue veins on her forehead and said in a low voice, I didn't see him. You can go out. I want to lie down for a while. Seeing her face, Yindo did not know what she said wrong. She obediently took the tea tray and the soup bowl and left. Yushu turned her body and used one hand as a pillow. She sorted out her chaotic thoughts. The first thing she thought of was the relationship between her and Jingchen. She felt bitter in her throat. At that time, she thought that she had found a good man for herself. She did not expect that it would be like this. She could not help but think of the comment that when Shaoan, who was good at fortune-telling, once gave her, drawing water with a sieve is all in vain. Friends who had gone through life and death together. How many times could they meet again in a lifetime? Jingchen said that he would let go of her just like that. If she said that she didn't have any complaints, it would be impossible. What she resented was not Jingchen, but the fate that he was born with. In her previous life, she did not believe in ghosts and gods at all. She did not believe in the so-called fate. But after she came to Dawn, the more she learned about the more she saw the relationship between human life and heaven. It was really mysterious and reasonable. Jingchen's words last night, I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you, made her feel extremely sad. She was not a soft-hearted person, but she always had an inexplicable pity for him. Even if he was cruel enough to say, our fate ends here, she would still feel sad for him for not being able to control himself. It was easy to say that they broke up. She said that they were like strangers, but it was just to make him feel at ease. Yushu was not a person who liked to be sad. After frowning for a while, she no longer acted like a sad and weak girl. She had to cry a few times before letting it go. On the other side, she put aside the matter of Jingchun, but she still could not relax. Not because of anything else, but because of what Shui Rui said last night. It was enough to give her a headache. Truthfully speaking, at the beginning, when Shui Rui suggested addressing them as brother and sister, it wasn't that she didn't suspect that he hadn't given up on her. But as the two of them got along for a long period of time, she gradually stopped taking precautions against him, and she wholeheartedly took him to be a reliable older brother. Thinking of this, Yushu could not help but laugh at herself. She laughed at herself for being smart all her life, but at this moment, she was muddle-headed, who would be nice to others for no reason. If it was not because he had ulterior motives, then it was because he was looking forward to it. She did not blame Shui Rui for hiding it so deeply. She could only blame herself for being careless. In fact, thinking about it carefully, it was not that he did not reveal some clues. Just like that time when he was drunk, didn't he take the opportunity to kiss her? At this time, Yushu remembered an old matter, and she was a little angry. Her ears were slightly hot, and her hand twisted the quilt, thinking that she was pinching someone's flesh. She was also annoyed that she did not live up to expectations and got involved with such a rotten peach blossom. But she had received so much kindness from him, and she could not turn her back on him. Really hateful. Yushu gritted her teeth. She was very unhappy in her heart. She simply stopped thinking about it. She turned over, covered herself with the quilt, and continued to sleep. Chapter 401. On the first day of April, Yushu did not go to Taisher Shuyuan for some reason. In the afternoon, Xian Lu sent someone to ask. Yushu asked Yindo to vaguely tell the person that she was not feeling well, and that she would meet her in 2 days. On the third day, Yushu's period came and went suddenly. On the third day, she seemed to be fine. During these 2 days, Shui Rui came every day. He came at dusk. She said she was sick and he did not want to see her. He did not ask much and left after a cup of tea. On the morning of the 4th day, Yushu went out dressed neatly and brought a few gifts that she had prepared for greeting her teacher. Xian Lu had told her a lot of the rules of Taisher Shuyuan. One of them was to enter the door. The teaching style in Taisher Shuyuan was different from that in other places. There were 18 highly respected academicians teaching. They were divided into 6 subjects: Ili Feng Shui, astrology, physiognomy, qigong, and arithmetic. There were 3 academicians in charge of each. However, the 18 academicians taught according to their preferences. It was not like the master of Shaoxue private school, who taught together. Therefore, the students who entered the Taisher library for the first time often decided which academicians they wanted to follow in the first month according to their own intention to study. They would arrange their time reasonably, so that they would not be greedy and lose sight of others. This was the so-called entry. Getting off the carriage in front of the Shuyuan, Yushu entered alone with the gift box and went to the women's dormitory. Today there were more students in Taisher Shuyuan than on the first day. She saw many strange faces along the way. There were men and women of different ages. The older ones were more than 30 years old, and the younger ones were about the same age as her. This was another tradition of Taisher Shuyuan. There was no limit to learning. As long as you did not violate the rules here, no one would drive you away even if you stayed here for 8 or 10 years. There was no graduation at all. However, the teachers who could enter the Taisher library either had a wealthy background or were true geniuses. The number of people who could stay there for more than a decade could be counted on one hand. Yushu's room was the second room facing south in the east courtyard of the female dormitory, which was the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. Xian Lu's left neighbor was Xian Lu, and her right neighbor was Ji Xingxuan. However, both rooms were locked at this time. The master was not here. Yushu held several layers of gift boxes in one hand and opened the door with the other. She walked in and put down the things. Then, she checked the windows inside and outside to make sure that no one had stolen into her room in the past few days when she was not here. Speaking of which, other than the slight yin qi in the room, the bed, chairs, and bookcases had all been replaced. Even the walls had been painted with a new layer of paint. Yushu didn't even feel uncomfortable, let alone afraid. When Yushu was checking the doors and windows, Xian Lu came back. Seeing that the door of Yushu's room was wide open, he called her from outside. Lotus room, are you inside?" Xian Lu looked around the house. She didn't dare to go in. Suddenly, she saw a head poking out of the bedroom door. She was so scared that she screamed and hurriedly stepped back and fell to the ground. Yushu was also shocked by her scream. Seeing that she had fallen, she ran out to help her. Xian Lu saw that the head just now was Yushu's. He covered his chest in shock. Scared me to death. I thought I saw a ghost during the day." Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "You are too timid." Xian Lu patted the dust on her skirt. She stared at her unconvinced. "Your room is full of yin qi. What if you are possessed by a ghost?" As soon as she finished speaking, she knew that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. She apologized awkwardly. I didn't curse you." Yushu's eyes flashed. She smiled and didn't speak. Xian Lu saw that she was not angry, so he took her arm and stared at the room behind her with fear. He said, "Let's go to my room and talk." Yushu knew that she was afraid, so she closed the door and followed her. As soon as they entered Xian Lu's room, the girl became lively again. "Are you feeling better? Why did you get sick in those 2 days and miss the fun?" "It's just a small illness. It's all gone." Yushu asked curiously, "What fun? Tell me." Xian Lu curled his lips and said, "It's all because of the 2 new academicians. The Taisher Shu garden is almost in chaos. Whether they are new or already here, it's like they are splashed with chicken blood all day long. All the men are running to the sushi pavilion, and most of the women are guarding the stargazing platform." Yushu didn't understand. The sushi pavilion and the stargazing platform were 2 places in the garden. She had never visited them, so she didn't know what they were for, but Xian Lu quickly solved the problem for her. The sushi pavilion is the association hall of the Department of Physiognomy. Last year, Academician Han of the Department of Physiognomy retired. Do you know who the new one is? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner, Madame Lu, resigned from her official position and came to teach. Madame Lu is a famous beauty. How can you see that she is over 30 years old? She used to be a master of Dai and was like an immortal. Now that she can get close to her and admire her, those stinky men will go crazy. They don't know any respect at all. Haha, Yushu laughed. Seeing her childish complaints, she could hear that she was feeling injustice for Madame Lu. There is another one. Aren't there 2 new academicians? Xian Lu looked at her and said strangely, haven't you heard? Heard what? Yushu looked puzzled. She had never heard of any gossip. Seeing that she really didn't know, Xian Lu rolled his eyes and deliberately kept her in suspense. You know the other one. I know him. Not only do you know him, but we also have a good relationship. Knowing her and having a good relationship with her, he was qualified to be an academician in the Taisha Shuyuan. Yushu thought about it, and a figure appeared in her mind. Her smile suddenly froze, and she heard Xian Lu say, hee hee, I won't tease you. The new academician who teaches astrology is Daozi. Xian Lu didn't notice that Yushu's expression was not right, and said to himself, you don't know that the academicians in the Taisha Shuyuan are always old people. Now there is a beautiful man in his prime, knowledgeable and noble. Who doesn't like a young female master of Dai? Even if girls are reserved, it's rare to have such an opportunity to get close to him. How many people don't want to get close to him? After hearing these words, Yushu's expression had returned to normal. She lightly pursed her lips and said, what about you? Do you want to get close to him? Me? Xian Lu was stunned. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand, declaring his position. I'm not as shameless as them. Then he turned to Yushu and said, as for you, I heard that your family saved Daozi before. You're lucky that he's our academician. If you make any mistakes in the future, he'll be able to help you. Yushu glanced at her, shook her head, and said, you're thinking too much. Things aren't like what the rumors say. The Taoist and I don't have much of a relationship, and His Majesty has already rewarded him. How could I dare to try to extort a favor? This bridge is a bridge, and the path is still the path. Xian Lu saw that Yushu said it seriously. He was a little surprised, but he didn't suspect her. That's good. If you are familiar with Daozi, it will make people jealous. Alas, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and pack up. I will lead the way for you. It's been 3 or 4 days, but you haven't met any academician. Yushu nodded and returned to her room. When she entered the room alone, she sighed at the window and showed a wry smile. Jingchen actually came to the Taisha Shuyuan. It would be difficult not to meet him. In the morning, Xian Lu took Yushu around the Taisha Shuyuan. First, they planned to visit the academicians of Yili and Fengshui. According to Xian Lu, at this time, most of the students gathered with Madame LV and Jingchen, and they didn't join in the fun. As Yushu wished, she didn't want to see Jingchen so soon. During the first few days when the new students arrived, most of the academicians stayed in the Taisha Shuyuan. Some occupied the rosin tea room, and some played the zither by the lake. It was not easy for Yushu to find them one by one. Fortunately, Xian Lu had figured out the way a few days ago. He led her to the black ink shop to see an academician surnamed Qi in the fengshui department. The black ink shop was deserted. There were only 2 or 3 students sitting on the mat reading books. An old man in his late 60s was holding a painting and sitting at the table to study it. Xian Lu winked at Yushu. The 2 stepped forward and said in unison, sorry to disturb you, academician. Academician Qi looked up and saw 2 young girls. He knew they were new students, so he put down the painting and asked them, where did you come from? Xian Lu spoke first and said obediently, my surname is Xian, and my first name is Feifei. I have admired you for a long time, and I hope you can teach me in the future. Academician Qi smiled and said kindly, so you are the descendant of Academician Xian. Well, good, you are smart. Then he turned to look at Yushu. Yushu knew that all the 18 academicians of the Taisha Shuyuan were from the 5th class or above. She bowed and said, my surname is Yu and my first name is Shu. Nice to meet you, Academician Qi. Yushu lowered her head and didn't see the old man frowning. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, are you the female fortune teller who is in the top 3 of this year's Dian examination? Hearing this, several people sitting on the floor in the room all raised their heads and looked at Yushu. In addition to surprise, there was a little excitement in their eyes. Yes, I am. Academician Chi looked at her again and picked up the painting again. His voice was obviously cold. I won't be teaching today. You can go now and come back another day. Yushu was keenly aware that the old man didn't like her. She was very puzzled, but she didn't know why. Xian Lu didn't think so much. He said goodbye and pulled her away. However, after that, they went to see several academicians. When they heard Yushu's name, they all put on a cold face and said that it was not convenient to come today, so they asked her to come back another day. Such an obvious cold treatment made Xian Lu realize it no matter how slow he was. They went out of the chess room. Xian Lu looked at Yushu's face and pretended to be relaxed. It's still early. Let's go somewhere else. Yushu shook her head and said, That's all for today. I will see you tomorrow. I will go to Tibet first. Xian Lu couldn't hide his words and couldn't help muttering on the way. I heard from my grandfather that these academicians are very easy to get along with. I am afraid that they treat you like this today because of you. He didn't know whether to continue or not. Yushu turned back and sneered, saying, Chapter 402. The Taisher Library has 4 collections, which are located in the 4 corners of the library. The Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard mainly collects the personal notes of past masters of Yi and rare books of famous scholars. The Tower of Dianhan in the West Courtyard mainly collects the history books of the 100 schools of thought. The Tower of Soaring Yellow in the North Courtyard mainly collects the paintings and picture books. The Tower of Bearing Dao in the South Courtyard is where the lectures of the past 100 years, the Book of Changes, and the old scrolls of the Dayan are stored. Among the 4 collections, Yushu has only been to the Tower of Bearing Dao. However, the one she is most interested in is the Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard. With Xian Lu leading the way, the two quickly arrived at the foot of the Tower of Philosophy. This is a 3-story building with a hexagonal shape, built on a high stone platform. On both sides of the door, there are more than 10 pots of orchids, blooming with pink or yellow flowers. The branches and leaves are very good. Entering, there is an 8-fan painting screen in front of them. Going around it, they see that on both sides of the road covered with a yellow carpet, there are rows of bookcases neatly placed, and there are several figures passing through. Xian Lu introduced to Yushu. All the books and notes in the Tower of Philosophy can only be read in the library, or you can bring your own paper and pen here to copy. It is strictly forbidden to take the original out. Yushu nodded, remembering that Feng Xiaomiao told her before that stealing books in the Taisher Library will be expelled. The two went to the nearest row of bookshelves to look through. Some books are placed in boxes, some are laid flat on the side, most of them are regular manuscripts. There are also some simply bound manuals, the cover wrapped with a layer of oiled paper, clearly marked by the person who organized them later, or named, such as Su Yi's notes, Chu Yizing's manuscripts, or according to the year, such as Baotai's 7th year, Jinming's 13th year, etc. However, the arrangement of the books was a little messy, and there was no specific classification. Yushu flipped through the same bookshelf and found books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and Yili. There were several books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and Yili. She estimates that there are at least tens of thousands of books in this library, but she has no clue how to search. It is very inconvenient, so Yushu asked Xian Lu, why not separate these books according to the Dayan 6 sciences? It is much easier to find. Xian Lu was reading a letter with great interest. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled at her. Only the books in the Tower of Philosophy are scattered like this. I've long heard my 5th brother complain about this. This is also an old custom of the Taisher Library. It's all about fate. If you're lucky, you'll be able to find precious fragments left behind by predecessors on the first day. My luck wasn't good, and I searched for 3 months without finding anything. After saying that, she put down the notes in her hand and said to Yushu eagerly, let's split up. I'll go over there, and you stay here. Maybe we can find some secrets. That's fine. Yushu agreed quickly. In fact, she did not take her words seriously. In his heart, he thought that if it was so easy to find some broken chapter, it would have been packed with people by now, and there wouldn't be so few people here. So he waited until Xian Lu left his sight. She looked through the books on the shelf one by one, and chose the ones that were useful to her. When it was almost noon, she really found a few books. On the other hand, Xian Lu found nothing and came downstairs with a face full of dirt. Yushu closed the notes she was reading and teased her. What did you find? Humph, my fifth brother is right. Those rumors are just to fool people. It's just that people are too lazy to tidy it up. Let's go. Let's go eat first. We don't want to waste time here. Look at you, you're dirty. Go back to the women's dormitory to freshen up. I'll finish these 2 pages and then come back to find you. Yushu was reluctant to give up the notes explaining Yin Yang studies in her hand. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find it next time. After sending Xian Lu away, Yushu stayed alone in the philosopher's tower for a long time. She finished reading a thin notebook of notes before she left reluctantly. She was calculating in her heart that if she went to visit the academician again tomorrow and continued to be rebuffed, she would not go and provoke that fellow. It was not a bad idea to stay here for a while. Yushu had lunch with Xian Lu. Because she was not fully prepared, she could not copy books. She left Taisher Shuyuan in the afternoon. When she returned to the west of the city, she saw 3 or 4 sedans parked across the street from her house as soon as she got off the carriage. She had never seen them before. The manservant who guarded the door moved a stool and sat inside the door. When he saw Yushu coming down, he quickly stood up and ran forward. Miss, you're back. There are guests at home. Yushu was not in a hurry to go in. She first asked who the guests were. The manservant could not tell her clearly. He pointed at the large pile of gifts behind the door and said that they were gifts from someone. Because Yushu had warned her before not to accept gifts from strangers, she just left them there. Most people who came to give gifts had a request. Yushu entered the door in doubt. When she just walked to the door of the living room, several well-dressed figures came out to greet her. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, female fortune teller." Yushu glanced at them. She did not know any of them. She raised her hand to return the greeting and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Someone answered first. "I'm the shopkeeper of Fengxin Chamber of Commerce. My surname is Chun." Shopkeeper Chun. Yushu put down her hand and vaguely guessed the purpose of these people's visit. The others did not want to be left behind. They reported their names one by one. "I'm the shopkeeper of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce, Hu Donglai." The 4 people in front of Yushu were from several different chambers of commerce. They were all shopkeepers. As for the purpose of their visit, she guessed that it was most likely that the masters behind them wanted to recruit her, so they sent them to inquire about her. "Please take a seat inside." Yushu invited them to sit in the living room. She asked the servants to change the tea. After a brief conversation, as expected, these people were just messengers. "Female fortune teller, the big master of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce has heard of your reputation. He admires you very much. He would like to invite you to be a distinguished guest of our Chamber of Commerce. He is willing to give you 500 taels of silver every month. Please take care of us." Shopkeeper who spoke first. Yushu understood what he meant. What distinguished guest? To put it bluntly, he was just a senior consultant. It was just like when she was a guest in Fuan escort agency. But now she was a fortune teller, so her value had increased by more than 10 times. Yushu smiled at him, but she did not agree. She turned to the other 3 people and listened to their purpose of coming. Their words were similar to shopkeeper Hu's. Some of them even offered more generous conditions. 500 taels a month, 6,000 taels a year, and there was no need to pay taxes. Yushu once again sighed with emotion that there were so many rich people in Enling City. She remembered that she used the 6 lines technique to extort 2,000 taels from the Ji family. She was still complacent. But now, her reputation was worth 6,000 taels a year. It was really a person's reputation. The shadow of a tree, that was then, this was now. The 4 people eagerly waited for Yushu's reply. They saw her sighing and smiling. Their hearts were also in a mess. They were afraid that she would choose someone else, but no one said anything to urge her. Although she was a young lady, she dared to challenge Han Wenguang. They had to be careful when dealing with such a character that only appeared once every 10 years. When Yushu regained her senses, she saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. She smiled and stood up. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for helping me to go back and thank your boss." Yushu thanked them for their kindness. "Unfortunately, I promised to help others take care of their business, so I don't have the energy to take care of other things. Please go back." She wanted to study in Taisher Shiyuan. In her free time, she also wanted to help Shui Rui manage the business of Wang Jilu. She didn't want to be tied down by other affairs. She couldn't earn 6,000 taels. She made up her mind. Yushu didn't care how regretful the person was. She sent him away with a few polite words and went back to her room. She just changed her coat and washed her face with water. She heard a servant outside reporting, Mr. Shui is here. He asked you to come to the front to talk." Yushu raised her head from the basin with water flowing down. Yindo hurriedly held a towel, but Yushu grabbed it. She covered her face for a moment, then took it down. She said helplessly, "Serve a pot of good tea. Tell him I will come later." It had been 3 days. She couldn't keep hiding from him like a mouse hiding from a cat. That would be too useless. Shui Rui sat in the living room and watched as the servant went to the backyard to make a report. Initially, he did not expect to be able to see Yushu today, but he did not expect that after a while, the servant came back and told him that it was a piece of good news. It had been 3 days. He thought about Yushu's temper. At most, she would hide from him for 5 or 6 days. If it was any longer, even if he wasn't anxious, she wouldn't be able to stay calm. Therefore, he went to the west of the city every afternoon after leaving the yamen. It wasn't that he had to see her, but it was a declaration to let her know that he had patience. Shui Rui raised his teacup and slowly drank his tea as he stared at the direction of the door. After a short moment, his gaze flickered, and he saw Yushu wearing a robe that was tied at the waist and didn't wear any pearls or jade ornaments, causing her to seem like a young man that could be seen everywhere. Yushu had her hands behind her sleeves as she walked in with an expressionless face, and then she sat down opposite him. "Big brother is so free. You come to my place every day. Is it because my tea is good? Why don't I make a pot for you when you leave? You can take it home and brew it. That way, you don't have to run back and forth." When he heard her speak, Shui Rui wanted to laugh. It had been a long time since she made fun of him. Now that he heard her say a few sour words, he felt comfortable. "Even if I don't have this tea, I still want to come." Shui Rui covered the teacup and put it on the table. He suddenly sat up straight and clasped his hands on his knees. He leaned forward and stared at her. He said, "You know that I didn't come for a sip of tea." Actually, Shui Rui was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Because his eyebrows were thick and straight, his eyes usually didn't appear to be beautiful. However, if he were to stare at someone seriously, it would be very difficult not to be captivated by his gaze. Being stared at like this, Yushu felt the hairs on her back stand. Her face stiffened. Even her breathing became uneven. After enduring for a while, she finally could not bear it. She glared at him and turned her head away to avoid his gaze. She said angrily, "You are allowed to say one thing and do another to deceive me. Can't I be unhappy? I'm not made up of paper. Didn't we have a good talk earlier? Didn't you already give up on me? You even called me brother and sister. It turns out that it was a lie. Now you're saying that you admire me. What can I do with you? What can I do with you? If I play the bad guy and reject you, you won't be able to swallow this anger. It will make me look like I don't have a heart. Since I can't reject you, do you want me to play the good guy and flatter you? People's hearts are made of flesh." Shui Rui sincerely treated her well. She understood. But in the relationship between a man and a woman, how could she give herself to him just because he treated her well? Wouldn't that lose her original heart and become a business transaction? She did not want to hypocritically deal with a person who sincerely treated her. So she could not accept it and could not reject it. When Shui Rui heard Yushu's question, it wasn't difficult for him to sense that she was reluctant to part with the affection between them from her heartfelt words. He thought to himself that his imperceptible influence over the past few days wasn't in vain. Looking at her, his gaze couldn't help turning gentle as he said in a light voice, "Who wants you to flatter me? I've never forced you. I was unable to restrain myself that day, and I didn't want to hide it anymore, So I told you the truth. Ashu, since you can't reject me, why don't you slowly consider me and treat me as an ordinary man? See if I am a person worth entrusting. Hearing this, Yushu slowly turned her head. Looking at his serious face, a corner of her heart was touched. She lowered her eyes and lightly said, Big brother is confused. Whether you are a person worth entrusting or not, it has nothing to do with me. When a man and a woman go on a blind date, especially for a royal family like you, the most important thing is to have a suitable family background. My life is nothing but a poor father and a poor mother. But I am a strong person. If you want me to talk about love with you, how will you treat me in the future? If one day your family arranges a good marriage for you, you won't be able to reject it. Do you want me to bow down to someone else? When he finished listening to her last sentence, Shuirue was slightly stunned, and as he gazed at the self-ridicule that curled up on the corners of her mouth, he suddenly realized something. His eyes narrowed as he exerted force in his hand, and the sound of bones cracking resounded out. He stood up and walked a few steps to arrive before her, and then he lowered his head and spoke word for word clearly. Looks like I didn't make myself clear earlier, and I don't know where I caused you to misunderstand. Listen carefully. If I am in a good relationship with you, I will marry you. Even if you are willing to bow down to someone else, it will depend on whether I agree or not. Such a woman with more backbone than a man, more affectionate and righteous, he respected and liked her. If she promised her life to him, how could he bear to humiliate her? Yushu looked at the hem of Shuirue's clothes in front of her eyes and clenched the armrest. Listening to his cold declaration, she suddenly felt flustered and short of breath. She didn't know why she was sitting on pins and needles. She didn't dare to raise her head and didn't dare to answer. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, it would provoke him to say something shocking. When Shuirue saw that she shrank back, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that he was impatient just now and didn't control his words well. Looking at the situation, if he stayed, he might provoke her to rebel. After hesitating for a moment, he had to soften his voice. Think about what I said. I will go back first. After that, without waiting for her to reply, he turned and walked out. When he was about to reach the door, he paused and turned to look at her. But he happened to see her peeping at him. Yushu turned her face away in embarrassment. Her heart was half dead. Haha. Shuirue laughed loudly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Chapter 403. In the middle of the night, Yushu sits at the table and pinches the bridge of her nose. She puts down the handwritten notes that she has only read a few pages and prepares to change clothes and go to bed. When Shuirue came in the afternoon, he disturbed her so much that she didn't even have the mood to read. She sat there for nothing for the whole night and memorized everything. There were probably not many women in this world who wouldn't be moved after hearing a man swear to marry her. Shuirue asked her to think about it. She thought about it and looked at him purely from a woman's point of view. There was not a single bad thing about this person. He was knowledgeable, elegant, came from a prestigious family, had good looks, and was a loyal person. What was rare was that he could treat her with sincerity. If she met such a man in her previous life, she couldn't think of any reason to refuse him. But in this life, she has to think about it again and again when she meets Shuirue. What kind of family background did Shuirue have? He was a senior statesman of 3 dynasties, the eldest son of the current left minister Shui's mansion, the nephew of the imperial concubine, and a descendant of nobility who called the princes and heirs brothers. He grew up in luxurious clothes and luxurious horses, and compared to a commoner like her who was born in the streets, it was like heaven and earth. She doesn't belittle herself, but with Shuirue's condition, he can even marry a princess. Speaking of which, a year ago, the Shui family intended to marry the Ji family. They liked Ji Xingxuan, so they sent a housekeeper to Yang. At that time, she was roasted by the Ji family, and was chosen to warm the bed. They even asked several masters to look at her together for fear that her fate would offend young Master Shui. Ji Xingxuan's father had to be humble in front of a housekeeper of the Shui family, and didn't dare to speak loudly. It can be seen that the Ji family has high standards. Even the Ji family, which is a local noble family, looks down on them, let alone her, who has no parents and whose mother is a concubine. If one day, she and Shui Rui come to an agreement, and the two families go on a blind date, will the Shui family not give her any face? Will Zhao Hui and her husband not be implicated? Will she be able to tolerate her temper? Not to mention that Shui Rui would protect her. Since when did she want to rely on others to live? Didn't she fight step by step until now? If she was willing to lower her head and admit defeat, would she still be herself? Sigh. Yushu wiped her face and laid on the bed with a heart full of worries. She was still thinking about the gap between her and Shui Rui when she heard the door suddenly being pushed open, and Yundo rushed in. Miss, Madam is about to give birth. Yushu was shocked and quickly got up from the bed. He put on his shoes, grabbed his jacket, and hastily put it on. Without stopping, he ran out. Yesterday at breakfast, she heard He Fengji say that it would be half a month. Now that Zhao Hui was suddenly going to give birth, and she was at an advanced age, it would be strange if she didn't panic. On the 5th day of April, in the early morning, Zhao Hui gave birth to a son. Both mother and son were safe. The He family finally had a successor. Old Madam He was so happy that she cried. She gave a big red envelope to the midwife, and rewarded the servants inside and outside the room. Yushu was also very happy. Along with the old lady's share, she also tipped some money for the wedding. Needless to say, He Fengji didn't sleep for the whole night. Her eyes were red as she stood by Zhao Hui in her son's bed, expressing her gratitude in a low voice. She didn't care if Zhao Hui, who was in a deep sleep, could hear her. Thank you so much, my wife. Thank you for your hard work. I'm so tired. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door and looked around, listening to his silly words. They couldn't help laughing. At dawn, Mrs. Shen brought the wet nurse, who had been asked by Yushu to look at the birth date, into the yard and placed her in the next room. She carefully carried the baby over to breastfeed. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but Yushu grabbed his collar and pulled him away. She urged him to pack his books and send him to school. When Yushu walked him out of the door, Pei Jing happened to rush over with Madame Qin. Last night was so busy that no one sent news to eldest brother-in-law. In the morning, old Madam He reminded them to send someone to report the good news. Mrs. Qin went to the backyard to visit Zhao Hui. As a man, Pei Jing couldn't go in, so he waited for news in the living room. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu away, Yushu came back to drink tea with him. The two sat together and chatted. As they talked about how several chambers of commerce came to invite Yushu yesterday. For chambers of commerce came and offered me 500 taels a month. They invited me to join them, but I didn't agree, Yushu said. Pei Jing was a little surprised. These 4 chambers of commerce are all famous in the capital. 500 taels a month is not a small amount. You don't need to do anything extra. Why don't you go? Uncle, you forgot that I am still the manager of Wangji Building, and will go to Taisher Shuyuan to study. How can I care about other people's business? Besides, they won't give me 6,000 taels a year for nothing. At that time, they will use my reputation to make trouble and delay my study. Yushu explained. Pei Jing nodded. That's right. You understand. That's good. Now you should put your studies first. Don't waste your reputation. Yushu rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, I am a little puzzled. Uncle is the manager of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. I thought you would be the first to invite me. Why are you advising me to help others? Pei Jing twisted his lips and rolled his eyes at her. He said in a bad mood, You are my niece. You are not an outsider. If I have a problem, I will thicken my face and ask you. Why do I need to give you money for nothing? Besides, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce doesn't belong to me alone. Who am I going to do good for? Hearing his straightforward words, Yushu couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself that her uncle was indeed a wonderful person. He didn't seem like a merchant who only cared about profit, but he was actually very clear about everything. As they were talking, He Fengji came out with an unshaven beard. When Pei Jing saw him, he laughed at him and quickly asked his little nephew. Yushu gave up her seat and went to the back to look at her child. The news of the He family's new addition quickly spread to the neighbors. That afternoon, many people sent gifts over. The gifts were not light, and it was obvious that they were here for Yushu, the female fortune teller. Zhao Hui couldn't manage the family's affairs. Yushu didn't go to Taisher Library today and accepted the gifts. Because there were too many gifts, there was no place to put them, so they were all piled up in a storeroom. Yushu had a white and chubby younger brother. She was in a good mood and sat in the living room. She chatted and joked with these aunts without any airs. So this afternoon, the living room was full of people. Those who came early sat and didn't want to leave. Those who came late found a place to stand. It was like a lively market. Yushu saw the scene and secretly thought that it was time to tidy up the house Lu Tin gave her and move the whole family to a more spacious environment. At dusk, Yushu asked a maid to send the last neighbor out. Then, she closed the door and went back to her room to rest. Yun Do came in quietly with a wooden plate. "Miss, Master asked the kitchen to cook chicken ginseng. Madam asked to serve it to you. There is still some time before dinner. You should warm your appetite first. Put it aside. Pour me a glass of water first." Yushu leaned on the bed and was too lazy to move. After sitting for the whole afternoon, her back was sore and her throat was dry. It was not easy to chat with a large group of people. Yushu squinted at the sky outside the window and muttered, "Shuerui better not come at this time." Just as she thought of this, someone outside the room reported, "Miss, Master Shui sent someone to deliver something. I brought it in." Yushu looked outside the door and waved her hand to signal Yun Do to bring it in. After a while, a tube of tea and a note were sent to her. Yushu opened the note and saw the leisurely handwriting. "Recently, I came to drink tea but you disliked it. It is better to prepare foretales and come tomorrow to drink." After reading these 2 sentences, Yushu pursed her lips. In the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. She didn't know whether this person was too self-aware or thick-skinned. She just said something out of anger yesterday, but he remembered it. He even prepared his own tea. Why didn't he just bring a bucket of water and come to her place to boil tea? Yushu smiled as she held the teacup and note in her hand, and she suddenly became slightly more open-minded. A modest gentleman like Shuerui was tactful and sensible. Since he wouldn't make it difficult for her to make a decision, then why should she bind herself in a cocoon and look for trouble for herself? It was better to let nature take its course. "Take it." Yushu handed the tea tube to Yun Do and said, "Next time Mr. Shui comes, use this tea to entertain him." Then, she folded the note and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. She put it together with the silk sleeve and put away her troubled thoughts. The next day, Yushu woke up early to see her little brother. Then, she went out with Yu Xiaoxiu. She sent him to Baichuan Academy on the way, and then headed to Taisher Shiyuan. She waited for Xian Lu in the female dormitory, and explained to her why she didn't come yesterday. When Xian Lu heard that her family had a child, she quickly congratulated her. She searched all over her body and pulled off a silver chain from her wrist. There was a small bell hanging on it. When it was shaken, it would make a clear and melodious sound. "Here, this is for you. This is a good treasure that my 5th brother gave me." Xian Lu proudly shook the silver bell and stuffed it into Yushu's hand. She said, "It is easy for children to meet dirty things. They will be scared and cry. Hang this Qingxin bell on his cradle. When you see him crying, ask the nanny to shake it. It will definitely be useful." Yushu looked at the fine silver bell in her hand doubtfully. She thanked her and put it away. She was more or less curious about the 5th brother that she mentioned several times. "By the way, can you stay here with me tonight?" Xian Lu embarrassedly asked Yushu. "You didn't come yesterday, so I became an apprentice of another old academician in the astrology department. I picked up an errand to record. Tonight, I will go to the observatory. I am afraid to be alone. You are brave enough to accompany me." Yushu thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. I will go home in the afternoon to pack some clothes. I will go with you tonight." Xian Lu saw that she agreed and smiled. Then she thought of something else and pouted. "I didn't want to trouble you, but Yuero listened to her mother and became an apprentice of a Taoist. She got another errand. She is still with that Ji Xingxuan." When Yushu heard this, she was silent for a moment. Then she said nonchalantly, "I see that you don't like Ji Xingxuan. Why is that?" Xian Lu's eyes avoided her question. She turned her head and said, Isn't there a rumor that right adjudicator Ji practiced favoritism during the De Yen examination? How can Ji Xingxuan be innocent? I don't think she is good, so I naturally dislike her. Chapter 404. Xian Lu had been apprenticed to two academicians. One was Academician Dou Lang of the Department of Feng Shui, and the other was Academician Sima Kuei of the Department of Astrology. Both of them were extremely knowledgeable and had held important positions in the Imperial Astronomer in the early years. Due to their advanced age, they had to resign from the study. In comparison, Lu Yuling, who was only 30 years old, was transferred to Taisher Library to teach. It was indeed a little unfair. No wonder many people felt it was unfair for her. Yushu came to the girls' room in the evening. Xian Lu was already waiting for her. At this time, the night was still dark and the stars were not clear. The best time to observe the stars should be after midnight. They went back to their rooms to rest and slept until midnight. At midnight, there was a knock in the study. Yushu got up with sleepy eyes and put on her clothes. She fumbled for the candlestick at the head of the bed and took a wooden comb to temporarily tie her hair into a ponytail. As soon as she finished combing, she heard Xian Lu knock on the door and whispered to her, "Lotus Room, are you up?" "Well, wait a minute." Yushu hung up the cloth bag containing the charcoal and paper and took a lantern out of the room. When she opened the door, she saw Xian Lu standing outside the door with a bulging leather bag in his arms. He was wearing a light-colored cloak to keep out the wind, and he was holding a bright tiger lantern in his hand. "What are you holding?" Yushu whispered to her while locking the door. Xian Lu patted the leather bag in his arms and said, "It's a pole scale and a ruler for measuring angles. You haven't seen it before, right? I'll teach you how to use it later." Yushu had seen Huai Xianzhenren's chaotic sky divination record. She knew that ancient people often used a lot of tools to observe celestial bodies. It was not surprising. "Well, let's go." Taisher Library was very quiet at night. It was spring and the grass was deep. Yushu and Xian Lu walked at night by candlelight. When they passed by the garden pond, they could hear insects and the swaying shadows of trees. Xian Lu was timid. He stayed close to Yushu and did not dare to go far. Suddenly there was a cat's meow. She was so startled that she grabbed onto Yushu's sleeve and refused to let go. Yushu saw that she was about to hang on to her and helplessly said, "Since you're afraid of the dark, why bother asking for this job? Can't you let someone else do it?" Xian Lu felt wronged and said, "Do you think I like it? It's all because many of the students this year have become disciples of the Taoist. There are only 2 new students at Fellow Sima's place, and the other one is a man. The academician assigned me 2 errands. One was to observe the stars, and the other was to go to the Dianhan building to set up a bookshelf. It was both dirty and tiring. I had no choice but to pick this one. You have to know that only by doing a good job and making the academicians satisfied will I be able to get the opportunity to personally guide them. How could I not do it?" This was also a tradition of the Taisher Library. Even if one followed an academician, it did not mean that one would receive the other party's teachings. The academicians would arrange things from time to time. Only by doing a good job would they be satisfied and learn some skills. "Didn't you say during the day that Miss Qin and Ji Xingxuan were also assigned by the Taoist to observe the stars? Will we meet them tonight?" Yushu asked. "No, I've already told Ro to come again tomorrow night." When she mentioned Ji Xingxuan, Xian Lu couldn't help but complain. This year, the astrology department released an empty list. It's all because of the Ji family that many hardworking traders have been delayed. That Ji girl really has the nerve to continue to stay in the Taisher Library. There are still some unreasonable people surrounding her all day, as if she will become the Celestial Commissioner soon. There were many people who knew why the Ji family declined, and why Ji Huaishan was removed from his position, and investigated. However, the cause of this matter was revealed by Yushu, but not many people knew. At least Xian Lu didn't know that the collapse of the Ji family had much to do with Yushu. Yushu smiled and didn't agree with her. The two went around a row of screen walls, and passed by the weeping flower door. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed, and their vision widened. 10 zhang away, A tall stone building rose from the flat ground, standing upright in the night. A wide and long stone path was paved on the flat grass, leading straight to the foot of the stone building. The surrounding air was fresh and the trees were far away. Looking up, one could see the entire galaxy. It was endless and made one feel small. That's the observatory? It was the first time Yushu stepped into this place. Yes, my grandfather said that when the Taisher Library was first built, they first hired skilled craftsmen to build this building. It has been 200 years now. I don't know how many seniors have watched the stars and the moon on that platform. Xian Lu's expression was reverent. Let's go, let's light the lamp first, then I will show you the objects here. Xian Lu excitedly pulled Yushu and went straight to the foot of the stargazing tower. From the north, Yushu held the tiger lantern in one hand and was able to see the stone tower clearly. It turned out that the wall ladder was built on the outside and spiraled upwards on the left and right sides. In the hole in the wall, there was a square light hole. Xian Lu held a match and lit it one by one. The stairs were high and steep. After climbing more than 50 steps, the two stepped onto the platform at the top. It was about 3 or 4 zhang square, surrounded by low parapet walls. On the north side, there were 2 small houses, separated by bamboo curtains. They didn't know what was inside. It was quiet upstairs and downstairs, and the sound of the wind was sparse. Except for the 2 of them, there was no one else. No wonder Xian Lu didn't dare to come alone. Come with me. Xian Lu casually put the leather bag in his hand on the ground and pulled Yushu to the open space between the 2 small houses. It was just big enough for the 2 of them. There was no wall in the middle, and they could see downstairs when they looked down. It was where they had just come up. Look, Xian Lu pointed down and showed Yushu a long vertical stone path on the ground. He said, "That is the sky measuring ruler. There is a sink on it, and when it is filled with clear water, it can reflect the bright spots of the stars in the sky. At different seasons, the positions of the stars in the sky are different, and you can see the length of the stars from the sky measuring ruler." Yushu had only seen some introductions in books before, so she didn't know as much as Xian Lu in this area. The celestial divination relied on the big astrolabe to measure, so these instruments couldn't be used, but it didn't stop her from being interested in learning a thing or two. What's that over there? Yushu pointed to a few heavy instruments at the southeast corner of the platform and asked. Oh, that's the yang instrument, that's the Fangzheng case, and there's also the Shengong overflow. Haven't you seen the illustrated book? Yushu nodded. Then what do we do now? Do we go down and pour water into the sky measuring ruler? Yes, fellow Sima wants me to record the positions of the stars tonight. Xian Lu said shyly. Why don't you go down with me? Yes. Yushu didn't mind walking a few more steps in order to gain knowledge. She held the lantern and led the way. When the 2 of them were halfway down the stairs, Xian Lu suddenly smacked his head and called out to her. I forgot to bring the water ladle. I didn't see it when I was down there, so someone must have left it in the dark room. I'll go up and get it. Wait for me here. The wall ladder was not easy to climb. Xian Lu didn't want to ask Yushu to accompany her up, so he took the lantern from her and went back alone. Yushu stood on the stairs waiting for Xian Lu. She looked up at the nebulous sky and was staring at the North Star in a daze. Suddenly, she heard a scream coming from upstairs. Ah! Yushu's expression changed instantly. She turned around and ran upstairs while shouting Xian Lu's name, Fei Fei. She climbed up the stairs as fast as she could. As soon as she stood on the platform, she looked around and saw Xian Lu sitting outside a stone house. She was crawling out with her hands and feet. The tiger lantern fell to the side and was burning with a dazzling flame. Yushu quickly ran up to help her. What happened? Xian Lu grabbed Yushu's arm and looked at her in horror. Her expression was almost distorted. She pointed at the stone house with a trembling hand and cried in a different tone, inside. Yushu frowned and looked at the direction she was pointing. But there was a bamboo curtain outside the stone house. It was dark inside and she couldn't see anything. Yushu was brave. She patted Xian Lu's back and motioned her to let go of her. She stood up and walked forward. She pushed the bamboo curtain aside. The fallen lantern at the door was still burning. She squinted her eyes to adapt to the darkness in the house. Suddenly, she saw a pair of embroidered shoes hanging in the air. When she looked up, she saw a pale and stiff face, a dead person. Yushu was shocked and then took 2 steps back. The bamboo curtain in her hand fell with a clatter, covering the creepy picture. She instantly got goosebumps. Then she heard Xian Lu's intermittent cry, "Lotus room. What should I do?" She, that seems to be Chao Yuling. Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air, and forced herself to calm down. After all, she had escaped from a pile of corpses. Although she was scared, she wasn't scared to death by the scene just now. Chao Yuling? Wasn't that the lady who quarreled with Xian Lu on the first day they registered at Taisha Shuyuan? Yushu swallowed her surprise and reached out to pull Xian Lu. "Someone is dead. Let's go and call someone. Is there a guard nearby? Get up, let's go." Xian Lu's legs were weak and trembling. She was forcibly pulled up from the ground by Yushu. Although she had no strength, she was more afraid to stay here. She struggled to move her legs and staggered to the stairs. She was so scared that she held Yushu's arm tightly and refused to let go. She almost stepped on the stairs several times, but was pulled back by Yushu. They ran downstairs. Xian Lu no longer had the strength to walk and sat down on the ground. Yushu was anxious, but she couldn't drag her, so she had to shout at the top of her voice, "Help, help." As soon as the shout started, it soon resounded through the quiet night sky. No one knew how many people would wake up from their dreams tonight. Yushu's shout attracted 2 guards who were on duty nearby. They hurried over and listened to Yushu's description. They ran upstairs to check and confirmed that a female student was strangled. They immediately left one to take care of them, and the other ran to call for help. Not long after, people were woken up in the middle of the night and came to the observatory after hearing the news. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, the government got the news. The constables rushed to the place and asked about the situation. They dispersed the nearby onlookers, leaving Yushu and Xian Lu, who found the body first, and the 2 guards who ran first. Chapter 405. Opening a new chapter. In the morning, Xue Rui came to the Supreme Court in a sedan chair as usual. He met his colleagues at the door, exchanged a few words, and entered the yamen. He had just finished a case the day before yesterday, so Xue Rui was free today. He was going to the library to find a few files to read. Just as he walked to the east courtyard, he was stopped by a servant who caught up behind him. Lord Xue, the minister asks you to come quickly." Xue Rui turned his head and followed the servant to see Minister Guohuayan of the Supreme Court. He asked, "What happened?" "It seems that there was a murder case in Taisha Library." Xue Rui was startled. He knew that Yushu was cultivating there, so he didn't want her to get involved. Worried, he hastened his footsteps and soon arrived at the front of the main office. He saw Guohuayan, who was dressed in court attire and was about to leave. "Lord Qingbai, you came at the right time." Guohuayan was relieved when he saw Xue Rui. He beckoned him forward and said, "I just received a report from the yamen that someone was hanged last night in Taisha Library. Go and check it out now. I need to go to court urgently. I will listen to your report when I come back." After saying this, he hurriedly lifted his court clothes and left. Xue Rui didn't waste any time, and he called over 2 guards before changing horses to rush to the Imperial Historian's Library. In a small building not far from the observatory in Taisha Library, Yushu sat alone on a chair. She supported her sore forehead and tiredly glanced at the yamen runners standing guard at the door. Last night, Xian Lu and she found Chao Yuling's body in the small house on the observatory. The guards who heard the news went to report it. Soon, the Shuntian prefecture sent constables over. Without saying a word, they invited her and Xian Lu to this small building for questioning. The questioning lasted until dawn. During this time, the Chao family heard the news and came. They cried and made a fuss, but they could not get Chao Yuling's body back. They were arranged to wait elsewhere. Xian Lu fainted halfway, because of the excessive fright. He was sent back to the women's dormitory. She was healthy and stayed. Her life was at stake. She was cooperative and didn't insist on leaving. "Sir, this way please." Yu Shu raised her head and saw a plump middle-aged man in an official's robe walk in, followed by a bailiff. Yu Shu couldn't recognize the person, but she thought it was the prefectural magistrate. He stood up and heard the bailiff say, "Sir, this is Miss Yu who found Miss Chao's body last night. Miss Yu, this is official Jiang Changji of the Shuntian Manor." The Shuntian Mansion was in charge of the investigation and trial of all the cases in Enling City, except inside and outside the Imperial City. Of all the cases that happened in the capital, the first to be dealt with was the Shuntian Manor. Only then would it be transferred to the Ministry of Justice, which was one level higher. Furthermore, if it involved a heavy punishment, it would need to be reviewed by the Supreme Court. Changji of the Shuntian Prefecture was a subordinate official under the prefectural magistrate. He was ranked 5th rank and was also an important position. Yu Shu knew the identity of the person who came, so she didn't put on airs. She saluted and said, "Master Jiang." That Jiang Changji nodded at her, and sat down across from her with a fierce expression. He opened his mouth and asked, "When did you find Miss Chao's body last night?" Before dawn, Yu Shu had been asked this question more than a dozen times. When she heard it again, she couldn't help but frown, but she still answered truthfully. It was after midnight, about half an hour. Jiang Changji coldly said, "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing on the observatory instead of sleeping? Why aren't you telling me the truth?" When Yu Shu heard this, she almost laughed in anger. She had been sitting here for several hours without a word of complaint. This official Changji, on the other hand, gave her an unpleasant expression as soon as he arrived. Who was he putting on airs in front of? Immediately, Yu Shu lost her temper and her face darkened. "Didn't you ask before you came? I have already told the bailiffs everything that happened. If you don't have anything else to ask, then forgive me for not keeping you company." With that, she stood up and prepared to leave. When Jiang Changji saw this, his expression became even worse. He slammed the table and shouted, "I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Where are you going? Stop me." The two bailiffs guarding the door immediately reached out and blocked Yu Shu from entering. Yu Shu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Jiang Changji. With an expressionless face, she asked, "Are you trying to interrogate me like a criminal?" She was a female fortune teller who was ranked 3rd on the 2 rankings and had a 4th-grade scholarly rank. When she saw an official below the 5th rank, she didn't even need to greet him. As for whether or not she had to listen to a 5th-rank official like Jiang Changji, that would depend on her mood. Jiang Changji was about to speak when the bailiffs behind him hurriedly bent down and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Changji's expression instantly changed. Presumably, he had finally learned of Yu Shu's identity. He looked at her awkwardly. Soft words didn't work, and cold words didn't work. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. After a moment of silence, he said in a strange tone, "Let her go." Seeing that the bailiffs were letting her go, Yu Shu sneered and didn't leave. Instead, she turned around and sat back down on the chair. With one hand supporting her head, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jiang Changji was stunned, and his face twitched. He had no choice but to pull a long face. "This official was impatient just now and offended you. Please forgive me, female fortune teller." Yu Shu lifted her eyelids and then closed them again. She said in a lazy voice, "Didn't Lord Jiang want to ask me questions? Please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Lord Jiang was suddenly depressed. He thought that he had been pestered by his new concubine all night last night, and had just fallen asleep at dawn. Suddenly, he received an order from the prefectural magistrate and rushed to Taisher Library in a hurry. He was in a bad mood, so he had to vent his anger. He had heard of this female fortune teller the day before yesterday. Although she was young, it was said that she was a ruthless character who dared to fight head-on with old Master Han, and did not suffer any losses. She also seemed to have quite a background. Who would have thought that he would offend her today? Yu Shu did not know that Lord Jiang was secretly cursing his bad luck. She had other plans in mind, and it was not because she wanted to vent her anger that she did not leave. Chao Yuling's death was strange. Although the constables did not tell her, she guessed that he did not commit suicide and most likely died an unnatural death. She had seen Miss Chao once before. In her impression, she was a straightforward and shrewd person. As a young lady of an aristocratic family, she must have been valued since she was selected to be sent to Taisher Library. Why did she suddenly want to commit suicide? But if she was killed, why did she die on the observatory and disguise the body as a suicide? What was the murderer's purpose? Chow Yuling's death couldn't help but remind her of another murder case that happened in Taisher Library half a year ago. The death of Xia Jiangying. She was full of doubts about whether there was any connection between the two, so she wanted to stay and see if there was any progress. Just as Jiang Changji was worrying about how to get Yushu to leave, a voice came from outside the building. Reporting to Lord Jiang, Lord Shui, the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, has arrived. Yushu and Jiang Changji looked out at the same time, and saw the handsome Shui Rui, who was dressed in a red official uniform and had a goose hat on his head, walking in with a servant. The former had a strange expression on his face, while the latter hurriedly stood up to greet him. Lord Shui. Although they were both fifth-rank officials, the Supreme Court was one rank higher than the Shuntian Manor, and received direct orders from the emperor. This was why Lord Jiang had to be polite when he saw Shui Rui, not to mention that Shui Rui had other identities. Lord Jiang. Shui Rui and Jiang Changji met face to face. Without giving Jiang Changji a chance to exchange pleasantries, Shui Rui turned around and looked at the exhausted Yushu. He wasn't surprised to see her. Instead, he frowned and said, "Go back and rest first. I already know what happened." When Yushu heard this, she guessed that Shui Rui had asked about the situation on the way here, and then she glanced at Lord Jiang, who had a dazed expression and was completely out of sorts, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is the difference between an elite and a small fry. Shui Rui's appearance meant that the Supreme Court was going to intervene in the investigation. In that case, there was no need for her to force herself to stay here. She could ask Shui Rui for more information later. "All right, I'll take a nap. I'll look for you later." Yushu stood up and nodded at Shui Rui. It should be said that the tube of tea had opened her eyes. When she saw him again after a day, she was able to look at him calmly. When she walked past him, Shui Rui saw that there was a layer of dry skin on the corner of her mouth. He looked back and saw that there wasn't even a pot of tea on the table. He knew that she had been sitting here all night and couldn't help but be annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. After she left, he straightened his face and asked Jiang Changji, who was curious about the relationship between him and Yushu, "When did Lord Jiang come? I heard that the Shuntian Manor received the report 4 hours ago. Why hasn't the Shuntian Manor sorted out the procedures and found only one witness? Where are the others? Where are the people who came to the observatory last night? Why don't I see any of them? Where are the corpses? Have they been examined? Where are the relatives of the deceased?" Jiang Changji was confused by Shui Rui's series of questions. He stuttered and replied, I just arrived and didn't have time to ask." "Umph." Shui Rui gave him a cold look and ignored him. He turned around and walked out. He said in a serious tone, "Go and find all the people who came to the observatory last night. Don't leave anyone behind. Call the coroner to examine the corpses with me." As soon as Yushu touched the pillow, she fell asleep. However, because of the shock, she couldn't sleep well. She had a nightmare and murmured in her sleep. Finally, she woke up with a start, gasping for breath. Phew. Yushu sat up straight and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. After a long time, she calmed down. Then, she felt her mouth was dry. She picked up the teapot on the bedside table and took a few sips. The sun shone in through the screen window. It was bright and dazzling. Seeing that it was already noon, Yushu got out of bed, washed her face, changed her clothes, and knocked on Xian Lu's door next door. No one answered. She thought that Xian Lu must have been taken back home. She turned around and was about to return to her room when she saw a figure walking over with a book under her arm. She narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps forward. Ji Xingxuan obviously saw Yushu, but she only glanced at her. Then she walked to her room and took out her key to open the door. "Do you know the young lady of the Chow family?" Yushu suddenly asked. "She was strangled at the observatory last night." Chapter 406. Guess What did she say to me? Ji Xingxuan slowly turned her head and looked at Yushu, who was walking in front of her. The sun was shining brightly, and the fine hair at the corner of her forehead could be seen clearly. Her slightly bruised eye bags and sluggish eyes made her look a little lifeless. Ji Xingxuan quietly clenched the lock in her hand and said coldly, "What do you want to say?" Yushu suddenly laughed in a low voice. After staring at her as if she had seen through her, she turned to her room and disappeared through the half-open door without saying anything else. Ji Xingxuan's face darkened. She stood there for a long time before she raised her hand and locked the door again. Then she hurriedly left the women's room. Yushu stood by the window and looked at Ji Xingxuan walking away quickly. She was lost in thought. The news of another death in Taisher Shuyuan had been leaked during the day. Yushu sat in a restaurant near the Shuyuan to have a meal. She listened to the discussion of the people drinking next to her and ate plain noodles. She had just seen a dead person last night. If her stomach had not been growling, she would not have drunk a mouthful of noodle soup. Yushu dropped a piece of silver and stood up to leave the restaurant. She walked back to the Shuyuan and went directly to the observatory. She occasionally met a few people on the way. They were whispering about the death last night. Some were afraid, and some were sighing. The atmosphere in the Shuyuan became gloomy overnight. This kind of chaos was also the disadvantage of Taisher Shuyuan. The 18 academicians only managed the teaching, or they would expel students who violated the rules. Apart from that, they did not get involved in other affairs. Even when there was a murder, no one stood up to calm the commotion. Yushu walked through the long Donghuang screen wall and did not see anyone. But she was stopped by 2 officers and soldiers outside the observatory. "Stop. No one is allowed to enter or leave here." Yushu looked at the officer's uniform. It was different from the bailiffs from the Shentian prefecture that she had seen before. She guessed that he was from the Supreme Court. So he stopped and said, "I want to see Lord Shui. Please help me inform him that I was the first person to find the corpse last night." The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and one of them asked Yushu to wait. He went inside to ask for instructions. After a while he ran back and said, "Miss, please follow me." A soldier led the way, and led Yushu into the courtyard. During the day, the stargazing tower was even more spacious. Yushu looked around and saw several officials scattered on the wide lawn, bending down and looking for something. "Look up. There are people walking on the observatory with gray walls and white walls." Yushu climbs up the stairs and sees Shui Rui standing at the door of the hut where the body was found last night. He seems to be thinking about something. "Sir, the young lady is here." The officer's words interrupted Shui Rui's train of thought. He turned his head and saw Yushu. His furrowed brows relaxed. He smiled at her and walked over. "Have you rested well?" "Yes." Yushu glanced at the hut of the dead person. Then she looked around the platform and looked at the people who were looking for clues and said, "Miss Chow was killed by someone, right?" Of course, Shui Rui could tell that this was not a question. So he nodded and did not hide the truth from her. The deceased was strangled with a rope and hung on the roof beam. There were no traces of the corpse being dragged nearby, so it was obvious that the crime happened in that small house. The time of death was between the hours of the C and the hours of the Z. However, after investigation, no one else came to the observatory during this time. The murderer is likely to sneak into the Taisher library in the middle of the night to commit the crime. Unfortunately, the observatory is surrounded by stone slabs and is usually cleaned very well. There is no dust and no suspicious footprints. I deduced that the murderer should be a man who practices martial arts. Yushu hesitated and said, "It is difficult to find the murderer just by knowing this. Is there no other clue?" Shui Rui nodded and said firmly, "The deceased is a girl. She avoided other people and quietly came to the observatory at night. There must be a big problem. I don't know if she was lured by someone or there is another reason. I have sent people to collect the confession of those who know and search the residence of the deceased. We should be able to find some clues." While they were talking, an officer ran up the stairs and took out a roll of paper from his sleeve. He turned to a page and handed it to Shui Rui. "Your Excellency, this was found in the residence of the female student in the library. It was found in the room of the deceased. Please have a look." Yushu tilted her head. and saw a note between the 2 pages of the book. Because of the angle, she could not see what was written. However, she saw that Shui Rui's face changed slightly. He looked up at her with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Yushu asked curiously. Shui Rui did not say anything. He just turned the book upside down and showed it to her, so that she could see what was written on the note. Tonight at midnight, on the observatory platform, admiring the wind and the moon, not talking to anyone else. Yushu was stunned. It was not only because the words Jing Chun were written at the end of the note, but also because the handwriting of the short 18 words was exactly the same as Jing Chen's. "When you entered the deceased's room, did you find anything unusual?" Shui Rui first asked the officer who found the note. The official immediately understood what he was worried about and replied, "Milord, the door of the deceased's room was locked. We broke the door and entered. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone sneaking in. This note should have been placed in the book by the deceased himself." After Shui Rui confirmed it, he turned to Yushu and said, "You should recognize his handwriting. Can you see that it was written by him?" Yushu calmed down and picked up the note to carefully identify it. However, she was not proficient in calligraphy and could not see anything fishy. She had to tell Shui Rui frankly, "It is very similar to his handwriting." Shui Rui's expression turned serious, and he immediately instructed the nearby subordinate, "Find Daozi and invite him over." During the interrogation this morning, he had only heard the news that Jing Chun had gone to the Taisher library to become an academician. Before that, he had not heard any news at all. With the murder case in front of him, he did not have any extra thoughts to worry about Jing Chun. After he sent them away, Shui Rui left 2 people behind to continue guarding the top of the star observatory, and he brought Yushu downstairs. He walked in front of Yushu and asked absent-mindedly, "Shu, what do you think?" He thought that Yushu would defend Jing Chun, but her tone was cold. "When he comes, you can ask him. I am not a constable. What opinion can I have?" Shui Rui turned around to look at her in surprise. When he saw her indifferent expression, he suddenly recalled that a few days ago, after the banquet in Forgotten Opportunity restaurant ended, he went to look for her, but he bumped into Jing Chun, who was sending her back home at the entrance of her house. There was a distance between them, and he didn't know what the 2 of them said to make her so sad. With doubts, Shui Rui did not ask at that time, and he would not take the initiative to mention it now. In short, he had made his feelings clear to Yushu. If he saw her and Jing Chun again, he would not ignore it. Yushu and Shui Rui sat in a small building near the observatory with fragrant tea in their hands. Not long after, a voice came from outside, "Milord, Daozi is here." Hearing the footsteps outside the door, Yushu lowered her head and drank tea. She did not even raise her head. Jing Chun, dressed in a yellow robe and white robe with a jade hairpin in his hair, was quiet and elegant. He looked like a teacher. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the 2 people sitting there. His eyes swept over Yushu, and his expression did not change. He turned to Shui Rui, who stood up and said, "Milord Shui, why are you looking for me?" Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned him to sit down. Jing Chun sat down opposite him and Yushu. He looked at Shui Rui without moving his eyes. Shui Rui's eyes flashed with suspicion. He saw that the 2 people ignored him. It was not difficult to see that the relationship between them was more rigid than he thought. "It's like this," he said. "Last night, a female student was strangled on the observatory. Has Daozi heard about it?" Jing Chun said, "I heard about it when I came this morning." "Then do you know the deceased Chao Yuling?" Shui Rui did not directly mention the note, but first asked another question. "Yes. After I became an academician, there were 37 students this year. Miss Chao was one of them." Jing Chun did not avoid talking about the relationship between her and Chao Yuling. Shui Rui thought for a moment and asked, "Did you have contact with her yesterday?" "I was giving a lecture on the observatory during the day, and she was there." "Then do you know why she went to the observatory in the middle of the night last night?" Jing Chun said without hesitation, "I don't know." Shui Rui picked up the book at hand and took out the note. He handed it to the officer waiting at the side, and asked him to hand it to Jing Chun. He suddenly changed the topic and became fierce. Isn't this written by Daozi himself? As the junior minister of the Supreme Court who had successively solved more than 10 serious cases in a year, Shuirui's observation was sharp and his thinking was meticulous. Most importantly, he had never been swayed by his emotions when investigating a case. Therefore, even though he believed in Jing Chen's character, under the black and white evidence, he did not eliminate his suspicions. Jing Chen stared at the note in his hand and revealed a trace of surprise. Then he raised his head to look at Shuirui and asked in reply, "Where did you get this from? It's actually so similar to my handwriting?" Shuirui said coldly, "This was found in Miss Chow's room. It was confirmed that it was left by the deceased before she died. She was probably killed at the observatory because of this note. Now I suspect that it was you who led the deceased to the observatory with this note. You say that this note was not written by you, but it is empty talk. Do you have any proof?" Jing Chen was pressured by him, but he was not angry. He lowered his head and looked at the note again. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It is written tonight on it. According to the time, it should be the note that Miss Chow received yesterday. I was giving a lecture on the observatory yesterday. Although she was present, there were other students with her. If I wrote a note to her in person or accepted something, it should be seen by others. You can find those students and ask them." Shuirui frowned and said, "How many people were there to see it? Who were they?" Jing Chen thought about it. He had a very good memory and had the ability to remember everything he saw. In just a few days, he had remembered all the students who had paid respects to him. He then slowly said a few names. "Yesterday, I was giving a lecture on the measuring apparatus. There weren't many people who came. There was the young miss of the Qin family, Qin Yuero, the young miss of the Cui family." Yushu listened to Shuirui's successive questions from the side, and she drank until the end of her cup of tea. Yet she didn't interrupt or speak in support of Shuirui, and she seemed as if she had nothing to do with it. She only raised her head and glanced at Jing Chen when he finally spoke of a name. Chapter 407. Congratulations to Alliance Master Qiqing Little Guang. Begging for more pink votes, after recording down the names of the 6 people Jing Chen had named, Shuirui immediately sent officials to summon them one by one to verify their identities with Jing Chen. They sat in the small building and waited. Yushu and Jing Chen ignored each other. Shuirui conversed with Yushu, while Jing Chen sat quietly and looked outside the door, remaining silent. When the sun set in the sky, people were brought in one after another. Without exception, they were all girls. Presumably because of the murder, they were somewhat reserved. Some of them recognized Shuirui and went forward to greet Jing Chen. Because there were still people who hadn't arrived, Shuirui wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, they surrounded Jing Chen and asked questions. For a moment, the sound of chattering filled his ears. It was difficult for Jing Chen to sit there calmly and answer each and every one of them. Yushu watched this scene and felt that it was ridiculous. Just a few months ago, Jing Chen was still the unapproachable Jing Chen. Now, however, he had learned to be amiable and approachable. She pondered inwardly. Jing Chen now had the 10,000 life sacrificial rites on him, which could suppress the outbreak of the Kidu star. As long as his Dao heart wasn't affected, he wouldn't implicate others. Otherwise, this group of young ladies would suffer. As they spoke, the last 2 people arrived. When Yushu saw Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero walk in one after the other, she raised her brows. Ji Xingxuan looked around at the people in the building. When she saw Yushu, she was clearly startled. Qin Yuero recognized Yushu, so she didn't go to Jing Chen's side. Instead, she walked to Yushu's side. She glanced at the opposite side and asked in a low voice, "Lotus Room, why are you here?" Shuirui had sealed off the star observation platform early in the morning, and he didn't allow unauthorized people to enter or leave. So even though the news of a murder case had spread out, no one knew that the corpse was discovered by Yushu and Xian Lu first. Yushu smiled at her and didn't answer. Now that everyone was here, Shuirui cleared his throat and explained the reason for gathering these students. Hearing that Jing Chen had written a note in Chao Yuling's room, the girls were shocked. Very soon, someone voiced out his doubts. How is that possible? Academician Jing has only known Miss Chow for a few days. How could he do something like making a private appointment? Someone else said, yesterday during the lecture, we were all present. Academician Jing didn't speak to anyone alone. When he came, he was the first to arrive. When he left, we watched him leave. How could he have had the chance to give Miss Chow the note? That's right. Milord, you must have made a mistake. That note must have been written by someone else to frame Academician Jing. The girls spoke in unison to defend Jing Chen. Only Qin Yuero didn't speak. She looked at someone thoughtfully, and then lowered her head. Xue Rui unhurriedly had his subordinates pass the note to them. He didn't rush to conclude that Jing Chen was the culprit. Instead, he asked about Chao Yuling. Among you, who had a good relationship with the deceased, when was the last time you saw her last night? Did she mention anything special recently? The girls looked at each other in dismay. Someone said, Chao Yuling was closest to Miss Yin. However, Yin Ting was sick yesterday and didn't come. I last saw her yesterday. It was in the small garden. After dusk, I saw her alone near the pavilion picking flowers. They answered one after another. The last to speak was Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu was particularly concerned about her statement. I'm not familiar with Miss Chow. I've only seen her 2 or 3 times in the library. Yesterday, I last saw her at the bottom of the observatory. It was still early. Xue Rui compared their statements. Yesterday, someone last saw Chao Yuling at the door of the female dormitory. From this, it could be seen that Chao Yuling didn't have any private contact with Jing Chen the whole day. Jing Chen spoke at the right time. Milord Xue, I'm sure you've asked clearly. I didn't give Miss Chow any note. Although I don't know why the handwriting on the note is the same as mine, it wasn't written by me. Xue Rui withdrew his thoughts and looked at Jing Chen. He said in a calm tone, at present, we can only confirm that Daozi didn't personally hand this note to the deceased. However, we can't rule out the possibility that you didn't ask someone else to pass it on your behalf. You are still a suspect. Daozi, please stay in the library for the next few days. To avoid arousing suspicion, suspend your classes and avoid contact with others. I will send someone to follow you. As soon as he said this, Jing Chen frowned. Before he could object, a group of female students who admired Daozi's reputation were the first to protest. They said, Milord, aren't you twisting words and forcing logic? It's just a note, and you want to suspend the academician's classes. How unreasonable. That's right. How can Milord be so sure that the note was written by the academician? Is there no one in this world who is good at copying and creating characters? You don't investigate the real culprit but wrongly accuse a good person. The academician is so pitiful. He was obviously framed. Milord is so muddle-headed. It's that Chao Yuling who has bad intentions. After getting this note, he secretly ran off to have a private rendezvous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died a violent death. Only Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero didn't say anything. The other girls were dissatisfied with Jing Chen's suspension and unanimously blamed Xue Rui. Fortunately, they were all young ladies of aristocratic families with status and background. If they came from ordinary families, they wouldn't dare to speak to an official of the imperial court like this. Xue Rui's expression was normal, but his eyes revealed some impatience. People like Feng Zhao, Miao Ruilin, and the others knew that when Xue Rui wore his official robes, he wasn't the elegant and kind young Master Xue. At this time, he always did things according to the law and treated people bluntly. His temper was also much harsher than usual. Hearing them say more and more outrageous things, and finally involving the deceased, Xue Rui's face finally sank. Just as he was about to open his mouth to rebuke them, he suddenly heard a paw sound beside him. Are you done yet? Yu Shu slammed her palm on the tea table, causing the teacups to shake and silence the room. She coldly said, Young Lady Chow died a violent death. Presumably, her spirit hasn't dispersed and is hanging nearby, watching you. You must speak louder so that she can hear you. At night, she will find you to complain about her grievances. With just 2 sentences, the previously eloquent female students shut their mouths in fright. They all looked around suspiciously, their expressions timid. Jing Chen opened his mouth and glanced at Yu Shu. In the end, he didn't say anything and became silent. Shui Rui lost his temper from this slap of hers, and he glanced sideways at her cold face. In a flash, he recalled her arrogant and untamed appearance on that day in the Forgotten Plain, and his heart started to heat up slightly at an inopportune time. However, there were also people who didn't buy Yushu's words. They faintly said, "Don't do anything shameful. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Female fortune teller, is there a need to scare people like this?" Ji Xingxuan's one sentence revealed Yushu's identity. The female students who didn't know Yushu looked at her in surprise. They thought to themselves, "Is this the female fortune teller who has been in the limelight recently?" Because of her earlier scolding, the few of them immediately had a bad impression of Yushu. Yushu was annoyed by the group of people earlier. She turned around and saw Ji Xingxuan bumping into her. How could she allow her to speak so freely in front of her? Did she really think that she had the magnanimity to not dare to slap her in front of others? Yushu tilted her head to look at Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes flashed and a fierce look appeared on her face. No one dared to look at her directly. "It's fine if they don't recognize me, but you are a 4th grade master. You're a 4th grade fortune teller. Yet you don't have any manners when you see me, a 3rd grade fortune teller. You've been in the Imperial Historian's library for 3 years, yet you don't even know the rules. Who told you to speak to me like this?" With this scolding, the building fell silent. Ji Xingxuan looked as if she had been hit in the head. Although half of her face was covered by a veil, her embarrassment could still be seen. Qin Yuero was the first to react. She lowered her head and stood in front of Yushu. She clasped her hands and bowed. "1st grade fortune teller, Qin sure is rude. I hope that female fortune teller won't blame me." Yushu coldly looked at the other women. Some of them couldn't stand her fierce gaze, but they were hindered by the rules of the Imperial Historian's library and the division of the fortune teller's ranks. They pushed and pulled each other forward and bowed to her. "1st grade fortune teller, Zhao sure is rude. Greetings to female fortune teller." 2nd grade Xianglong, Cui sure is rude. 1st grade fortune teller, Zhan sure is rude. Yushu sat there without moving. She looked at the 5 people in front of her and said, "Mm." She accepted the bow. After the female students retreated to the side, she turned her head and shifted her gaze to the stiff-faced Ji Xingxuan. With a hint of mockery on her face, she said, "Great fortune teller Ji, do you still want me to invite you?" Even though she's only a grade higher, she can still suppress you to the point where you can't even raise your head. Ji Xingxuan gritted her teeth. Looking at Yushu's bossy manner, she had to endure it. She clenched her fists and walked forward with heavy footsteps. She stood in front of her, and under everyone's gazes, she bowed and raised her hands towards Yushu. Her voice was slightly hoarse. "1st grade fortune teller, Ji Xingxuan is rude." "Umph." Yushu snorted. She didn't accept the bow, and just let her bow there. She turned to Shui Rui and said, "Big brother, where were we? Let's continue." As she finished speaking, she picked up the teapot and filled it with half a cup of water. She slowly drank it, and in the blink of an eye, she became an outsider again. Shui Rui almost forgot what he was talking about after her outburst. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed to cover up the fact that he was lost in thought. "When you go back, if you think of anything related to the deceased, you can report it at any time. Before the case is investigated, the observatory will be temporarily closed. In addition, because the murderer is unknown, we don't know if he will continue to commit crimes. It is best for you to be in the company of others. Be careful." As she finished speaking, she arranged for 2 subordinates to follow Jing Chun and monitor him. Jing Chun didn't object. His calm gaze swept past Yushu and the bowing Ji Xingxuan in front of her. He said to Shui Rui, "I'll take my leave first." After Jing Chun left, Yushu saw that there was nothing else to do. She put down her cup and said to Shui Rui, "I'll return to the female dormitory first." Shui Rui stood up and said, "I'll see you off." Yushu nodded at Qin Yuero as a farewell. She glanced at Ji Xingxuan, who was still bowing, and straightened her sleeves. Without another word, she walked out with Shui Rui one after the other, leaving behind whispers. "Phew, I was scared to death. This female fortune teller has such a bad temper. Who asked her to be so much higher than us? This is the Taisher library, and we can't not follow the rules. AI? The female students chattered among themselves. Only Qin Yuero noticed Ji Xingxuan. She watched as she straightened her back with a head full of sweat, lowered her head, and quietly left. Chapter 408. Shui Rui and Yushu walked out of the gate of the observatory side by side. The guards in the courtyard bowed their heads and let them through. Lord Shaoqing. It was dusk, and the sun was setting on the west bridge. The Taisher library was even quieter. The two walked under the empty wall, and their backs were dyed orange by the afterglow. Where do you plan to investigate this case next? Yushu asked with concern. She was not a group of brainless girls. She understood that Shui Rui sent people to monitor Jingchen, not because he suspected that Jingchen was the murderer. However, there was only a note as a clue. It was not easy for Shui Rui to follow the clues through Jingchen. Sure enough, she heard Shui Rui say, I still can't determine the purpose of the murderer's murder. If it was just to frame Daozi, this method is too far-fetched. With Daozi's identity, why would he kill a female student who he had only met a few times? This doesn't make sense at all. But if it wasn't for Daozi, then the note was too real. And the timing was just right. From this, it can be seen that the perpetrator not only knew Daozi's every move, but was also proficient in literature and had martial strength. Combining these three conditions, I suspect that it wasn't just one person who committed the crime, or there was the existence of an accomplice. After Yushu finished listening to Shui Rui's analysis, she had some clues as well, and she pondered for a short moment before saying, I feel that since the murderer was able to avoid the eyes and ears of everyone to send that note to young Miss Chow, and he was able to make her believe that the person who came to the appointment wasn't Jing Qin, then he's an acquaintance. Can we start investigating from this point? Shui Rui looked at her approvingly. Not bad, this is also a clue. You think very clearly. You don't have to praise me. Yushu shook her head and said, I think you have already thought of what I can think of. This murder case is very strange. If you continue to investigate step by step, the progress will inevitably be slow. Why not ask the Celestial Commissioner for advice? If there is someone who is proficient in the art of yin and yang, he might be able to find some clues from the deceased's body. There was a branch of feng shui called the art of yin-yang, which was the only one in the Yishui that could restrain the dead. Among the people, there was a small group of people who called themselves onmyoji. It was said that they could communicate with the dead. However, it was not recognized by the orthodox school of Yi, because the traditional Yi masters believed that when a person dies, his destiny ends. Since there was no fate energy, how could there be divination? Yushu was not superstitious about these things, so she spoke aimlessly. The day before yesterday, she had flipped through a handwritten book in the Tower of Philosophy, which recorded an old story. It said that during the reign of Emperor Shizong, there was once a young supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner who was proficient in the art of yin and yang, and he made the deceased speak in a murder case. Identify the culprit. She really wanted to know if there was such a strange person among the hidden talents of the Celestial Commissioner. Haha, Shui Rui listened to Yushu's words and actually laughed. Under her puzzled gaze, he asked her, have you read the Asking the Underworld story somewhere? Yushu was stunned and nodded. She had read the story of the case solving. It was indeed called the Asking the Underworld story. Shui Rui held back his laughter and said, there is a record of that time in the Supreme Court's archives. If it is spread, people will mistakenly think that there is a strange person who is proficient in yin and yang, and can communicate with the dead. However, they don't know that this is just a trick to lure the murderer. Don't take it seriously. If such a strange person is still alive, why would the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court be needed? Whenever there is a murder case, just ask the Celestial Commissioner to solve it, and I don't have to worry about it now. When Yushu heard the truth, she suddenly felt that she was a little silly to be teased by Shui Rui. She felt depressed. She touched her chin and her eyes lit up. She said, that might not be true. Maybe I can help you. Oh. Shui Rui was interested. What do you want to help me with? Yushu pretended to be mysterious. First, give me Chao Yuling's date of birth and I will tell you later. Shui Rui saw that she was keeping him in suspense and became even more curious. However, he was not in a hurry to find out the answer and nodded in agreement. As they were talking, they walked out of the north courtyard. When they were about to reach the female dormitory, Yushu stopped. You can go back. I want to stay in the library for the night. Shui Rui frowned. Why don't you go home? Yushu then told him about the good news of Zhao Hui giving birth to a son a few days ago. She said, last night, I was close to a dead person and I have bad luck on my body. There is Exine at home and his life is delicate. Don't be offended by me again. I will first send someone to send a message back. I will stay here for a few days and return home after 7 days. No. Shui Rui disagreed. There was a murder case just now and the murderer has not been found yet. Who knows, he might be hiding in the library. You are the witness who found the corpse. Isn't it dangerous for you to stay here? Yushu hesitated. Shui Rui's concerns were not unreasonable. However, she could not stay in the female dormitory and could not go home. Where was she going to sleep for the next few days? I said that you are smart but you are silly again. Can't you stay in the Wangji Lu for a few days? Shui Rui could not help but remind her. Yushu's eyes lit up. She patted her forehead and said, Look at me. How could I forget about this place where I can eat and drink, and have people to serve me? Shui Rui smiled. Quickly go in and pack up. See if there is anything you want to take. I will wait for you here. We will go together. Yushu did not think much of it. She responded and turned to quickly enter the female dormitory. She did not see the sly smile that Shui Rui revealed behind her back. Shui Rui did not change out of his official uniform, so he and Yushu entered the Forgotten Machine Tower through the back door. Just as they arrived at the staircase, they saw Lin Fu jogging up the passageway from the front floor to welcome them. Young master, young lady, Shui Rui instructed. Prepare a table of food and wine. Send it upstairs. He signaled for Yushu to go upstairs first. I will look for you after I change my clothes. Yushu nodded and reminded Lin Fu, the food must be light. Lin Fu agreed. He turned around and arranged for someone to boil water for cooking. Yushu entered the room upstairs. Just as she poured some water to wash her hands, 2 maids, Xiaoqing and Xiaodai, came in with tea. There were clothes in the room. Yushu changed into a pair of clean cotton shoes. She did not change her clothes either. She sat cross-legged on the short couch and peeled bananas to eat. Not long after, Xiaoqing and Xiaodai came to the table with food. There were 3 vegetables, 2 meat dishes, a mushroom soup, and a pot of osmanthus wine. Shui Rui walked in wearing a clean blue gown. He saw that Yushu was holding a cup and drinking wine. She did not touch the food on the table. He could not help but say to her, Why do you drink wine when you are eating? Don't you know that it is harmful to the spleen and stomach? Hearing this, Yushu put down the cup and laughed at him. I only drank 1 cup. I need to calm down first. Otherwise, I will not have the appetite to eat. She said it unintentionally, but it made Shui Rui's heart feel stifled. He sat down next to her and looked at the faint bruises under her eyes that had yet to fade. He secretly blamed himself for being careless. It was only because she appeared too normal, and did not look like she was afraid that he was so engrossed in this case that he neglected the fact that she would not be frightened when she saw a dead person last night. He actually did not say a word of comfort to her. It was not good to mention it again at this time. Shui Rui quietly picked up the wine pot and filled the cup in front of her. He also poured a cup for himself and said warmly, It is not too much to do it once in a while. Yushu raised her eyebrows and did not stand on ceremony. She picked up the cup and clinked it with his. She raised her head and put it in her mouth. The slightly spicy sweetness eased the suffocation in her chest. After 2 cups of wine, she was very sensible and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Shui Rui deliberately avoided the case and took the initiative to ask about Zhao Hui's child. He diverted Yushu's attention and let her eat a few more mouthfuls of rice. After the meal, the plates and bowls were removed. Yushu saw that it was already dark outside and said to Shui Rui, It is late. Are you still not going back? Thinking of this, Shuirui said, I am not going back. I will also stay at Wangjilu. The case of Taisher Shuyuan is now being watched by me. There will be news coming from time to time. It is not convenient to go back to the Fu. I still have to go to Taisher Shuyuan during the day. I can go with you. There was nothing wrong with what he said. It was as if he was staying for official business. If it was a few days ago, Yushu would not think too much. However, the situation was different now. She knew that he was thinking about her. She could not help but be more careful and suspect that he had selfish motives for staying with her at Wangjilu. Shuirui calmly faced Yushu's suspicious eyes and smiled at her harmlessly. He stood up and said, I have asked someone to prepare hot soup. You should take a bath and rest early. See you tomorrow morning. Yushu watched as Shuirui left. She curled her lips and whispered, He is quite good at pretending. Using the hot fragrant soup to wash away the stickiness on her body, Yushu wore a loose cotton robe and leaned on the recliner to let the maid dry her hair. She casually tossed a few copper coins in her palm. It was not a divination. Miss, you should go to bed and rest. Xiao Dai carefully combed Yushu's dry hair and tied it up loosely with a ribbon to prevent her from sweating and sleeping. Well, you two go and rest too. Yushu stretched, got up and sat down on the bed. She waved her hand to let the two maids go to sleep. Yes. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai left a lamp at the head of her bed, closed the door and left. Although Wangjilu was a place where drinkers often gathered, the small building in the backyard was only for distinguished guests. There were few people staying there. Therefore, at night, there was no noise and it was very quiet. Yushu lay on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she kept thinking about the nightmare she had in the women's room during the day. She couldn't help but feel anxious and vaguely uneasy. She felt uncomfortable lying on the bed. So she sat up, put on her shoes, covered herself with a coat and walked out of the room. She gently closed the door. The corridor on the second floor was quiet. Under the eaves of the opposite house, there were a few women's lanterns, which were dim and gentle at night. Yushu stood by the railing and took a few breaths. She felt much more comfortable. She looked at the end of the corridor and walked over with her clothes closed. She planned to go to the courtyard on the third floor to get some fresh air. After going up the stairs and turning the corner, Yushu saw a row of beaded curtains a few steps away. There was a candle behind the curtains and a slender figure was sitting lazily by the railing. His clothes were loose and he was holding a wine pot in one hand. When he raised his head to drink, he met her gaze and they were both stunned. The person behind the curtain laughed first. His eyes flickered with joy. He stood up straight and waved at her, motioning her to come over. Chapter 409. A curtain, a candle, a couch, a pot of wine, a cup and a full moon. Yushu sat on the couch with one hand on her knee, and the other picking up the cup on the incense table. She raised it in front of Shuirui and did not look at his exposed chest and neck. What wine are you drinking? Pour me a cup as well. Shuirui leaned his back against the painting frame. His eyes were slightly tipsy as he casually gathered his clothes and swirled the remaining half a pot of wine. He reached out his hand and poured it into her cup. Hearing the rustling sound of the wine, he was about to be filled when she used the cup to push against the mouth of the pot. His movement stopped and he retracted his wrist. He raised his head and opened his mouth to pour a mouthful of wine. With a soft sigh, he turned his head to look at Yushu and asked in a low voice, "Why can't you sleep?" "My alcohol addiction is acting up and I can't sleep when I'm awake." Shuirui lowered his head to sip the wine in her cup. It was especially spicy and the strong taste made her frown. She smacked her lips and asked in a low voice, "Why can't you sleep?" "My alcohol addiction is acting up and I can't sleep when I'm awake." Shuirui raised the tin pot in his hand to indicate to her. Yushu took another small sip of the spicy wine. Now that they were drinking together under the moonlight, she was surprisingly honest. "I have something on my mind and can't sleep." Shuirui laughed slowly and his eyes flickered. He said, "What are you worried about? How about I guess? If I guess correctly, you will answer my question honestly. How about it?" Yushu said disapprovingly, "Okay, say it." She did not believe that he could really guess it. Half a year ago, the fourth young lady of the Xiajiang clan was murdered. Shui Rui started the topic and paused for a moment. He stared at Yushu's changing expression and continued. You also know about that murder case. Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan exchanged rooms, which was why they were murdered. This is very thought-provoking. This time, the young lady of the Chao clan was also murdered in the Imperial Historian's library. There are many suspicious points, and it just so happened that Ji Xingxuan was involved. You must know some secrets and suspect that Ji Xingxuan is involved in these two murders. Even if she's not the murderer, she's at least an accomplice. You're wary of her. However, he couldn't tell anyone else, for fear of alerting the enemy. Am I right?
Oh.
Yushu was shocked by his words. She raised her hand and took a big gulp of wine, coughed twice, and said in a depressed voice, You guessed it. But if you want to know what secrets I know, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Shui Rui heard this and unexpectedly laughed. Haha, who said I wanted to ask you about this? He switched the wine pot to his left hand and left the railing behind him. He took a step forward, lifted his robe, and sat down in the empty space next to her. He turned his head to look at her, who was right in front of him. He softly called out, Ashu. Yushu tilted her head and saw that under the moonlight, his black hair was messy with a strand of it was tucked behind his ear. He revealed a pair of thick black eyebrows. That pair of eyes with a faint candlelight stared at her. This kind of gaze was too clingy, and she couldn't avoid it. She could only clench the wine cup in her hand and wait for him to continue. If you say that I can't sleep, not because I'm addicted to wine, but because I'm thinking about you, will you be angry? Hearing such explicit words for the first time, he felt a chill down his spine. Yushu's heart skipped a beat and she felt her face burning hot. But under his unwavering gaze, she pretended to be calm. Her apricot eyes widened as she stared at him. Her tone was not friendly as she asked, If I'm not angry, then should I be happy? Shui Rui's eyes had a smile on them as he said in a low voice, I naturally hope that you will be happy. Yushu discovered that the person in front of her was even more thick-skinned than her. She was momentarily speechless. With a hung sound, she raised her hand and poured the rest of the wine into her mouth. She licked her lips and stood up. Just as she took a step forward, her wrist was grabbed by him. Where are you going? Shui Rui raised his head to look at her. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol. His words and actions were not as restrained as they were during the day. Being wrapped by his warm fingers, Yushu twisted her wrist uncomfortably and tried to pull her hand out. But after a few attempts, he only tightened his grip. Seeing that he was a little drunk, she pulled a long face and said to him, Where do you think I'm going? Of course, I'm going to sleep. Shui Rui smiled again and looked happy. Holding her hand, he exerted a little force and stood up from the couch. He flicked his sleeve and extinguished the candle on the incense table. Yushu couldn't stop him in time. Her vision went dark as he pulled her hand and walked out. Hey, what are you doing? Together. I'm also going to sleep. Let go. I'll walk by myself. It's dark. You won't fall if you can't see the way. I can see. You can't see. I said I can see, so I can see. Let go. Don't. As she listened to such an unreasonable conversation, Yushu suddenly could not help but laugh out of anger. As she walked along the dim passageway, she stared at the blurry yet tall figure in front of her, and confirmed that Shui Rui was drunk. He had always been steady and reliable in front of her, so when had she ever seen him acting so childish? Big brother. She was not angry. Of course, she didn't think there was anything to be happy about. The next day, Wangji restaurant did not sell breakfast. It usually opened after 9 o'clock in the morning. So early in the morning, there were no idle customers in the restaurant. Yushu and Shui Rui sat in the hall of the front building and had breakfast. They occupied this square table. There were 2 trays of crystal steamed dumplings, a stir-fried shredded golden bamboo shoots, 2 bowls of pearl porridge, and a cup of sobering tea on the table. These were specially ordered by the kitchen by Yushu, who woke up the earliest. Shui Rui drank the sobering tea and cleared his throat. When he saw that Yushu was only focused on eating with her head lowered and did not pay any attention to him, he had no choice but to find something to talk about. Did you sleep well last night? Yushu looked up at him and said, Not bad. What about you? Don't you have a headache after drinking too much? Shui Rui shook his head. Just a little dry throat. Well, let's drink more tea today. After last night, facing Yushu's indifferent attitude, Shui Rui inevitably felt a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. At least she was still in front of him, and did not avoid him. After dinner, they took the same carriage and went to Taisher Shuyuan together. On the way, Shui Rui asked about Yushu's apprenticeship. He knew that she had not been able to be apprenticed to an academician until now. It was not difficult to guess that it was because she had offended Han Wenguang. Shui Rui gave her an idea. Han Wenguang has been prestigious for a long time, and his words are very important in Taisher Shuyuan. Many academicians are on good terms with him, so it is not surprising that he refused you. However, Taisher Shuyuan is not dominated by him. As far as I heard, academician Fang Zijing of the Department of Eccentric Arts has a bad relationship with him. They have been enemies for a long time. Since you are the second place of this year's Department of Eccentric Arts, why not go directly to him? I think he will be very willing to teach you as a student. Fang Zijing. Yushu remembered the name and asked him, How do you know so much about Taisher Shuyuan? How many things in Anling City are there that I don't know? Shui Rui asked rhetorically. He did not take credit for it, saying that he had inquired about it for her earlier. The carriage stopped at the door of Taisher Shuyuan, and the two got off one after another. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard someone call behind them, Miss you. Yushu turned her head and saw a familiar-looking maidservant trot over, and stood outside the door. The maidservant took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Yushu. This is what our young miss told me to give to you. When she got closer, Yushu recognized that it was Xia Mingming's servant. She took the letter and saw that the seal was covered with wax, so she was not in a hurry to open it in person. She said to the maid, Go back and tell your young miss that I will visit her in 2 days. After the maid left, Shui Rui asked curiously, Whose letter is it? Yushu motioned for him to go to the inner courtyard. As she put the letter away, she told him, It's the 5th miss of the Xiajiang family, Xia Jiangmin. Shui Rui knew who Xia Mingming was, and was not interested in the affairs of the girl's family, so he did not ask more. Yushu was concerned about the progress of the case, so she was not in a hurry to find academician Fang. She first followed Shui Rui to the observatory. As soon as they entered the courtyard, an official ran forward to report. Reporting to Your Excellency, we were on duty last night and did not find any suspicious people. We also searched the observatory inside and out, but did not find any suspicious traces. Yushu was not surprised by this situation. Seeing that there was nothing to stay here, she said to Shui Rui, I will go back to the female dormitory and bring a gift to visit academician Fang. The two agreed to meet at noon, so Yushu left alone. After returning to the female dormitory, the first thing she did was to take out Xia Mingming's letter. She tore off the seal and took out the only piece of paper inside. She lowered her head and glanced at it. Even though she guessed that there must be something important in the letter that Xia Mingming specially sealed with wax, she was still shocked by the content of the letter. The letter said, Ashu, I had a nightmare the day before yesterday. It's not convenient for me to write. Come and see me quickly. Xia Mingming's handwriting was sloppy. If this letter was seen by others, it must be difficult to understand the meaning. It was just a nightmare. Why was he so flustered? However, Yushu knew that Xia Mingming had the strange ability to dream life and death. After seeing the 2 short sentences in the letter, her face sank. Yushu made a prompt decision. She felt that it was more important to see Xia Mingming. She crushed the letter and soaked it in tea. She locked the door and hurriedly left the female dormitory. In the morning, it was Lao Chue who drove the carriage. When Yushu went out, Shui Rui's carriage was still parked on the opposite side of the road. She didn't have to run for a while. Yushu pointed out the location of Xiajiang's house, and asked Lao Chue to take her there. When they were about to arrive at Xia Mingming's house, the road was blocked by carriages in front of them. Yushu heard the sound of gongs and drums outside. She thought that something had happened. She lifted the curtain and heard Lao Chue said in surprise, "Miss, it seems that there is an imperial edict." Yushu looked at the bustling scene not far away and realized something. She jumped out of the carriage and hurried to Xiaozhang's house with some neighbors who heard the news and came out to see what was going on. Through the guards outside the door, she saw several rows of Xiaozhang's servants kneeling in front of the gate. Bang! Chapter 410. The results of the Gold Division were released on the 12th of the 4th month, and the Twin Sons gathering was about to end in a few days. However, the princes had already decided on the day of the results of the Great Calculation Division, and the 9th prince, Lu Tan, was the one who had the last laugh. On the morning of the 7th day of the 4th month, the imperial edict first arrived at Cheongyu-lu, conferring Lu Tan the title of Prince Jing, ordering him to leave the palace and build his own mansion, skipping over the imperial prince's mansion, and directly building a duke's mansion. Lu Tan became the third among the many princes to be conferred the title of king, 8 years earlier than the fourth Prince Jia, who was conferred the title at the age of 24, and 3 years earlier than the seventh Prince Ning, who was conferred the title at the age of 20. Temporarily disregarding the turbulence on the river of Chunlan, not long after Lu Tan was bestowed the title of Wang, another edict arrived at the Xiajiangbi guest house in the north of the city. The daughter of the head of the Xiajiang family, Xiajiang Min, was to be Jing Wang's Zhufei, and a date was to be chosen for the wedding. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiajiang Min got up from the ground with the help of a maid. She stepped forward and took the imperial edict from the eunuch's hand. Then she heard people congratulating her. She knew this day would come. She held the heavy gold foil scroll and stood under the sun. She was still absent-minded for a moment. The position of fourth sister, who was supposed to be dead, was replaced by her. Xiajiang Helang stepped forward to greet the people from the palace. Seeing the crowd of onlookers outside the door, he waved his hand to signal the servants to send his daughter back to the backyard. At the same time, Yushu, who was squeezed outside the door, saw Xia Jiangying turn around and leave with the crowd. With a complicated expression, she retreated to a tree across the street. When the crowd in front of Xiajiang's guest house had died down, she quickly walked up before the door was closed. Xiajiang Helang was talking to two stewards in the hall when he heard a servant report from outside. Reporting to second master, "Miss Yu is outside and wants to see fifth young Mississippi." Yushu had been to Xiajiang's house a few times. There were people at the door who recognized her. Normally, they would have invited her in for tea, but today was different from the past. When Xiajiang Helang smelled that it was Yushu, he hesitated for a moment and then ordered, "Go and inform the young miss first. Take Miss Yu directly to the inner courtyard, and don't neglect her." "Yes." After 10 minutes, Yushu followed a maidservant to the backyard of the guest house and entered a boudoir. At first glance, she saw Xia Jiangmin sitting on a tea chair waiting for her. She had changed into a pink lotus dress with butterfly sleeves and beautiful hairpins. She was exceptionally beautiful today with a thin layer of powder on her face, but her eyes were a little dim and listless. "Ming Ming." Hearing the voice, Xia Jiangmin came back to her senses. When she saw Yushu walking in, she quickly got up to greet her. "Ashu, you're here." Yushu saw that there was no joy on her face, so she didn't take the initiative to congratulate her. She put one hand on her shoulder, avoided the maids behind her, and asked in a low voice, "I received a letter from you this morning. What happened?" Xia Jiangmin's expression changed. She turned her head and delicately instructed the people outside. "I want to whisper something to Miss Yu. All of you guard the door. Don't serve the refreshments. Who dares to barge in? Be careful, or I'll punish you severely." After saying that, she motioned for Yushu to go upstairs with her. The second floor wasn't big. After walking through the stairs, there was a flower arrangement hall. Ancient vases, calligraphy, paintings, flowers, and silverware were all arranged according to feng shui. Xia Jiangmin took Yushu to sit side by side on a chaise longue. Under Yushu's suspicious gaze, she bit her pink lips and nervously said, "I took a nap yesterday and was haunted by a nightmare. In the dream, I dreamed of a dead person and saw a woman. She was pushed down from a tall building and fell to her death. This time, I saw her back clearly. That woman seemed to be wearing the regular clothes of a female student from your Taisher library. I was afraid that something had happened to you, so I hurriedly sent someone to find you. Xia Jiangmin could dream of death, but there were no signs of it. She often dreamed of people she didn't know, but it was just a hazy scene, which was of no help at all. Therefore, even though she had such a strange talent, she was not valued by the Xiajiang clan, who had the legendary technique of sensing dreams. Just like this time, although she had a dream, she didn't know who it was. She could only judge that it was someone from Taisher library from their clothes. Knowing that Yushu was now in Taisher library, she hurriedly found her to discuss it. Chao Yiling had just died 2 days ago. When Yushu heard that Xia Jiangmin had dreamed of someone being killed in Taisher library again, she was shocked and asked, "Tell me in detail. When was the woman who fell from the building in your dream killed? Are there any other characteristics?" Xia Jiangmin recalled and didn't look good. It should have happened at night. It was upstairs, and there was a lamp hanging at the end of the corridor. I saw that the woman was wearing the same clothes as my fourth sister. They were both tailor-made clothes from Taisher library. However, my fourth sister was wearing a light yellow shirt at that time, and that woman was wearing pink, so I couldn't see her face clearly. Oh yes, she had a pink begonia on the back of her hair. Yushu looked suspicious and said, "Did you remember correctly? As far as I know, there seems to be no red or pink in the regular clothes of the female students of Taisher library." In the past few days, she walked around in the academy and saw that most of the female students in the previous years liked to wear regular clothes to show their identity. There were light yellow clothes, pea green clothes, and even moon white clothes, but she had never seen pink clothes. What about the new female students who were admitted this year? What style of clothes are they? Xia Jiangmin asked. They were measured on the day of admission, but they haven't been issued yet. Yushu frowned. After saying this, she and Xia Jiangmin were silent. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiangmin looked at Yushu with a worried face and warned, "Anyway, you must be careful." According to her dream, the woman who was pushed down the building was most likely a new student this year. Yushu said in a low voice, "What about the murderer? What do you remember?" Xia Jiangmin shook her head. "I only saw a black shadow reach out from behind and push her down." After all, it was a dream. Xia Jiangmin's memory was limited, so Yushu couldn't ask more. She couldn't help but sigh. Xia Jiangmin smiled bitterly and said, "It's all my fault for being useless." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yushu interrupted her. "It's already amazing that you can predict this in advance. To tell you the truth, someone died in Taisher library the night before." Ah. Xia Jiangmin didn't expect to hear such bad news. Yushu then told her about the murder that happened on the observatory. When she said that she and Xian Lu were the first to find the body at night, Xia Jiangmin couldn't help but clench her hand. She didn't say anything for a long time until Yushu finished. Yushu found that her face was pale, and thought that she was scared. She shook her and said, "Ming Ming." Xia Jiangmin took a deep breath and sniffed. She lowered her head sadly. "I think of my fourth sister again. Miss Chao is the same as my fourth sister. They are both poor people." Xia Jiangying's death was indeed tragic. Yushu didn't know how to comfort her. She could only pull her hand out and pat her weak shoulder. She didn't deliberately mention that she was now living in the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. The two sat quietly for a while with their own thoughts. After Xia Jiangmin calmed down, she wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and said to Yushu seriously, "You also know about my fourth sister's death. You and I know how many strange and unjust things are buried in it. Seeing that something is going to happen in Taisher library, you must be careful of those villains." Speaking of this, her expression changed and her eyebrows suddenly became firm. "Today the imperial edict has come down. My marriage with the 9th prince is a foregone conclusion. It will be more difficult for me to go out in the future, so I can't help you for a while. However, there is still a long way to go." Yushu looked at Xia Jiangmin, who spoke in a meaningful tone in front of her. She could still vaguely see the shadow of the arrogant and naive girl in the past, but she didn't know when it began to fade away. At noon, Yushu declined Xia Jiangmin's kindness. She didn't stay in Xia Zhang's guest house for lunch. She went out to find Lao Chui's carriage and rushed back to Taisher Library. Xue Rui met several academicians and several students who had interacted with Chao Yuling in the morning. After asking about some things, he met Yushu on the way back to the observatory. Xue Rui saw Yushu passing through the corridor from a distance. He quickly walked a few steps and called her. Yushu was thinking while walking. Hearing Xue Rui's call, she turned around and saw him passing through the garden. She stopped and waited for him to come closer. She habitually called out, "Brother." Xue Rui waved his hand to dismiss the two bodyguards who followed behind him. He walked to the side of the corridor without an exit. Separated by a fence, he asked her, "How was it? Did you see Academician Fang?" "I didn't go this morning." Yushu saw Xue Rui's suspicious look. She hesitated and told him, "I went to Xia Zhang's guest house." Xue Rui then remembered that Yushu received a letter at the entrance of the library in the morning. He asked with concern, "Did something happen?" Yushu shook her head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just a false alarm." Yushu couldn't be blamed for hiding the truth from Xue Rui. Xia Jiangmin's innate talent of dreaming and living was a secret, and there weren't many people in the entire Xiajiang clan that knew about it. As someone who knew about it, it was even more impossible for Yushu to easily tell others about it without the permission of the person involved. She lied without batting an eyelid. Xue Rui did not think much of it. "It's good that you're fine. You can go visit Academician Fang tomorrow morning." Visiting Academician Fang was important. Most of the new students did not know the rules. If they went to visit Academician Fang in the afternoon, it would be disrespectful. Yushu agreed. She thought of another matter and changed the topic. She said, "Oh, that's right. When I went to Xia Zhang's guest house, the palace issued an imperial edict. His Majesty has arranged a marriage between the 9th prince and the 5th miss of Xiajiang. I heard that the 9th prince has been bestowed the title of Wangya. When did this happen?" A prince being bestowed the title of Wangya was a big deal. Her performance at the Double Suns gathering could be considered as a contributor to Lu Tan's promotion. Logically, such a big deal should have been heard of. Xue Rui was not surprised when he heard this. He seemed to have expected it. He said calmly, "It should be an edict issued today. You just happened to run into it. Presumably, the 9th prince will send a letter to inform you of this good news later." The affairs of the world were impermanent. Some people cried and some people laughed. The body of the person died and the bones were not cold yet on the other side. Yushu was sighing with emotion in her heart. Yet in the blink of an eye, she saw Xue Rui pass a piece of paper made of wood to her. "What is this?" "The birth date of Miss Chao. Didn't you say you would help me investigate the case?" Yushu raised her head and looked at Xue Rui's slightly playful expression. It was obvious that he didn't believe that she could do anything to this dead man's horoscope. She raised her eyebrows and caught that piece of paper with 2 fingers. Chapter 411. In the afternoon, Xue Rui first went to the Supreme Court to report the case, while Yushu stayed in the Wangji Tower and studied Chao Yuling's 8 characters of birth. Her law of time of calamity was different from ordinary disguise. Even if a person died, she could still calculate the disasters that the person had experienced during his or her lifetime from the 8 characters of birth in this life. It didn't take long for Yushu to calculate a series of disasters from the time of calamity a few days before Chao Yuling was killed. As expected, the result of the calculation was almost the same as her previous guess. Chao Yuling first committed the disaster of love, and then she was targeted by a villain. So she suffered an undeserved disaster, which led to a fatal disaster. She couldn't escape. Committing a disaster of love and committing a villain were both kinds of crimes. In the examples of time of calamity collected by Yushu, they were relatively common. Usually, if one of them was encountered alone, it would not be life-threatening. However, when 2 disasters met, it could easily lead to death. The day of Chao Yuling's disaster of love happened to be the day when she entered the Taisher Library in April to pay respects to the academician. It was not difficult to guess that this disaster of love was caused by Jing Chen. This also explained why she sneaked to the observatory in the middle of the night, just because of a note that imitated Jing Chen's handwriting. And the villain should have discovered Chao Yuling's feelings for Jing Chen, so he made good use of it and lured her with a note. This was the first time Yu Shu had used the law of the time of calamity on a dead person, and the effect was better than she had expected. This was because not only did she deduce the entire process of how Chao Yuling brought about her death from the time of calamity, she also came to a crucial conclusion, which was something that both Shui Rui and herself were uncertain about. The murderer's target was indeed Jing Chen. Just when Yu Shu was lost in thought because of this conclusion, the maid Xiaodia's crisp voice came from outside the door. "Miss, the young master is back. Please come downstairs for dinner." "Got it, I'll go down later." Yu Shu folded a few pieces of paper on the table and put them into her sleeves. She washed the charcoal ink on her hands and went downstairs to find Shui Rui. At this time, the sky is dark and the room downstairs has already been lit. Yu Shu enters the room. Shui Rui had just changed his clothes and was tidying up his sleeves as he walked out of the inner room. "Big brother, take a seat." As soon as he sat down, Shui Rui asked, "I heard that you stayed in the room for the whole afternoon. Did you figure out anything from Miss Chao's horoscope?" Yu Shu nodded and said, "I was about to tell you." Shui Rui asked casually. He knew that she would not speak without thinking. His curiosity was aroused again. Looking at her slightly tired face, he did not rush to ask. Instead, he said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk later." "Yes." The dishes were served. These few meals were mainly light. Although Yu Shu didn't have much of an appetite, she still ate until she was 70% full. After the meal, Shui Rui asked the servant to tidy up the study next door. He put on a tea table, fragrant tea, and a plate of fragrant fruits. Then he and Yu Shu moved over to talk. The two sat on a horizontal couch. There was a small carved square table in the middle. Shui Rui put one arm on the table and poured tea with the other hand. The small flower and bird cup emitted a white mist of tea. He squinted his eyes and sniffed it. Then he put the cup in front of her with 2 fingers and asked, "What did you find?" Yu Shu put her hand on the slightly warm cup and said while thinking carefully, "I'm sure that Miss Chao's death was innocent. The murderer chose Jing Chen as the target. It was also because she admired Jing Chen, so it was convenient for her to use him." Hearing that she was so sure of her conclusion, Shui Rui couldn't help but ask, "Why do you think so?" Yu Shu raised her head and looked at him. There was a trust in her eyes that she didn't even realize. "In fact, I know a strange skill. I can calculate the birth date of the dead, and know something about them when they were alive." Shui Rui was a knowledgeable person. When he heard Yu Shu's claim, he was immediately surprised. Yesterday, they talked about the strange skill of yin and yang and laughed at it. But today, she told him with certainty that she could calculate the birth date of the dead. For a magistrate like him who dealt with murder cases and dead people all day, it was like a thunder on the ground. He was speechless for a moment. Yu Shu thought that Shui Rui didn't believe her. In order to prove that she was not lying, she put down the teacup, stood up and walked to the desk. She took a pen and paper and turned back to him. "Brother, you have dealt with a lot of murder cases. I often read the case files of you, so there must be a few cases that are still fresh in your memory. Whether it was a murder or an accident, you might as well tell me the birth date of the dead person and the date of death. I can immediately infer the cause of death." Actually, it wasn't that Shui Rui doubted Yu Shu's ability. However, the things she spoke of were things he'd never heard of, and it had indeed caused him to be surprised. While he was doubtful, he told her the horoscope of a deceased person. There was a dead person whose birth date was on. He looked at Yu Shu who was facing him and writing on the paper. He didn't say a word, but he was very nervous. After about a cup of tea, he suddenly saw Yu Shu stop writing. He couldn't help but sit up straight. If the birth date is right, this person was not killed. He should have drowned himself. He either fell into a lake or a river, or jumped into a well. Yushu turned her head and looked at Shui Rui, who was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but smile. She blinked at him and asked a question even though she already knew the answer. Am I right? Shui Rui was speechless for a while and said in a deep voice, You calculate again. There was a dead person who died on the 5th day of the 7th month last year. The birth date was... Yushu curled her lips and continued to calculate. After another cup of tea she said, This person lost his life for money. He was murdered by a sharp weapon. Such an accurate deduction could be said to be a coincidence if it happened once, but it was inconceivable if it happened twice. Shui Rui took a deep breath, and as he gazed at Yushu, who had a relaxed expression, the astonishment on his face slowly faded away, and he fell into deep contemplation. Yushu casually scribbled on the paper on the table, threw the pen away, walked back to his side and sat down. She drank the cup of cold tea in one gulp, leaned sideways on the coffee table, supported her head with one hand, and looked at him with a half-smile. Now you believe me? Shui Rui couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw her. I've always been curious. Who is the master who taught you? It wasn't that he didn't want to know about Yushu's experience of learning E. It was just that she was very wary of it, and seemed to be a taboo. He didn't dare to ask too much because he was afraid that it would raise her guard. I'm also curious about who he is, Yushu muttered softly. Taoist Qingzheng's origin was still a mystery, although her time of calamity law was coincidentally obtained by her. The foundation was built on the mystical algebra mnemonic formula that Taoist Qingzheng taught her. In other words, if she hadn't met Qingzheng, she wouldn't be where she was today. One shouldn't forget one's roots. What did you say? Shui Rui didn't hear her muttering clearly. Yushu shook her head. She didn't want to fool Shui Rui like she did with Lu Yi. So she told someone about Qingzheng for the first time. It's natural that you're curious. With my background, poor aptitude, and bad fate, if I hadn't met Master in Yang City, who knows where I would be living my days. It's a pity that he hid his identity and told me an alias. He didn't allow me to tell anyone about him. We were separated in Yang City. Master wandered far away, and I don't know where he went. I can't tell you about him clearly. Shui Rui was already surprised to hear her talk about this experience. How could he ask for more? Seeing that she was unhappy, he considerately changed the topic. It's okay if you can't tell me clearly. Didn't we just talk about the murder in the library? Go on. Yushu came back to her senses. She put down her hands and sat up straight. She said seriously, As I said before, the murderer's target is Jing Chen. That's why he chose a female student who was in love with him. Miss Chow was plotted against by a villain. She went to the appointment because of that note. Based on this deduction, regardless of who the man who knows martial arts is, I'm sure that the person who passed the note to her is someone from the Taisher library. Firstly, he has seen Miss Chow. Secondly, he must have seen her feelings for Jing Chun. Speaking of this, her voice suddenly became cold. Miss Chow is a new student this year. Jing Chun is a new academician this year. They have only met a few times. Their love affair only happened in these few days. The person who has such eyesight to detect it must be someone who is proficient in physiognomy. Shui Rui's face darkened. His eyes suddenly became fierce. The person in his mind was clear. It's her. Yushu played with the flower and bird mug and smirked. Brother, why don't you go and check tomorrow? Among the more than 30 students who have been apprenticed to our Taoist, how many of them have the ability to know their hearts just by looking at their faces? A fox would always show its tail. She liked to do this kind of thing. After being instructed by Yushu, Shui Rui went to the Taisher library early the next morning. He sent someone to find Jing Chun to collect his confession. At the same time, Yushu was carrying 2 cups of good tea. She was inquiring about the location of Academician Fang's lecture in the inner yard. She had to finish the admission before the pink uniform was distributed. Only then could she focus on what was going to happen next. Yushu went all the way to the east side of the garden. She walked across a small bridge and a stream. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a zither. From afar, she saw a pine tree surrounded by more than a dozen mats. There were men and women sitting there quietly, listening to an old man in gray playing the zither under the tree. The sound of the zither was very strong. It was not good or bad, but Yushu thought it was not bad. Knowing that the old man was Feng Zijing, Yushu did not want to interrupt the sound of the zither. She stood at the end of the bridge and waited for him to finish playing. Who knew that the sound of the zither would continue for a long time without stopping? Seeing this, Yushu's legs were tired. She looked around and retreated to the pier of the bridge. She used her sleeve to wipe away the dust and sat down. Clang! The sound of the zither rose and stopped abruptly right after she sat down. She looked suspiciously under the tree and saw that the old man had stood up without her noticing. He waved his wide sleeves and pointed his finger at the bridge, shouting in a loud voice, "You little boy, come here." Chapter 412. Yushu trotted to the tree. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes, she bowed to the old man under the tree. As soon as she lowered her head, she heard the old man say angrily, "I was playing the guqin just now. Why were you sneaking on the bridge?" Yushu was speechless. Since when was she sneaking around? "Academician Feng, you misunderstood me. I am a freshman this year. Today, I came to see you. I happened to hear you playing the guqin. I was afraid to disturb you, so I waited on the bridge." After listening to Yushu's explanation, Feng Zijing looked much better. He put his hands behind his back and looked at her. Then he narrowed his slender eyes and said, "Are you Hyde one on this year's list of strange arts?" Yushu raised her head in surprise and looked at the old man with a slightly hunched back, gray hair, and a goatee. He looked ordinary. She had never seen him before. How did he recognize her? "Yes, I am Yushu." Yushu thought that Academician Feng was said to be against Han Wenguang. The good thing she did at the end of last month in Wangji building had probably spread in Taisher Library. This old man should have a good impression of her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she admitted it, Feng Zijing pulled a long face and shouted in a deep voice, "So you are the arrogant female fortune teller who has no respect for her elders." As soon as Feng Zijing lost his temper, the students who were originally sitting around got up one after another. One by one, they lowered their heads and stood aside in silence. Feng Zijing, who was over 60 years old, was the old master of the Feng family, one of the 12 aristocratic families in Anling. 30 years ago, he was a famous Great E master in the top 3 lists in the capital. In terms of background, only 2 of the 18 academicians in the entire Taisher Library could compare with him. Being pointed at and scolded for no reason, Yushu frowned. Seeing Feng Zijing's fierce eyes and angry face, she felt confused and stared at him for a few times. Then she took a step back and raised her hand. "Yushu is not talented. I don't deserve your praise of arrogant and disrespectful." "What? Did I accuse you wrongly?" Feng Zijing said coldly. "Didn't you compete with Academician Han Wenguang's disciples a while ago? Forcefully snatching someone else's imperial seal, and even asking them to acknowledge you as their teacher? Where do you put their teacher, Academician Han? If this isn't disrespect for your elders and arrogance, then what is? Since you are so arrogant, why do you need to come to the Taisher Library to study? A student like you. Who dares to teach you? I'm afraid that in the future, you will be like a farmer with a snake. Who knows, one day you will bite back. You should go. This old man can't teach you." After listening to the scolding, Yushu and Feng Zijing looked at each other for a moment. Their faces were calm and they did not leave in a huff. Instead, he sneered and said calmly, "Academician Feng, please calm down and listen to me. It's not too late to kick me out. Old Diviner Han is indeed a senior of virtue and prestige, and I have absolutely no disrespect towards him in the slightest. However, it was his disciples who came to provoke me, and they seized the opportunity of my joyous banquet to propose to have a competition with me. It was obvious that they had malicious intentions, and if I lost, then my reputation would be swept to the ground. How could I not be angry at such sinister intentions?" At this point, she paused for a moment. She glanced at the dozen of new and old students standing around who were listening attentively. Her face showed helplessness. "Therefore, I was angry and took their imperial seals after winning as a punishment. As for who I wanted to accept as a disciple, This was nonsense. It was just a joke. How could you believe other people's nonsense? In your eyes, putting aside those rumors, just look at me and see if I'm the kind of person who disrespects my elders and is arrogant. After saying that, she looked at Feng Zijing innocently. Her quiet and delicate face did not look like an arrogant person from any angle. Feng Zijing looked at her carefully from head to toe. His complexion gradually improved. After a moment, he nodded and raised his hand to stroke his goatee. He said seriously, "Sure enough, you can't believe all the rumors. From your face, you don't look like the kind of scoundrel who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. You're just a little stubborn. It's not a bad thing. Just now he criticized Yushu to be useless, but now he was pleasing to the eye." Everyone present only thought that academician Feng had an eccentric temper. Yushu smiled obediently. She stepped forward and held the small gift. She lowered her head and said, "I have many shortcomings. I hope academician Feng will teach me in the future." Feng Zijing looked at Yushu's head, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. He reached out to accept her gift of greeting a teacher. His voice was still a little stiff. "I have always been a strict person. You must remember not to violate the rules of this study garden. Otherwise, I will be the first to kick you out." "I'll remember it." In this way, on the 7th day of Yushu's admission, she encountered a lot of obstacles. Finally, she paid her respects to an academician and officially entered the school. However, she missed today's class. That's all for this morning's class. When you go back, find a musician to play a piece and see if it's what I said. You can leave now. Feng Zijing motioned the students who came to listen to the morning class to leave, but he stopped someone. "Qinglan, come here." Yushu turned her head and saw a young woman in a light yellow dress with her hair in a bun coming from the scattered crowd. Seeing Yushu looking at her, she smiled at her with kindness. "Grandpa." Hearing the address, Yushu knew the relationship between this woman and Feng Zijing. She secretly thought that everyone in Taisher Library really had a background. Feng Zijing pointed to Yushu and said to his granddaughter, "Give her a copy of the book list and explain it to her." "Okay, I got it." After Feng Zijing finished, he looked at Yushu again and bent down to pick up the zither on the mat. He hummed an unknown tune and walked toward the garden step by step with his back hunched. Yushu turned around and saw the woman in front of her, who was 2 years older than her, bowing to her. "Situ Qinglan, a 7th class Grade E master, greets the fortune teller." Yushu had been in Taisher Library for a few days. Most of the people of her age were 8th or 9th class Grade E masters. This was the first 7th class Grade E master who was so young. Not only that, judging from her clothes, she should be a student who entered Taisher Library 3 years ago. "I'm new here and don't know much." "Thank you, Miss Situ. My surname is Yu. You can call me directly. Miss Yu is too polite." Situ Qinglan readily led her to an empty mat and sat down. While rolling up her sleeves to grind the ink, she turned her head to talk to Yushu. "Miss Yu, please don't take grandfather's angry words to heart. In fact, he has long heard of you. There is no champion on this year's list of magical arts. As a Hyde one, you are actually first. Grandfather has taught magical arts in Taisher Library for more than 10 years. Every time after the Dian examination, he is very protective of the students who come in from the magical arts course. He is afraid that someone will go astray. Miss Yu, please don't mind me talking too much. Do you know that grandfather reprimanded you just now? Is it because of the rumors about you in the library these days?" Yushu shook her head. She didn't know, but she could guess some things. Situ Qinglan sighed softly and said sincerely, "I'm quite well informed in the inner courtyard. I heard that you went to see a few academicians a few days ago, and they all refused to see you. There are a total of 18 academicians in Taisher Library, and half of them are on good terms with academician Han. If you offend him, half of them won't accept you even if he doesn't say anything. However, the other half of them will listen to bad rumors about you. Even if they are willing to accept you, they may not teach you wholeheartedly. Grandfather knows this. So today, I deliberately made things difficult for you in front of everyone. It's obviously a rebuke, but it's actually for you. It's for the other half of the academicians to see. Does Miss Yu understand that grandfather cherishes talent?" She looked up at Yushu and saw that Yushu had a peaceful smile on her face. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize something. In the next moment, she blushed and said, "It seems that I made an unnecessary move. Miss Yu is very perceptive." Haha, no matter what. Thank you for telling me the truth. It's my good fortune to meet Academician Fong today. Yushu understood, but she still thanked Situ Qinglan solemnly. However, only she knew how grateful she was in her heart. After getting Fong Zijing's book list and confirming the time of his lecture, Yushu said goodbye to Situ Qinglan. She went to the philosopher's building and flipped through the ancient records for an hour. When she noticed that the sky outside was dark and cloudy, she remembered that it would rain today. She didn't bring an umbrella with her. If she didn't hurry back to the women's dormitory, she would be trapped here when the rain came. So, Yushu quickly put the book in her hand back on the bookshelf, patted the dust on her hands, and walked out quickly. When she walked to the door, she saw an old man with gray hair and plain clothes. He looked like a servant. He was holding a thick stack of books, which almost covered half of his face. He walked in unsteadily and looked like he was about to fall in the next moment. Yushu hesitated and went forward. She stretched out her hand and said, "Old man, I'll help you get some." Unexpectedly, the old man didn't appreciate it and turned around to avoid her. The stack of books was shaking and the umbrella under his arm almost hit Yushu's fingers. "Ahem, there's no need." The old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant as if there was phlegm in his throat. Yushu didn't want to talk to him, so she turned around and left. After walking for a distance, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have seen the old man holding the books in the Tower of Tao before. It was the time when she sneaked in with Feng Zhaomiao. A rumbling thunder interrupted Yushu's thoughts. She quickened her pace and ran towards the girls' dormitory, but she was still a little late. Halfway there, it began to rain. This heavy downpour was like a torrential downpour. Yushu's face was drenched and she didn't dare to rush forward. She looked left and right, and saw that there were walls on both sides of the corridor. Only the drooping flower gate in front of her could shelter her from the rain, so she quickly ran over. Standing under the eaves, Yushu wiped the water off her face and shook her sleeves. She covered her mouth and sneezed, wetting her head and shoulders. Her hair curled and fell on her cheeks. It was sticky and she looked a little embarrassed. She crossed her arms and looked up at the falling raindrops. Just as she was lost in thought, two figures appeared in her line of sight. They were holding umbrellas and walking side by side in the heavy rain. One was in white and the other in yellow. She gradually narrowed her eyes and watched the two people walk to the door, go up the steps and open the umbrellas. Their eyes met without warning. The surprise in Jing Chen's eyes only stopped for a moment. His eyes quickly swept over Yushu's body. His eyes moved, and the next moment he turned to the person next to him. He handed over the umbrella in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Your umbrella, thank you." Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu and reached out to take the umbrella handle. The corner of her mouth under the veil slightly raised. "Academician Jing is too polite." Yushu leaned against the doorpost with her arms crossed. She watched Jing Chen, who turned a blind eye to her, walk into the rain. He flashed a few times and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Is Swansea going back to the women's dormitory? Why don't you go with me so that you don't get wet?" Ji Xingxuan shook the water on the umbrella. It was rare to see Yushu take the initiative to talk these days. Yushu put down her arms and walked to her in 2 steps. Her eyes were cold. She raised an index finger and poked at Ji Xingxuan's heart. Chapter 413. I don't care what you are up to. Hide your tail and don't let me catch it again. Next time, I will peel your skin. Yushu's expressionless warning is chilling. Ji Xingxuan's eyelids tremble. She turns around without saying a word, opens the paper umbrella in her hand, and steps into the rain. Under the cold gaze of Yushu, she suddenly stops in the rain and turns around. Through the curtain of rain, she takes a deep look at Yushu. Yushu returns to the girls' dormitory in the heavy rain. She is wet all over. Fortunately, there are clean clothes in the room. She takes off her clothes quickly while sneezing and puts on her inner clothes. She unties her wet hair and wrings it a few times. She sits on the bed wrapped in a quilt. Her cold hands and feet slowly warm up. Her mind keeps replaying the complicated look in Ji Xingxuan's eyes in the rain. It is neither timid nor resentful. There is an inexplicable sense of incongruity that puzzles her. Although Shui Rui has not confirmed it, she has made it clear that the person who passed the note to Chao Yuling and framed Jing Chun for seducing the female student to death was Ji Xingxuan. Under such circumstances, when she sees Jing Chun and Ji Xingxuan sharing an umbrella in the rain, she almost subconsciously believes that Ji Xingxuan is deliberately approaching Jing Chun. However, she wasn't sure what Ji Xingxuan would do next, so when she warned Ji Xingxuan, it wasn't because she was hot-headed, but because she wanted to force Ji Xingxuan to give herself away. However, her performance was too calm, and she didn't look like an accomplice or murderer at all. Da. The sound of rain outside the window gradually subsides. Yushu puts on her clothes and coils her half-dry hair behind her head. She walks out of the room with doubts in her heart. She lingers in the corridor for a while, and walks into the yard when the rain stops completely. As soon as she stepped out of the female dormitory, she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Shui Rui walking towards her from the side of the mountain wall. He was holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand, and there were no guards following behind him. Did you get wet in the rain? Shui Rui frowned. He noticed that Yushu had changed her clothes and her hair was damp. If you don't have an umbrella, why don't you find a place to hide? Yushu said helplessly. It suddenly rained on my way back. It was such a big battle, so I just ran back. As she spoke, she unintentionally lowered her head and saw that Shui Rui's boots were wet and his clothes were stained with mud. Judging from the color, she knew that he had walked in the heavy rain. He didn't come out because the rain was getting lighter, so he asked in bewilderment. It was raining so heavily just now. Where did you go? My shoes are so wet. Hearing her subconscious question, Shui Rui secretly felt helpless. Where else could he go? It was raining heavily and he remembered that she did not have an umbrella, so he went to look for her. He had gone to several places in the library. Finally, he found the female dormitory, but he didn't expect that she would run back in the rain. I accidentally stepped in a puddle. Shui Rui didn't want to admit that he foolishly looked for her everywhere. So he diverted her attention. Have you seen Academician Fong? Yushu nodded, still staring at his wet shoes, thinking that it must be uncomfortable for him to soak his feet like this, so she said, I have. Are you still in the library? Let's go back to Wangji Tower for lunch. I will tell you on the way. I'm fine. Let's go back and talk. In fact, Shui Rui didn't need to stay in Taisher Library from morning to night. There were many officials under him. None of them did nothing. According to the progress of the case, he only needed to wait for the news to be passed to the people to ask questions. He came every day just to spend more time with her. Of course, these words couldn't be said directly to Yushu. Otherwise, according to his understanding of her, she would definitely not be moved. What he got in return was definitely not being moved, but rolling his eyes. On the way, there were only two of them in the carriage. Yushu unscrupulously told Shui Rui about the process of her waiting for Fang Zijing. In the end, she repeated Situ Qinglan's original words to explain Fang Zijing's painstaking explanation. Then she pretended to sigh with emotion. If it weren't for Academician Fang's attention, I'm afraid that I, an arrogant junior, wouldn't be able to meet a teacher in Taisher Library. Shui Rui smiled slightly and said, If it weren't for your cleverness, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to meet Academician Fang. These words weren't false. Shui Rui had only heard of Fang Zijing, yet he'd never met him. But since Fang Zijing was able to stand on equal footing with Han Wenguang, who was well liked in the world in the Imperial Historian Library, he was surely an old fox. Reprimanding Yushu in public was not so much to help Yushu get rid of those rumors, but it was a kind of test. If Yushu's reaction was not as he expected, he would not only not accept this student, but also add fuel to the fire, making her situation more difficult. Sure enough, brother is a sensible person. More than once, Yushu felt that it was easy and effortless to talk to Shui Rui. For some things she didn't need to explain, and he could understand. Now that I've met Fang Zijing, I still want to find another academician who is proficient in astrology. I'm not in a hurry for other things. Yushu wanted to study the chaotic sky divination record, and it was inevitable that she would be tired reading alone. Jingchen, who had originally promised to teach her, stood her up. Fortunately, Taisher Library was a good place. The 18 academicians all had their own strengths, and pleasing one or two of them was enough for her to benefit a lot. It's good that you have a plan. After talking about this matter, the carriage arrived at Wangji Restaurant. As usual, the two entered from the backyard and went back to their respective rooms to tidy up. Yushu asked the maid to comb her hair again, and went downstairs to find Shui Rui. As soon as she entered the room, she saw him sitting at the table, holding a few pieces of paper in his hand and looking at them with a serious expression. Yushu sensed something and closed the door behind her. She walked over and asked, "Did you find out?" There were more than 30 students under Jing Chen's tutelage who had interacted with the dead Chao Yuling, and who were proficient in physiognomy. Shui Rui put down the paper, pressed his fist on it, and said a name in a deep voice. As Yushu had expected, only her. That's her. After confirming this, Shui Rui went along with the flow and analyzed. According to our earlier guesses, the culprit was targeting Jing Chen and framing him, so it wouldn't be excessive for Ji Xingxuan to be a suspect. After all, the case of Ji Huaishan committing suicide to escape punishment was caused by Jing Chen, and resentment arose in her heart because of this, so she wanted to seize the opportunity to take revenge. But he changed the topic with suspicion in his eyes. Obviously, she didn't kill the murderer herself. If she is the mastermind, she must have hired the murderer. With only a note, it's impossible to frame Jing Chen as the murderer. At most, he will be suspected. In addition, Jing Chen is a daozi. If the murderer can't be caught in the end, Jing Chen will not be used as a substitute. In this way, she killed Chao Yuling just to smear a basin of dirty water on Jing Chen. Don't you think it's too much to make a fuss? Ji Xingxuan was not a crazy murderer. On the contrary, she was very smart and rational. Was it necessary to take the risk of hiring a murderer to ruin Jing Chen's reputation? Yushu thought about it, and sat down opposite him. She said slowly, "I saw Ji Xingxuan and Jing Chen walking together in the book garden this morning." Shui Rui raised his eyelids in surprise and stared fixedly at her expression. His first reaction was that he was worried that she would be sad. Others didn't know, but he'd watched helplessly as she once went through fire and water for that man. Thinking of that scene, Yushu couldn't help but frown. She didn't notice Shui Rui's strange eyes and said hesitantly, "I also feel strange." On the one hand, she plotted against Jing Chen, and on the other hand, she approached Jing Chen. What is she planning? Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Suddenly, he stood up and walked a few steps in the room. He vaguely thought of some connection. When he was about to grasp the key point, he heard Yushu suddenly hit the table. He turned around and saw her shocked face. Could it be that the group of people who framed Jing Chen have hooked up with Ji Xingxuan? Shui Rui was suddenly enlightened, and his eyes flickered as he looked at her. Then he lowered his voice and spoke on her behalf. So perhaps Ji Xingxuan isn't the mastermind, and she's only an accomplice. Yushu nodded excitedly and stood up. After Jing Chen's identity was revealed, the days were peaceful. She almost forgot that the group of people who put silver needles in Jing Chen's acupoints were secretly watching them. In this way, it made sense. Chao Yuling wasn't killed by Ji Xingxuan, so she, who was ruthless enough, didn't have the apprehension that a murderer should have. The most important thing was that Chao Yuling was dead. No one could prove that Ji Xingxuan was the one who handed the note to her. She could sit back and watch from the sidelines. Damn it. Yushu realized this and couldn't help but feel annoyed. I don't have any concrete evidence. Just based on the results of my divination, I can't identify her at all. Otherwise, you could have captured her and tortured her. The Dan dynasty was good at doing things. But when it came to judging and arresting people, it was important to have real evidence. Even when Jing Chen was monitored by Shui Rui, there was that note as evidence. Compared to Yushu's annoyance, Shui Rui was in a dilemma at this time. Not for anything else, but because there might be a bigger implication behind this murder case. Last year, The emperor had asked Prince Ning to investigate the assassination of Daozi, but after a few months, there was no progress. Now he found some clues. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Don't worry, Shuirui calmly said to Yushu. This is just a guess. If we act rashly, we will only alert the enemy. Didn't you say that Ji Xingxuan has the intention to get close to Jingchen? If there is someone behind her, there will be more actions. Let's wait and see for her to reveal herself. Yushu wanted to say something but stopped. It was better to wait and see. But Xia Jiangmin's dream indicated that someone would be killed soon. Her intuition told her that the woman in pink who was pushed down the stairs had something to do with this murder case. Maybe it was done by this group of cruel people. She really wanted to tell Shuirui about her worries, so that he could think of a countermeasure together with her. However, she had no way to explain where she learned about the judgment of fortune and misfortune, as well as life and death. This was an extraordinary ability that could only be obtained after one had reached the pinnacle of the Yi study. She could not betray Xia Jiangmin, and she could not force herself to lie and say that it was the result of her divination. Shuirui saw her uneasy expression and misunderstood that she was worried about Jing Chen's safety. He envied Jing Chen that she was worried about, but he still comforted her. You don't have to worry about Jing Chen. He is now under the emperor's rule and has the royal family's protection. No matter what happens, there will be someone to take care of it. Yushu reluctantly twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't explain that what she was most worried about was not the safety of Jing Chen, but the next girl who was going to die. Chapter 414. Although Yushu was apprenticed to Fang Zijing, the academicians of Taisher Shiyuan did not have classes all day. Fang Zijing arranged his lectures on Friday, Sunday, and Sunday of every month. There were 9 classes in a month. The rest of the days depended on the preferences of the academicians. Yushu just entered the school yesterday, which happened to be on the 9th day of the new year. Fang Zijing's next class was on the 15th day. There were 5 or 6 days in between. She couldn't be idle. The next day, she went to visit academician Sima, who was proficient in astrology. He was the one Xian Lu had apprenticed to before. Presumably, the news that she was reprimanded by Fang Zijing and accepted into the school had been spread out. When academician Sima saw her, he simply asked her a few questions and naturally recorded her under his name. He also gave her a book list and asked her to go back and prepare it. Then she would come back to attend the lecture. At this point, Yushu finally achieved the initial goal of being admitted into the school. She recognized a master of magic arts and astrology. She only needed to study in the future. The book list given by the 2 academicians was very messy. There were more than 20 books, only 2 or 3 of which she had read before. Most of the books were even unfamiliar to her. The 4 collections must have them in stock, but it was too time-consuming to copy them one by one. The most convenient way was to go to the Dei store to buy them. She just needed to pay some money. Shuirui knew that Yushu was going to the street to buy books, so he naturally went with her. Yushu didn't want to be followed everywhere, so she said to him, "Brother, aren't you still solving the case? Why don't you go to track the clues? Why do you go out with me? Aren't you afraid that someone will say that you are not doing proper work?" Shuirui didn't wear an official robe today. He wore a deep green dress and a hairpin. He looked like an elegant scholar. He shook the handle of his fan and said to her, "Who said that I am not doing proper work? I am following you, the witness." Yushu had always been helpless against people who were more shameless than her. Finally, she let him follow her. After lunch, they went out from the backyard of the Wangji building to the Dei store of the Xian family. The first time was unfamiliar. The second time was familiar. The 2 of them did it again. There was already a sharp-eyed waiter in the hall who recognized it. Yenner ran to find the supervisor. Just like last time, Yushu handed the list to the steward and suggested that they go to the treasure pavilion at the back to have a look. In fact, he was thinking about the antique academician Xian whom he had met for the first time. To Yushu's disappointment, the old man didn't come today. Other than a few honored guests, there were only 2 Yisher who were in charge of the hall. Shuirui saw through her thoughts. There was an 80% chance that she was still concerned about the origins of that sword, and wanted to get close to the Xian clan's ancestor. He rolled his eyes and deliberately said, Miss Xian Lu was scared and went back home to rest. She went back home to see if she was better. Yushu blinked twice. She immediately said, There are many things to do these few days. Tomorrow, I will find some time to visit her. Yushu, and I have and has not. By yet, I said. Is. Shuirui smiled. He pointed to a shelf on the west wall. Mrs. He gave birth to a son. Yushu didn't stand on ceremony. She took the lead and walked over. With her hands behind her back, she swept her eyes across the dazzling objects of riches and splendor on the shelves. To her dismay, she found that she couldn't recognize many of them. For example, there was a white jade brush. It looked like a rabbit's hair. The surface was engraved with strange patterns. She didn't know if it was to ward off evil, or to make it more elegant. She pointed to the brush and said to Shuirui, I think this is good. Shuirui followed the direction of her hand and glanced at it. Then he shook his head and said, This belongs to Chongwen. Often placed on a desk can make people concentrate and calm their minds, but it is not suitable for children. Yushu rubbed her nose and shifted her gaze. She saw a short bowl with white glaze and brown colors. At the bottom of the bowl, there were a few grains of fine jade milled grains. It looked like it could bring wealth and treasures. But it also seemed to have other uses. I'll take this one. It was a good deal. Shuirui looked at it and shook his head. This is one of the 6 objects of Bhikkhu. It is passed down from Buddhism. It is placed in the dining room for children to play with after meals. It is good for the elderly. It is not suitable for children. Yushu was blinded by 2 objects. She pointed to a stone sculpture high up. What about this? This Tai Lake stone egg is good. It can be placed in the baby's room. It can suppress fire. But this is a dry stone from Wuxing. It is not as good as the water stone. Yushu couldn't help but feel depressed as she listened to Shuirui's explanation that was clear and logical. Even though she was someone that learned the basics, she was an operator that ranked 3rd in the top 2 rankings at any rate. Yet she wasn't as knowledgeable as this young master, Shuirui, towards the treasures of the 5 elements. Shuirui then noticed her strange expression. He thought for a while and smiled. He lowered his head and said to her, When I was young, I loved to play with things. I visited all the famous buildings in Enling City, so I could recognize most of the strange things. Because of this, I was scolded by my grandfather many times. Once I secretly bought a bronze lion at a sky-high price and recorded it in the public account. When my grandfather found out, he punished me to clean the 2 pairs of stone lions in front of the minister's mansion for a month. Ruelin and Chier also found a group of people to surround me every day, which made me lose face. The sound of laughter didn't come from Yushu's mouth. Instead, it came from behind them. Yushu and Shuirui turned around at the same time, and they saw a young woman of just the right age had suddenly appeared a few steps away. She wore a crimson-violet dress, had a graceful figure, held a silkworm fan in her hand, and a pair of buns on her head. Light violet silk hung down from her ears. Her brows were graceful, her eyes were bright, and her lips were vermilion. She was lightly puckered up into a wisp of a sweet smile as she looked at them with a slightly shy expression, and her face was slightly red as if she couldn't help but laugh because of her rudeness from before. Yushu was curious about which family this beautiful girl came from. Then she saw the maid next to the girl in purple standing in front of her. The girl hurriedly covered half of her face with her fan. Only a pair of big smiling eyes could be seen. She bowed her head slightly and said, Mr. Shui. Yushu's brows raised as she turned around to look at Shuirui. Yet she noticed his gaze flickered, and in the blink of an eye, his humor from before had withdrawn, and he'd changed into an unfamiliar and courteous expression as he nodded to the young miss and said, Miss Rui. Miss Rui? Yushu quickly thought of Rui's mansion of Zhongyong and Ruilin, who was a good friend of Shuirui. He was the brother-in-law of junior supervisor Ren Qiming, who went to the Celestial Commissioner's office with Shuirui and Lu Tan to save her. Miss Rui raised her eyes and looked at Shuirui. She was still covering her face with her fan. It seemed that young ladies of prestigious families like her had been abiding by etiquette since childhood. They were not as casual as the ladies of aristocratic families. When they saw a man with a different surname, they had to be more reserved. She didn't speak, and Xue Rui didn't speak either. The atmosphere became subtle. Yushu stood there foolishly for a while. She glanced at Xue Rui and then at Miss Rui. She didn't wait for the two to speak. She coughed and said to Xue Rui, "Big brother, who is this young lady?" It wasn't that she wanted to get to know the young lady. It was just that she couldn't just stand there. She had to find something to talk about. Xue Rui glanced at Yushu and said, "This is the young lady of Count Zhongyong's mansion." Oh, Yushu smiled at Miss Rui. So it's Miss Rui. After listening to Xue Rui's introduction, Miss Rui nodded at Yushu and said in a clear voice, "May I know this young master's surname?" She couldn't be blamed for not recognizing Yushu as a man. She could only blame Yushu for being drenched in the rain yesterday. The clothes she brought out weren't dry yet. Today, she was wearing a light short robe, a belt, and her hair was tied up. Her eyebrows were long and her eyes were bright. She had the style of a young man. Her voice was bright and clear, not like a girl's gentle voice. Yushu saw that Xue Rui didn't plan to speak, so she didn't correct her. She said, "My surname is Yu. Mr. Yu." They got to know each other and didn't have anything to say. Yushu was wondering why Xue Rui, who was always talkative, suddenly became mute. She heard him say, "We still have something to do. Don't go first." As he spoke, Xue Rui took large strides and walked past young Miss Rui in a few steps. When Yushu saw this, she could only hastily bid her farewell to young Miss Rui before catching up to him with quick strides. The girl in purple turned around and watched their figures disappear behind the curtain. Her eyes dimmed and she asked the maid beside her softly, "In Wu, do you think Mr. Xue is tired of me?" The maid naturally protected her master and denied, "Miss, don't think too much. When he saw me, he didn't even smile and didn't say a word. Isn't that annoying?" The girl smiled bitterly. Her slightly furrowed eyebrows were very lovable. The maid hurriedly said, "I don't think so. Didn't you see that there was an outsider beside young Master Xue just now? I think that Mr. Yu doesn't look like a steady person. Young master, she must be afraid of offending you, so he didn't say much." The girl turned her head and asked doubtfully, "Really?" The maid nodded vigorously and the girl's face brightened up again. She looked in the direction that Xue Rui left. When they arrived at the Great Exchange Hall, the manager had already prepared the books and miscellaneous things that Yushu wanted, and sent them to the horse carriage outside. As usual, they didn't take any money. Yushu didn't mind. She walked out of the Great Exchange Hall and asked Xue Rui, "Big brother, you can go if you have something to do. I'll walk around nearby." The street where the Xian family's Great Exchange Hall was located was very lively. There were gambling houses, tea houses, music houses, restaurants, and all kinds of entertainment. Xue Rui saw that she took the opportunity to chase him away. He glared at her and said, "Where are you going? I'll go with you in case you run into some bad guys." Yushu was puzzled. "Didn't you say that you had something to do inside?" Xue Rui was speechless. He was just trying to brush her off. Why did she believe him? Yushu interrupted Xue Rui. Seeing his confused face, she secretly laughed in her heart and pretended to be considerate. "If Big Brother is worried about me, you can ask old Chue to send me. You go to the street corner and hire a sedan chair. If you have something to do, go and do it quickly. Don't delay." Xue Rui was hesitating on how to justify himself. His sharp eyes saw the slyness flashing in her eyes. He immediately understood that he was fooled by her. He didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. In the end, he said helplessly, "Why would I have anything to do? I'll be accompanying you. Don't make a fuss." Yushu snorted softly and turned around to walk across the street. She muttered in her heart, "Who's making a fuss?" She even forgot to buy a gift for her little brother when she saw a beautiful girl. Xue Rui looked at her back and secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't ask about Miss Rui. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to answer her. Chapter 415. Accompanied by Shuirue, Yushu saw the gambling place in the north of the city for the first time. On the second floor of a large gambling house, there was a group of unusual gamblers. There was no overwhelming stench of sweat, nor were there any loud curses. This place was more like a place for a tea party. It was clean and orderly. Whether it was the banker or the guests, they all adhered to the most basic principles of rest and recuperation. Even credit was not allowed. Yushu had seen several different gambling situations. There was the hanging sign in Yang City, the guessing game in the south of the city, and the gambling masters in the north of the city played all kinds of games. It was not limited to arithmetic. There was betting on the sun, gambling on breaking the formation of the chess cage, gambling on blind guessing, and even gambling on people's physiognomy. Of course, the big boss behind the gambling house must be an aristocratic family, so it would not be ruined by one or two rich and lucky people. Yushu wasn't a gambler, but she found the Qingyang watch that took up an entire wall interesting. She bought a secret code and placed a few bets for the novelty. The rest of them watched for a while, and planned to leave. Seeing that she was just joining in the fun, Shuirue, who thought that she rushed into the gambling house excitedly to show off her skills, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not forget that he had caught her when he was investigating illegal gambling in Anling City. Betting on wasn't fun at all. After they left the gambling house, Yushu and Shuirue strolled around a few nearby shops, but they didn't buy anything. Yushu was more interested in the sunward green that was placed at the entrance of the shop than she was interested in hairpins, rings, pearls, and jade. On the other hand, Shuirue didn't take a fancy to those inferior items, so Yushu couldn't bring them out even more. The murder case of Taisher Shuyuan could not be rushed. This year, the new students' uniforms had not been issued. Shuirue and Yushu did not make things difficult for him, so the headache was temporarily put on hold. The two strolled until the sun went down, which was rare for them to have half a day of leisure. Returning to Wang Jilu in the evening, Lin Fu handed over the invitation that Lu Tan had sent someone to deliver during the day to Shuirue and Yushu. Being conferred the title of king and having a marriage with an aristocratic family, it was a double blessing. He had also suppressed Ning Wang's limelight at the Shuangyang meeting. It was impossible for Lu Tan to keep a low profile. It was necessary to hold a banquet with great fanfare. The banquet was set for the second half of this month, and there were still more than 10 days to prepare. The location was the Xianchun Garden. This royal garden was located upstream of the Chunlan River. It was a private property bestowed upon his younger brother, the Prince of Xiang, after his ascension to the throne. From Shuirue, Yushu found out that Lu Tan, who had yet to complete the construction of the prince's mansion, had borrowed the Prince of Xiang's garden to hold a banquet. She could not help but ponder over it. She even told Shuirue about it. I thought the Prince of Xiang paid no attention to the outside world, but now he has become close to the 9th prince. Ning Wang will definitely not be happy. Speaking of which, even though Lu Hao and Lu Tan were not born from the same mother, but to Prince of Xiang, they were all his nephews. Previously, she had not heard that he was biased towards anyone. Even the heir Lu Jiong was smooth and slick in dealing with these imperial brothers, and treated them all equally. Shuirue put down the gilded invitation and smiled noncommittally. He thought that without the tacit approval of that person in the palace, how could Prince of Xiang easily get involved in this mess? After dinner, Yushu intended to return to her room, but Shuirue stopped her and had her follow him into the small study. He lit the candles and walked to the couch to sit down. The tea table had been cleaned and was filled with a thick stack of old and yellowed files. It was unknown when he had ordered people to move them in. Yushu looked suspiciously at him, not knowing what he wanted to do. Shuirue casually flipped open a file and pointed to the study table not far away, indicating for her to sit down. He said, I will speak. You do the divination. These are all old cases that were investigated in various places 10 years ago. They involve human lives. Let's see how accurate your divination is. Hearing this, Yushu saw Shuirue's enthusiastic look. She hesitated for a moment, but still sat down and picked up the pen. She did not directly tell Shuirue that her time of calamity law was almost 100% accurate when the data was complete. Of course, this was not absolute. Just an hour later, when Shui Rui was talking about the fifth murder case, Yushu met with a thorny problem. She had solved an unknown number. The unknown number that she was referring to was a value that did not exist in her time of calamity records. There were no precedents, so she had no way of determining the cause of the death of the deceased. Tisk. What is it? I can't calculate this. Oh. Shui Rui saw that she was in a difficult position and became interested. Why can't you calculate it? Yushu did not know how to explain the law of calamity to him, so she turned her head to look at him. Out of the corner of her eyes, she glanced at the unopened case records beside his hand. An idea flashed through her mind, and her eyes lit up. She cried out involuntarily, "Big brother!" Shui Rui saw that Yushu suddenly became excited and responded to her in confusion. "Big brother, these files were taken out from the Supreme Court by you, right?" Because of a certain thought, Yushu could not hold back her excitement. She threw down the pen and sat opposite Shui Rui. She touched the slightly damp files. Yes. Wasn't he asking the obvious? If he didn't take them out, could they have flown out of the archives room and come here on their own? Yushu casually opened one of the files and quickly skimmed through the records. The rules were neatly arranged vertically. For each case, the location of the crime, the progress of the case, the people involved, and the main information, including the confession, were all clearly written. How wonderful! Yushu could not help but shout in her heart. Previously, in order to complete the time of calamity law, she had racked her brains but suffered from the limitations. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Now that she had a large number of cases to study, she did not have to worry about progress. Yushu's throat was a little dry. She raised her head and looked at Shui Rui eagerly. "Can you lend it to me for a few days?" It was rare for Shui Rui to be looked at with such watery eyes. Hearing her request, he did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked at her and saw that she could not hide her eagerness. He quickly calculated in his heart and showed a little reluctance. He hesitated and said, "These files were recorded by the Supreme Court and kept by the Chief Registrar. I use my authority to bring them out. According to the rules, I have to return them tomorrow." At the end of his sentence, he asked her, "Why are you looking at these?" Yushu was impatient at that moment. Her mind was filled with thoughts on how to complete the law of time of calamity, so she did not think of playing tricks on Shui Rui. She told him honestly, "There are many inadequacies in this strange art of mine. Just like the case you mentioned earlier, I can't calculate anything that I haven't seen before, so I want to try and fill in the gaps from these actual cases. Brother, can't you think of a way to lend it to me for a few days?" Only now did Shui Rui understand why Yushu was so excited, and after he understood it, he couldn't help but be surprised by the method she used to seek knowledge. Everyone else was taught by their master, and it was passed down from their master to their master. Yet she was actually burying herself and pondering over it. Yushu mistook Shui Rui's expression as a difficult task. She quickly calmed down and thought about how to persuade him to abuse his authority. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind and said, "To tell you the truth, this strange art of mine can not only predict the death of a person, but it can also predict disasters. It is more accurate than the Chiman Inca and more wonderful than the astrology circle. If I complete it, I can calculate the time of calamity, the cause of calamity, and the root of the calamity. To put it bluntly, I can directly calculate the clues of the murderer in the murder case of the Taisher Library. Give me time. If Big Brother encounters a difficult case in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I can help you solve it easily." Even with Shui Rui's mental fortitude, his blood still started to boil from her words. He almost fell for it and agreed right away. He steadied his mind and fixed his eyes on her little face that was brimming with energy. His heart itched as he asked with a smile, "How long do you need to complete this strange technique?" Yushu silently calculated the huge project and laughed dryly. "If it goes well, about 3 to 5 months. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. "What if it doesn't go well?" "A year and a half. It might not be complete." Looking at her drooping face, Shui Rui shook his head and laughed. It was rare for him to catch her shortcoming, so he didn't want to let it go. He stretched out his hand to press the confidential file on the table and said seriously, "It's not that I can't lend it to you, but you have to change the benefits that you promised me. You can't let me take the risk of misappropriating official documents for nothing." Yushu opened her mouth and looked at Shuirui, who was asking her for benefits without blushing or panting. She felt a little strange in her heart, so she squinted her eyes and said, "Big brother, why do you suddenly care about benefits with me?" He couldn't blame her for thinking too much. In the past, when she didn't ask him for help, he was always eager to be a good person in front of her. Now that the window paper was broken, he became stingy with her. Shuirui smiled and said nothing. He thought that she already knew his mind. Even if she didn't guard against him, she was not as easy to get close to as before. These days, she would roll her eyes when he put his hand on her shoulder, let alone going further. If it went on like this, it would be a long time before he could capture the beauty. If he didn't use some means, he was afraid that when she was willing, his beard would turn white. Yushu couldn't figure him out. Being stared at by his smiling face, she slightly moved back in her seat and asked angrily, "Then tell me, what benefits do you want?" It must be something that she was unwilling to agree to for him to bring it up like this. Shuirui's clean and slender fingers lightly tapped on the paper a few times as he stared at Yushu, who had a guarded expression on her face. He slowly stood up and walked in front of her in 2 steps. With one hand on the coffee table, he bent down and saw his reflection in her widened eyes. "What are you doing?" Yushu felt that she was in a bad situation. She leaned back and tried to distance herself from him. But the place was only so big, and she was trapped by him. Where could she hide? She watched as Shuirui got closer and closer. His pitch-black eyes that were staring at her looked exceptionally deep under the candlelight, as if he wanted to suck her in. The hairs on her neck stood up one by one. Just as she was secretly preparing to give him a kick at any time, she heard his mellow voice, "Close your eyes." Yushu put on a straight face and refused to do it. Shuirui chuckled. "Don't worry, I don't want to kiss you." Yushu curled her lips. Then what was he doing? Counting how many eyelashes she had? "Close your eyes. I will find as many files as you want to read. You can read them as long as you want." Yushu couldn't help but be tempted. She raised her neck and looked at the gentle and decent face in front of her. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to believe him and closed her eyes unhappily. Chapter 416. Her lips were soft like cotton, and the tip of his nose lightly rubbed against hers. The scorching heat at that instant when their breaths intersected caused Shuirui to have the misconception that his mouth and tongue were parched, and it almost caused him to give up on his initial intention of not going overboard. Fortunately, his self-control was extremely good, and after a short and slightly lingering moment of dawdling, his lips slowly left hers. He was ready to welcome Yushu's anger. After all, he was the one who crossed the line. However, as the distance between them increased and his vision became clear, he saw that on her overly delicate face, in addition to an abnormal blush, he didn't see anger, but confusion. Their eyes met. As a girl who had just been molested by a hypocrite who went back on his word, Yushu actually did not greet him with a punch. She only pursed her dry lips with a strange expression, and her reaction was unexpectedly calm. She stretched out her hand and lightly pushed Shuirui's chest that was too close to her. Shuirui gained some benefits and didn't suffer a beating, so he sensibly took a step back. In the next moment, he saw Yushu sit up straight and stand up from the couch before walking towards the door without saying a word. Shuirui was stunned, and his heart suddenly beat fast. He was afraid that it would backfire and make her angry, so he called her nervously, "Shu?" The figure that had already walked to the door stopped for a moment, and turned around. Shuirui clearly saw the stiffness on her face, but before his heart could sink, he heard her say in a muffled voice, "Don't forget about those dossiers." Leaving this sentence that made Shuirui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Yushu walked away without looking back. Shuirui stood in the same place, raised his hand to touch his slightly numb lips, and wondered if he should be more courageous just now. But then he felt that it was inappropriate. He thought that he had to get up early tomorrow to stop her from avoiding him. He didn't know how Yushu returned to the room. She closed the door and sat on the bed. Her face was flushed, and her mind was full of the gentle kiss just now. Her whole face was almost wrinkled. It was not because of his cunning, but because she was actually embarrassed. This wasn't the first time she had kissed someone on the mouth. It wasn't even the first time Shui Rui had kissed her. The last time he had kissed her when he was drunk. She didn't even blush or feel her heart skip a beat. Didn't she pour a pot of tea on him in revenge? In the blink of an eye, she had forgotten about it. How could she feel uncomfortable? But this time it was different. She really didn't want to admit that she had run away from him just now. Faced with her own abnormality, Yushu pondered for a while, and an unpleasant thought emerged in Yushu's mind. Could it be that she was also interested in Shui Rui? She must have walked too much today. He was too tired. Yushu told herself not to think about these trivial things. She stood up from the bed with a twisted face and walked weakly to the washstand. She poured some water and washed up. She took off her clothes and lay on the bed. She rolled up the quilt and closed her eyes to sleep. Yushu woke up very early the next day. She went downstairs without a bird chirping. She walked to the door of the backyard and hesitated. She turned her head and told Asyong, who was sweeping the floor, "When the shopkeeper wakes up, tell him to tell your young master that I went to the Xian mansion to visit someone." Asyong nodded honestly and watched her walk out the door. After a cup of tea, Lin Fu didn't get up, but a door on the first floor was pushed open. Shui Rui walked out neatly and seemed to be going upstairs. Asyong hesitated for a moment and called out, "Master." Shui Rui just stepped on the stairs. He turned his head and looked at him. Asyong raised his head and organized his words. "Miss told me to tell the shopkeeper and let him tell you that she went to the Xian mansion to visit someone." "Oh." Shui Rui quietly withdrew his feet. He looked at the sky that was just starting to brighten and felt depressed. "Master, when did she go out?" "She just left for a while." Shui Rui laughed at himself. He thought that it was good that she didn't run away in the middle of the night. "What time is it? Why are you alone?" "They are still sleeping?" Shui Rui said to Asyong with a straight face. "Go and wake them up." Asyong hurriedly answered, threw away the broom and ran to the back to wake them up. So this morning, before the sun rose, the people of Wangji Tower who didn't need to wake up early for business were implicated because of someone's early. They all laughed and got out of bed. Yushu had never been to the Xian mansion, but she went out early. She wandered a few streets and asked around. When the sun came out, she happened to find the gate of the Xian mansion. As one of the aristocratic families of the Anling 12 prefectures, the Xian mansion's style was needless to say. After the guard at the front door heard Yushu's name, someone from the gatehouse came out and invited her into the front yard. They took her to a small parlor to wait for tea. Yushu looked at the feng shui in the room and thought about what to say when she saw Xian Lu later. When the pot of hot tea was almost cold, she saw Xian Lu walking in from the door. "Lotus Room, you are here." In just a few days, Xian Lu's small round face became thin, and she had a sharp chin. She called Yushu with a nasal voice. Her eyes were red and she looked listless, as if she was seriously ill. She was really seriously ill. After seeing Chao Yuling hang himself that night, Xian Lu was too frightened and fainted. After returning home, she had nightmares for several days and couldn't sleep well. It was terrible enough to bump into a corpse, but she and Chao Yuling were enemies when they were alive. They quarreled when they met each other, so she couldn't sleep well. Yushu was shocked by Xian Lu's pitiful appearance and hurriedly asked her to sit down. Listening to her grievances for the past few days, she couldn't say that she sympathized with her. Unlike her, who didn't have spiritual root and wisdom heart, Xian Lu was the daughter of a direct branch of an aristocratic family. She had good root and aptitude. Such a person was usually very sensitive, especially to the 5 elements and yin and yang. So, Yushu could live in the room where Xia Jiangying was killed safely, but Xian Lu felt cold all over when she entered the room. "It's all thanks to old ancestor personally helping me. Otherwise, I would have lost my soul this time." Xian Lu rejoiced. Yushu guessed that the ancestor she mentioned was the old man she met in Treasure House. When she was about to ask a few questions, Xian Lu grabbed her hand and asked first, "By the way, do you have any clues about the murderer?" Xian Lu had obviously heard from others that Chao Yuling didn't hang himself, but was killed. Yushu rolled her eyes and said, "You still ask? Aren't you afraid of having nightmares again? Don't worry about it. The Supreme Judiciary is handling the case." Xian Lu sniffed. "I know. It's the eldest cousin of the Shui family who is investigating the case." Xian Lu's aunt was the second aunt of Shui Rui. The two families were in-laws, so it was right to call Shui Rui like this. Yushu heard her mention Shui Rui. Her eyelids twitched and her expression was unnatural. She coughed dryly and asked, "Don't you stay at home all day? How can you be so well informed?" Xian Lu said, "Yuero came. She told me that someone used the name of Daozi to pass a note to Chao Yuling. He sent a note to Chao Yuling and coaxed her to go to the observatory. I don't know who is so vicious as to kill people and frame them." Qin Yuero was on good terms with Xian Lu. The two of them had been friends since they were young, and they were much closer than Yushu, who they had only known for a short period of time. After the accident, she came to the Xian family to comfort her best friend. Unlike Yushu, who was cold-hearted, if it wasn't for Shui Rui reminding her yesterday, she wouldn't have remembered to visit Xian Lu. I am already beginning to regret entering the Taisher Shu Yuan. Xian Lu shrunk back and said with a frown, "In less than half a year, 2 people have died. They are all so muddle-headed. It is so scary. You know that I am timid. As long as the murderer is not caught, I will not dare to step into the Shu Yuan." Yushu patted her shoulder and said in a calm tone, "We will catch him. In my opinion, you shouldn't come. Stay at home and rest." She couldn't infer who the female student of the Taisher library who was pushed down the stairs in Xia Mingming's dream was. She could only prevent the people she knew from falling into the trap. Xian Lu stayed at home peacefully. He was protected by the feng shui of an aristocratic family. There was no problem in hiding. After chatting with Xian Lu for a while, Yushu deliberately picked a few jokes to tease her. Although she didn't laugh, her face looked better. Because Xian Lu's condition wasn't good, Yushu didn't take the opportunity to ask about the old master of the Xian family. After comforting her, she got up to leave. Xian Lu saw that Yushu was about to leave, and was reluctant to let her go. He pulled her arm and said softly because he was younger, "If you don't want to go to the hall today, then stay with me. There are many fun things in my house." That night, Xian Lu was frightened. Thanks to Yushu's help, he escaped from the yin yang, and was not scared to death. Therefore he valued Yushu a lot. He didn't know why, but with her by his side, he felt more at ease than lying on the suppressing evil bed. Yushu listened to Xian Lu's childish words and said with a smile, "Next time. I have to go somewhere else today." Xian Lu didn't want her to leave, and was about to ask her to stay when he heard a maid reporting outside the door. "Miss Lu, Miss Qin is here." When Yushu heard this, she said, "Just in time. Someone is here to accompany you. Go and play with her." After saying this, she pretended she didn't see Xian Lu's pitiful expression, and turned to leave. Walking past the flower pond, Yushu saw Qin Yuero walking over with a maid in tow. She stopped. Surprise flashed across Qin Yuero's face. She reacted very quickly and raised her hands in a salute. "Female fortune teller greets you." Originally, the two of them shouldn't have been so distant. However, because of the incident the next day, Yushu had attacked Ji Xingxuan in the stargazing platform, and implicated the female students present. Qin Yuero wasn't sure of Yushu's temper. That was why she was so cautious. After all, it was never strange to be too polite. Yushu looked at her and smiled. She nodded and said, "Miss Qin, you don't need to be so polite. Fei Fei is waiting for you. Quickly go in." After saying this, she walked past Qin Yuero. Qin Yuero made way for her, but a moment later, she turned around and called out to her, "Fortune teller." And Yushu turned around and saw Qin Yuero looking at her with a strange expression. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Yushu couldn't help feeling strange. "Miss Qin? Oh, I wanted to ask, How many academicians have you paid respects to? Yushu raised her eyebrows. 2. Academician Sima and Academician Fong. Chinyuero kindly smiled at her. My grandfather is also one of the 18 academicians. He's the head of physiognomy. If you're interested, there's no harm in going over and greeting him. Yushu nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left. It wasn't that she didn't see Chinyuero's goodwill, but based on the fact that she was close to Ji Xingxuan, it was enough for Yushu to ignore her. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.